easy for him. Easy round the corner, looking for a spray out the side, gets torn to pieces, ripped out the way there. 18 Edens now, almost halfway. For him up. Red team. Trying to build those up. They can, but Kante sprayed onto. The man's going to go down, bit of frustration. It's nice having the player cams as well. You can see it popping off in the show match. Blank, get a bit closer. Yeah, a little bit. So Tom, blue team 15 elims. Falling behind now with 21 now found, and Al-Haji. Bit of a carry over on power. Seems to be carrying Camster as well. Ooh, close quarters. They get themselves a little bit of the center setup inside of the warehouse as well. So they've actually got a pretty clean line of sights to catch off blue team on every engagement. So you've got to do something smooth. It's a nice slide. Good response, but Al-Haji. Oh, we've seen how damn good he can be. Not on the slide this time, though. Easy replies onto his teammate. Got Mr. Blue himself here. Look to pull things back a little bit. 26, 27 elims. We're 13 elims away now from victory for red team. That's Al-Haji on that side. He was getting some work done. Now Satan has to jump out the side, but nice retrade there coming through. And now 11 elims remain. So close to shutting this one down. It was a nice try on the slide. The Kante's tracing is the difference maker on that up-close engagement. And suddenly they start to draw themselves towards that finish line. Blue team's going to need a big old comeback. Peek up on the top, not looking good enough to take down Al-Haji though. Still 31 elims to their name. Bit awkward towards the mid portion. They're closing the gap. You're right, Jackie, only 5 elims behind, but looks like they're bringing it back once again. Al-Haji here takes some shots. A little bit of damage done. Don't be fooled by the name tag there. 5 elims remaining. We're at the goal point. Oh, yes, we are. Close to closing the gap. Kante sprayed onto to eventually go down, but they still edge further closer. 38. So close. Is there any room for an 8 elimination comeback for the blue team? Not looking good as Red are able to grab another one there. Only one away now. Saad heads on through, but the shot's coming back, and it could be an easy trade, and there it is. Kante will land the final blow. And it will be Al-Haji and team Kante and Fahida been able to take the win. You can see they believe they got this one in the bag and hoping they can close it down. It's a bit of a fun best of 3 here in the show. It's going to be very, very fun to be playing. It offers multiplayer competition with various skills and rich mechanics, providing a tense and exciting experience here. You can see it on your screen right now. Getting underway with the katanas. Yeah, a lot of focus on that movement, quick gameplay, little bit of fun. So you can bounce those balls back, use your blade. I mean, the name kind of is in the game, really, Blank. It's about that blade and the ball. It's as simple as that. It looks pretty fun. Oh, but you've got to hit it in the first place. Quite a satisfying sound on it as well. Nice. You hear that? You feel that? The objective is 20. Team 1 has 2, and Team 2 has 5 right now. Whacking those balls all over the place. You can't even hit them. No. They're just going straight in. That might be the play right there. You just get right up in the face. It becomes a coin flip at that point. Yeah, get a bit aggro with it. Oh dear. It's all quite explosive. Imagine for the pets, they're a little bit scared about what's going on. Harry had the ball. He was just holding it. Oh, rebound on that one. Yeah. That's nice. Parry pan action. That was the parry pan in action. The bush also getting involved there. Very nice to see. Oh,
Good timing on the response on that one. That could have been a bit of a detonation from the ball, but the blades are swinging. Oh, a bit of ping pong going on. And you can see everyone's getting a little bit into the flow of the game now, knowing, of course, if you want to draw this out to 3 games and avoid the old water balloon, you got to battle back here.
Just spamming at the moment. Get away from me! Nice little dash action going through.
Another ball going in. Ooh. All right, seems like they're getting into the flow of the game now as well. Everyone's starting to warm up a little bit. They've got their own techniques, their own way of playing, and it is tying up, Blank.
Yeah, Al-Haji just completed a double shot. And if you're confused by what a double shot is, it's where you hit a double on the deflect. It's kind of big.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed. The old double-double. Oh, that one's just going to be the instant burst, though. Ball's going to connect. He goes down. Still keeping it relatively close. I mean, 8-8 as they tie this one up. Where can they go from here, though? Let's see if they can close the gap a little bit. Start to make this show match damn explosive with these balls being bounced all over the shop.
Right now it's very back and forth. Team 1 has 9 points. 10 points to Team 2, but it just got evened up there. Another double shot coming through from Al-Haji. What a player this guy is.
Doesn't matter what game mode it is. He's just a natural-born PUBG Mobile gamer, isn't he? He's got it in his blood.
Only 9 more blade balls to go.
Ooh, quick rebound on that one. Easy takes the brunt of it. My, oh my. Handy with a steal.
Damn, okay, that's kind of cool actually. I like that.
Yeah, these are Hanzo swords.
Yeah. Easy is making it look easy at the moment. Pretty difficult, though. Close range. Oh, that's a nice one right there.
Oh, Easy's going for a unique tactic, actually. That man just does not stop chopping.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get onto him because he's just constantly
quick, isn't he?
swinging. But there's calculation to it. There's technique.
He knows what he's up to.
Stand still for a second.
Ooh, quick rebound.
Very nice. 17 blade balls now acquired for Team 2.
They put them in the net. Oh, Easy goes down. You're close towards the finish mark. Don't fumble the bag now. Team 2 close it out.
Gotta run,
the chase.
Gotta run.
It's all on the chase.
Chased him down. That blade ball was not giving up easy. 14-17. 10 minutes remain, but I think we'll be done by then. Easy. Got himself a quintuple shot. Oh my lord, that's awesome.
The quintuple shot coming out. They said it couldn't be done.
Easy said, just watch.
And he did it. He did it. Oh, nice response on the timing on that one. That's clean for the bounce back.
I think we're at 18-18 apiece right now. Very tense, down to the wire.
Could be anyone's game. Ooh, taking the ball out of play.
Quadruple.
Yeah.
Oh no, 17. No, it was not 18, it was 16. But they're getting closer to that tie. That's disrespect right there, going for the prone.
A little bit of ego.
What's this?
Well, they've frozen the ball.
He's using his special move.
Keeping you guessing. They said it couldn't be done. But it did.
Put this game on ice for the time being. It looks like they might just be thawing themselves out.
19 now. So close to closing it. Very intense show match here on the old blade ball. Bouncing it around. Another one comes back, 19-18. About a thimble of distance between them. Good use of the swords to deny that one. There's the long tap. Good rebound.
Oh, that was good. Yeah, I like that. The way it came back on them. Now 19 points for Team 2. I think it really is just the one blade ball remaining. The tactics on display here. There it is, Al Hadji finishes things off, and they will win the best of 3 off the back of that. Well done.
They've done it in 2. They've done it in 2. Look at the excitement. Look how happy they are.
Here it comes, the water balloon.
Uh-oh.
All 4 water balloons.
Oh, no. 1 for each of them.
Al Hadji's so excited. Al Hadji was immediately in there. He was very excited to get the balloons out.
Oh, they're being nice at least. They've moved the jackets. They've moved the team jackets. Oh, here we go.
Ooh, hey!
Oh, how Al Hadji is loving it.
You've ruined me, yeah. Yeah, that's nice. I like that.
Oh,
yeah,
that was
good.
fun. That was a bit of fun, wasn't it?
Yeah. Honestly, to be honest with you, I would quite happily take a water balloon on the head.
Yeah?
It's quite warm here for me.
Cool you off a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
We can ask production. I can get one. Our last game.
Do you want to come prank Blank?
Yeah, when we get the chicken dinner, I'll come in. I'll pop it on you. I'll pop it on you.
Here's a paddle ball. A little bit of a different game mode for you here.
Yeah, so forget about the blades. They're in the past. It's all about the paddles now. And you were saying you wanted to cool off a little bit. This looks like a nice place to do it, right?
Yeah. Paddle ball on the rise here in Saudi.
Yeah, it's becoming quite popular. Oh, and you can see why. It's very intense. A lot more rebounds. And that's the golden paddle up on top as well.
It's very cool.
It is cool.
I like the noise it makes as it gets quicker.
It's satisfying. You get a few of those rebounds off. Keeps it interesting. Everyone's seeming quite proficient at this one.
Yeah, it's. I think that this one's played quite frequently. Of a World of Wonder map. The creativity from the community on display, as per usual. And there's the victory.
That was quick. That was sick.
Gonna go again for another one.
Trying to make him move that golden paddle, wasn't he?
Silly, silly.
Uh-oh.
He's trying for the golden paddle.
He wants it. That's where it is, up on top of this water prism. Can he grab it?
Oh, that was awesome. Easy peasy. This feels more like a one-on-one. Just gone straight for it again. Look at that.
It's risky, isn't it? Trying to size up if you want to focus on just the 1v1 or going for the golden paddle. Different ways to play, different opportunities here, but the power is in the player's hands. It's up to you to have fun with it, Blank.
Yeah, the ball's frozen in mid-air. It's going to head backwards. Goodness me, Jackie. This is awesome.
It really is. Intense stuff here. But there was even more intense action to come, so let's get down to the stage.
Everything you've ever wanted is sitting on the other side of fear. And today we'll teach you the true value of all of your hard work and dedication. So, welcome to the PUBG Mobile World Cup and the Esports World Cup, and welcome to Championship Sunday!
This is where all the hard work pays off. One of these teams will get their hands on the Pmwc trophy and the lion's share of the $1.5 million prize pool. This is where history is made.
Success is not final, and failure is not fatal. Win or lose, you should all be so proud of how far you've come.
6 more maps in the STC arena will reveal your destiny and quite possibly begin your legacy. So let's welcome our teams for the final day of the main tournament, starting off with Alliance and Vampire Esports.
Miracle Vibes and Alola IHC.
The Xavier and Istanbul Wildcats. Next, Ruya.
Alpha 7 Esports and Reject. The world, get comfortable, because this is about to be a wild ride.
Months of preparation come down to this one final day. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup. It is time for Championship Sunday!
The stakes are higher than they've ever been.
What we have seen so far in the first 2 days of the main tournament has just been a lot of uncertainty. We don't know who's going to be the champion.
We're about to find out who's going to be the PUBG Mobile World Cup champion for the first time. By far the most beautiful trophy we've ever seen. You have bragging rights going all the way to the end of the year and an extra slot for your region for the PUBG Mobile Global Championships coming right around the corner.
We have teams like DRX, a team that was in last place in group stages, made it to the main tournament in survival, now being able to perform well and being in contention for that championship.
Vampire Esports coming up short is a huge shock to me. I mean, I think everybody expected these guys to at least be in the top 3, but they're not anywhere even close to that. I'm hoping to see them crawl back on the last day, but it's going to be a hard one for sure.
Anything can happen. It can be Reject starting a championship run, not only winning PMGO, being able to win PMWC, and going back-to-back champions in global events.
Team Reject are going to be hunting down Alpha 7, looking to take them out once again. Alpha 7 got beat in their own hometown.
Alpha 7 possibly breaking that second place curse.
So you know they want this more than anybody, and the entire rest of the lobby is going to have their eyes on both of those squads.
Or you could have some surprise teams like TJP or a team from Indonesia.
Why should we be hyped for the last match? Are you kidding me, right? This is the biggest tournament of the year so far. You have to watch it.
Anything can happen in the final day of PMWC.
Anything can happen. And all of these remaining squads are gunning for an opportunity to take the trophy. Alpha 7 and Reject are number 1 and number 2 squads. It's poetry, the way the PUBG Mobile World Cup has shaped up at this point. The final day, the final 6 games, one of them will leave as champion.
PMGO Reject stole the title on home ground versus Alpha 7. Can they redeem themselves at PMWC, break the curse of second place, and take themselves home that trophy? Or will Reject once again go for a grand slam here this year, taking PMGO into PMWC? The biggest surprise I think we've had in quite a long time in PUBG Mobile. Japan takes the world by storm.
An opportunity for it to be the year of Japan. playing with a unique style that other squads aren't matching. Reject are bringing a different flavor to the game. And now it begins. The last day of the PUBG Mobile World Cup. We're getting into our opening game. Strap in, as Legacy is in the making.
Join us now as we prepare to crown the champions of Pmwc. Our first match of the day here on Sandhawk, playing path over towards that western side, towards Docks. You got Twisted Minds heading out early, Alpha 7. Not quite hitting the ground just yet. Alula IHC on that western edge haven't had too much impact here, but you can see our top players, Ragey Ocio, raging in these matches. 27 eliminations, putting everyone in the bin during this tournament. 5.5k damage. He's gone insane during this tourney, and it's so nice to see. It's so nice to see. But it's Twisted Minds and Talon, the double T's, at it again.
This is way worse for Talon as well. Currently that number 3 team, yes, you've got about 20 to 30 points of distance between you and making your way up towards the top, but struggling off the back of an awkward encounter with Twisted Minds to open up the day is the worst case scenario. As at least a reply onto Obscure, misery strikes first, but we're already suffering casualties in the lobby.
People understand that, you know, what they need to do is get into the match, get a good start here. Hot drops might be the angle. It's the last Sandhawk of the tournament, and this is where usually this happens, is you bring out some weird tech that people haven't been expecting because they won't see this map again. You don't have to prepare for another map. So I do like this, potentially get ahead. IWNRX, they get a player knock. Twisted Minds down to 2 now with 1 player knock themselves. And Boom Esports will reap the rewards. And I think for 6th place for Boom, they're looking to head further up. Right now, 6th is 75 points. 5th, 76. 4th and 77. So there is a real tight gap between those 3 spots and a real jump up in cash if they're able to move up the leaderboard.
A lot to play for. You have to bring your A game. Yeah, GK first from Tong Jiabao as well, currently in 4th place. He was looking over from a distance. This is his POV. Of course, from that opening bout, the hot drop between Twisted and Talons, he's just been peeking around the edge of the doorway, the threshold, getting the assess on it. They might move down towards him. I mean, Axel's in the tree line. Solo right now, split from the squad.
I mean, the players over on Talon really low. And they haven't had access to, honestly, many supplies in terms of meds, so GK first could get pretty smooth 1v4, honestly. He hears them. Axel knows. He has the third-party peek.
Jump up with the burst. GK first. His big boon could be the secondary, but they've got a DBS. They exchange blows. You get the pick up, back up, just as the rest of the squad arrived, and that's only Longs. You're actually not in a great spot for this. It's unfortunate his position was spotted in his mind, but for Talon, that's a saving grace.
I do enjoy the way they just stared him in the eyes.
Yeah.
As he was looking through the window from the outside of the third-party peak. Only player who has picked up some pretty good moments in the past for Tong Jiabao, currently in 4th place. Looking to remedy this situation, but there are eyes on from the sidelines. That's 4MV. But currently in 13th place.
Right down towards the bottom side.
Team that we predicted to be around there as well. We just thought that they might choke in the finals a little bit, which is unfortunate because they are a really good team.
They are. We knew they had firepower. I think we said they'd be around 12th towards the end of the tournament, expecting them to struggle here in the playoff portion. And it's felt like that's the way the story has been written. We'll see how they end their day. For now, it was a nice little stab onto Tong Jiabao. You saw that opportunity, you take a few shots, of course, they're already down GK first. They don't want to overcommit and stay in this dangerous territory, knowing you've got eyes on from separate angles and the compound now being firmly controlled by Talon. Hello, though. Boom. They get that opening tag across, but instantly, Tianba, roaming as a pack, they find him. Take one straight away, so boom, suffering down to a trio as well.
Yeah, not a good way to start your game. I think Boom actually started off with an elimination from their side, which is not bad, but yeah, losing a player, not great here on Sandhawk, especially on an Eastern shift like this, where you want to be able to hold one of the many compounds that sit in this area as a 4, take those angles, take those sight lines. set yourself up for success towards the end game. But it's Alpha 7, Reject. Once again, let's quickly take stock of where they are. Alpha 7 in Lakawi, over towards the water. And they'll have to be still like a pond here. Not let the ripples of Reject bother them too much. These guys over towards Quarry at the moment, behind Team Liquid. A bit of a queue setting up here. Patience needed.
There is no room for mistakes today. That is the biggest part. As much as you have to play aggressive, you have to play with confidence and switch up your play style. Keep teams guessing, potentially bully some squads. If you make the first mistake, it could all come tumbling down. Xavier, they swoop in. This was IWNRX that found an opportunity to fight versus Boom, but now they're getting thrust into an up-close engagement. IWNRX replying back. The DBS rip-roaring. Shots from the sideline go in. Sara down and out as Ayala from Team Liquid kicks off that engagement, but Reject are moving up. They smell the damage. They smell the potential for points here up against the fight that's going on in front of them, but IWNRX are already cleaned up.
There's blood in the water, and I think for Reject, they can pick up some points here. This is what they've been trying to do most days, is just get as many points on board from these games. Crazy in a dangerous situation. The vehicle's popped, and in comes Team Liquid from behind. Everyone's gunning for points here.
A fight's breaking out. Team Liquid third-partying onto what remained of Xavier with Paragen falling to the wayside. Nice nades as well. That takes down Boom as Divine's able to get a clean hook across. But you've got to withstand the test that Liquid are bringing towards you. They outnumber them in the battle of attrition. The difference is you're fighting an uphill battle with Reject controlling some cover.
Regiocio goes out to pick up some loot here from the death crates, potentially some nades, some more stims, etc. I think he gets a whiff of an idea of where Team Liquid are. Holding behind these rocks, drops of smoke, potentially cross. Regiocio, quick peek out, gets some good damage. This guy has been on fire throughout this tournament.
We've been so complimentary of the power that OCO has had from distance in a lot of these fights. Problem is, he might have bitten off more than he can chew here. He's been taking pot shots, but they isolate him, so Reject, that #2 team, down to just a duo.
Too many elims either. Divine has to back off. This was a massive fight that broke out. And we talked about the queue that sat in this situation, and everyone started to bustle and hustle and push in front of one another. It's created this horrid third party, fourth party, fifth party on top of this mountain. Divine has to hit some shots with the DBS, gets the first one, and there needs to be support here as Mythic will finish him off. Duello has a nade.
Duello the duelist. Is he handy with his steel on this one? Tries to reposition from the nade. Pot shot round the corner onto Cardozin. Duello, good for the first fight. Some damage done on him as well. The HP pool for Liquid isn't amazing. They've got to be on target with the utility usage to force Duello back. He goes in for the stim. Meanwhile, across the map, everyone is scrapping. You got damage in the backline off the heel, but not quick enough for the response. Reject go down early in game 1.
Team Liquid coming out the gates blazingly fast here. Up to 6 elims despite losing a player, but Alpha 7 still in the game, down towards the southeast. Potential for them to get a big third party off here as Pubg Bao starts to harass over towards 4 Miracle 5s as Doc goes down.
This was Pmwc that looked like they had a very bumpy course going into game 1 with the opening sequence, but they realized if they want to fight for a placement, they've really got to fight for it. They bring the hurt onto 4 Miracle Vibes. Like you said, Alpha 7 at the minute allowed to stay out of trouble. Just assess the lay of the land. Knowing they're ahead in points, they want to take smart battles where they could rack themselves up those elims. For Miracle Vibes don't get that blessing. They get swamped by teams. DRX are now beating onto them.
Alpha 7 looking to potentially move their way up the hillside. Out comes Soez, good spray, and 4 Miracle Vibes are down again. Removed from the game. Down to 10 teams, mate. We're so early in the game, and everyone's trying to gun for as many points as possible to ladder up, to get further outside into those top rankings, earn some more money on this tournament. No one's pulling any punches during these games.
That first game of Championship Sunday was always set in the stars to deliver. And the stars are shining at the minute. MrFINI from a distance, looking out into the rotate from Tiamba. This is the replay from IWNRX, that first engagement that kicked off a huge bout between all of our squads, fighting over control of potential elimination points. That's what triggered the move in from Liquid, the shutdown of Reject, and left us to where we are now.
Alpha 7 almost loses a player there. I don't know who it was on the team. I believe it was MrFINI, yeah, who took a very heavy beating from up high. And again, it does feel somewhat like Alpha 7 early on the day get a little bit worried about their positioning. They want to play a little bit more passive, which feels very strange considering towards the start of the tournament where they beat out Reject the most was just on those full frontal plays where they ran at them. And now you have a bit of a switch up where it's Alpha 7 playing much more safe and Reject just getting stuck into it. It's almost as if either team has sort of learned from one another and what each team does best and how they can add that to their own arsenal. But I do think that Alpha 7 just plays better as an aggressive team.
Oh yeah. When you see them feeling themselves in these matchups, when they can roam as a wolf pack, everyone is so on point with the gun skill. They have those games where it's just elim after elim, fight after fight, and they look so decisive in doing so. For Twisted Minds, this is very uncomfortable though. 2 players alive, one of them barely limping out of the situation. Ratto Boy trapped behind the car as Talon put the pain on. For Talon though, this is not a great start to the day for our number 3 team.
It's sort of amusing because I think Twisted Minds has been one of the most frustrating opponents to come up against in these games so far because they're consistently bothering 1 or 2 teams. They don't get far into the match, it's just like they pick one team and then they have a grudge match with them the entire match. It doesn't make a huge amount of sense. Here comes nades down towards Alpha 7 on the vehicle to pop him out the way. Good move from Shan as well, but a great Molotov from Alpha 7 to get him out from that outpost. The overlook being removed is a really big deal. You can't line up very good nades now. So I have to guesstimate the position of Alpha 7 down the hill.
And he would have been such a problem. He had a great position up there. You could see it from his POV when we first joined the fight, the way it looked like he was set up to potentially deal a ton of damage onto McGrellin. That elevated angle would have been so useful for him. They're forced back. This is Alpha 7 with a 2-2 split in the way they're playing this one as well. So you've got backup from range with MrFINI. And then the focus on the front. Oh, backstab onto Tiamba. That's DRX taking a piece.
Power. Al-Haji here taking down the remnants of IHC. The rest of the team actually does get into the circle. They're on the northwest side, so not a bad engagement from them. Stage 3 though. 26 players. What is this initial Sandhawk? It's been so action-packed so far. DRX burning away.
DRX burning through the flames, but that's turning the heat up as they take the battle to Tiamba and put a lot of pressure on them. Alpha 7 moving up, regrouping somewhat as well. 3-pronged attack with the push in here, looking to actually commit off the back of the damage from this eruption. The fight from the swoop in from DRX. Team Liquid also want to instigate a battle here. Shooting underneath the floorboards is good for a bit of a pick-me-up. MrFINI needs to drop back though as he takes a hit.
A little bit worried here. Now just one player remains here for Tiamba, but Alliance, they've got eyes on. They see Alpha 7. They work their way up the leaderboard. Got himself 1 elimination. And in a fairly solid position here. Lined up along the high ground. Revo cannot peek out for too long. McGrellin left behind. Potentially, Linux is a little bit of a backstab opportunity here for Talon. On to Alpha 7 as McGrellin does not get back to the team quick enough.
Depends what information he's given. It's going to be a bit of giveaway as well with the sound and the smoke coming out of the vehicle if he tries to make his move. Slowed down on the timing as well from the geometry as he's got to reposition himself. Going to clear out inside the building. Top himself up with some extra loot. Think about the sustainability of his potential late solo play. See how long he can survive. Revo's been getting pelted by bullets every time he peeks, and again has to tuck in.
Yeah, a lot of teams now have information of where Alpha 7's playing, and I think that's the most difficult part for them at the moment, is that because they're on this high ground, so many teams have already scouted them, that their removal from this location is going to be a tricky one. Likely going to wait for the circle to come their way, let it bless them a little bit and play off the back of that. But if they have to move, Tiamba's not going to be happy with them. Alliance is not going to be happy with them. And Twisted Minds might be able to get some side swipes. So for Alpha 7, they've made plenty of enemies already in this match.
Linux tapping away, slowly skulking forward as the zone ushers him in, as the blue starts to arrive. Last second opportunity to get suited and booted. And then he's got to hope that no one is watching towards his angle. That in the meantime, attention is drawn elsewhere from a fight breaking out. Alpha 7 still just with a slight split, assessing the overall lay of the land and getting a read on where Tiamba have gone off the back of that previous engagement. You might have eyes on this as well. Good high ground for the late flank from Talon.
Yeah, I mean, for Linux, like we said before, he could be a bit of a problem, but I think that they have a good idea of where he is. Belly to the ground now. Grass brushing up against the nose. Just hope he doesn't sneeze and alert the rest of Alpha 7 to his location. Next circle, stage 5. We'll be hitting soon. Ending around barn here. A lot of high ground to be working with. And that big old dip into barn itself. Most teams just angling themselves on the outside with nice little valley outlooks over towards one another. And we do center up over towards the side. Right now, Team Liquid has a really nice spot.
And it's Team Liquid staying alive with all 4 players as well. Just the 3 rather. The curse continues. It's been very unlucky for them over the flow of the playoffs here with how many times they've gone down a man early. We've seen though, they can be proficient with a trio. So if they lose another man, it becomes a bit of a problem. It could throw them into a stinker. Power were also sniffed out on their rotate up. You saw a couple shots go across from Alpha 7, but no over-engagement onto it.
Yeah. I think for Alpha 7 right now, they do have to leave. They know that eventually they're going to have to leave from this high ground. And it's not in such a way that it's problematic at the moment, but this does make it feel uncomfortable, I would say. Where you know on this next circle, likely you're going to have to clear out power, potentially Alliance, but it's not so uncomfortable that you might think about staying for a little bit longer. But yeah, for Alpha 7 right now, I do think that there is some immediate moves that need to be taken. Carrillo, good sprays on Twisted Mind. Start things off. They scatter back behind the rocks here.
Keep your noses clean, keep your heads down. They found Linux. He went for the long rotate round the back, but arrived on their portion of the map, and they did not want to give him any free space. Nice connection from Rat, oh boy. Puts the pressure back on, but it's so uncomfortable for him. Zone burning away at the HP. Bullets when he peeks up. I think he accepts his fate and knows that he's about to go down. So Revo takes the credit for that one. Zone rolls in. We say goodbye to Twisted Minds and Fin the herd some more.
Vampire slowly have worked their way up the tables, I would say, over the last day. Still looking fairly decent. Typical Vampire fashion, though, is that, you know, come alive towards the end, but this tournament, it's not a case where other teams leave the door open. They've closed it and locked it tight. Just 2 teams really battling out towards that top end of the lobby. Mafioso barely can peek out before the bullets whiz past his forehead.
This is making it a bit more uncomfortable now for Alpha 7. Using a lot of the utility they had available to them. Haven't had many opportunities to restock in some time. There's the clap back. Good peek on the angle. Yeah. Revo heals himself up, wins out that fight versus the Tiamba man. Vampire still got their eyes on it. They see the quick rotate and know they're starting to advance.
Yeah, Alpha 7 is trying to squeeze as many points as possible out of this game. A quick step up with the nade that comes through, but they're trying to angle these nades back on towards that overlook. Should be decent. Nice bounce on it as well. Jumps out the window and into danger. It bounces over the balcony and blows his legs clean off as he vaults.
Great bounce on the nade. The psychological games there proving to be the bigger piece of the pie and making it awkward. So Alpha 7 just focusing on those eliminations, just focusing on taking smart fights. They get an opportunity to grab a little bit more loot as well from the boxes that Tiamba leave behind. Alliance and Power at one point seemed like they could be a problem, but since then it's gone quiet. They set their attention back on the Liquid. Opening nades, cast across. They get close. If you get a nice nade through the doorway, Liquid could be on uncomfortable waters. Oh, these are almost primed. The DBS is closing the gap though. Problems could be arising here. Liquid need to put the foot down.
Mythic just leaving a trail of mines in the front side, and like a mythical beast himself, will swing the jaws down on Alliance. You got Cluck on the side though, and they will clean them out. But what a defense Mythic had there. 8 eliminations on the game, and you're right, they were limping along with just the 3 players. Seems to be a curse that they cannot break. 4 elims for Alpha 7 once again into a top 5. A huge game for them to start off the day, and another lovely spray from Revo.
The energy's there for Alpha 7. They're playing with aggression now. They're starting to see the potential pathway towards victory, and they want to beeline straight towards it. Getaway maneuver from Vampire. They didn't like the fight they were thrown into. You crash into Power. It's an upset on the battle back. Al-Haji goes down, but Revo is still stealing away eliminations. Nades over the top, swept, lucky to be alive. Alpha 7 still see opportunities for more points. They close the gap. They're pushing on down. They want to finish this one with so many eliminations. Nades on target. There's the follow-up. Schweppes is blown away. Al-Haji, he's probably going to be talking out of commission now, and it's all about Alpha 7. They're just thinking about the last few pickups, take down the last 2 men, and close it with a chicken dinner and some points off the back.
Alpha 7 looking for the technical back-to-back from yesterday's game where they hit a high streak. Now looking to finish off Power and absorb some of that for themselves. It will be the last player here, and Alpha 7 takes themselves a chicken dinner at the start of the day. Yesterday, finishing strong, starting today strong. The Brazilians in the crowd happy about this one. Potentially, the curse can be finally lifted as they get a lovely lead to start things off. But it's not over yet for this team.
It's just beginning. But the first chicken dinner of Championship Sunday is Alpha 7's. They climb further up the rankings, giving themselves a buffer of points. And we've seen how much better it is for this team when the energy is good from the get-go.
Yesterday, they didn't seem best pleased at that first match. They made a bit of a misplay on the approach. But for Alpha 7, confidence, the mindset, it's everything for them in these matches. And here, in the beautiful orange jerseys for the final day, they're feeling themselves.
All eyes on them. Huge action here from them. They played their cards close to their chest until they saw the opportunities to turn up the ignition, and then they did not stop. Pickup after pickup after pickup. They run away with things towards the tail end of the game. And going to show they might be here to play blank. Like you said, can they upset the curse? Can they finally have that trophy as a title for Alpha 7?
Break the ritual here for themselves. But a great, great start for them. I think Revo definitely happy with this one. Consistently hitting massive shots for the team so many times, and it's really, really good to see. And I think for Alpha 7, this has been a long time coming. I like the way they played this day out, though. This is a real change of pace for Alpha 7, and if you're a fan of them, you love to see this. They didn't go absolutely crazy in this first game. It was just slow and paced out and just really good technical ability, which is all you really want at the end of the day. And if you want to watch some more PUBG Mobile, stick around with us, as we'll be back after the break.
4,000 of years, my wrath has burned in the waters of the deep. Its power
Welcome back, everyone, to the desk, as we do have our lovely victory indeed here for Alpha 7.
Yes!
Oh my god.
Yes! Dun, 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 dun. What a way to start.
This is going to be great, because when they still come in second place at the end of the day, I'm going to go back to this moment and rip on you. And
That's fine.
Clip it.
Let me
send
enjoy
it around the world.
Well, the thing is, they took advantage of... Oh, by the way, we do have
They've
a
done
record
it.
breaker. They they broke something already. It hasn't been the second place curse yet. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen at the end of the day. But being able to break that record in regards to total wins? 25,000?
Typically, the host role will
sorry. I'm just happy.
He was so excited. So excited.
Jeez.
Yeah, most chicken dinners in the event, now 5, could potentially put the record even higher for next year. Well, if Alpha 7 was smart, they keep it at 5, and they come back and do 6 next year so they can win even more money. But can they potentially break the chicken dinners in a day as well, which is currently at 2?
That would be nuts if they got another 2 on the day here. But I mean, they've already had 2 the first day, 2 the second day. If we get another here, as you say, pushing that quite far. But just in general, it felt almost destined that they were going to win this game on Sandhawk, especially towards those last circles, getting that eastern shift. They had the pick of the litter in how they wanted to play out those last remaining circles. If they had to go down towards Barn, I was a bit concerned about how things would actually go, but no, the circle favored them, and it's a brilliant win for a brilliant first place currently.
And the problem with that win for other teams out there is there's a lot of teams missing that were in the running, that got eliminated early on. You can see here at Reject, they were 10 points behind Alpha 7 at the start of the day. They go out early. I don't think they got any placement points. All they got was 2 eliminations. And then that goalpost we talk about moves even further ahead of them with the 19 points Alpha 7 gets.
It is, and that was the big surprise. That like as soon as Reject got eliminated, I was like wondering, okay, how is Alpha 7 going to be able to take advantage? Because usually they're not able to take full advantage of it. You were talking about whether they were able to kind of play the south of that circle. I enjoyed the third party that they were able to do on DRX and Tiamba. We had a bit of a stalemate between Alpha 7 and Tiamba. They weren't quite sure. We're wondering, okay, is Alpha 7 maybe going to end up doing a rotation towards the east, a wide rotation towards the east and go towards north? They decided to just stay in their place, and this is what we've been talking about even from yesterday for Alpha 7. They've been doing the right place. They've been working on their timing, and I feel like the timing is what ended up getting them the win this time around.
I think they're the only team right now that looks like the complete package to me. Be it, are they in the central position? They can play out of those. Are they able to sweep, even on Sandhawk, which is the hardest sweeping battleground, by the way, and they can do that as well. You can see the elation on their faces. They know this is big. And is it doomsday now for all of these other teams? Every single one of these other teams is going to have to become an Avenger level threat to try and catch up to the position that they found themselves in, Jason.
Well, don't forget also for Alpha 7, who have come to choke on the 3rd and final day of events, they kind of get a massive morale boost, as you saw them all elated with that victory, really helping to propel themselves into the next 5 matches. You can see it's almost a 30-point gap between 1st and 2nd place. Town as well, 21 points behind 2nd place. Like, this is getting really tough for other teams out there, and it's almost hard to ever say now that Alpha 7 is not taking it home.
I'm excited, but come on. Let's calm down a little bit. Let's bring it down a notch. I mean,
he's scared.
Yes, I am. It's about, what, 27 points lead that they currently have. It is good for them to start off with the win. The players are not going to be getting into their head, and that's the usual issue that happens with this team. They make mistakes, they start overthinking stuff, and then everything just goes downhill. Everything crashes. With this, now they're going to have the confidence. Now some of the other teams, I'm hoping that Alpha 7 starts being a little bit more aggressive and makes the other teams think twice about certain situations.
Trying to hold them at bay a little bit in some of the moves that they can potentially make. I mean, you even saw it in Alpha 7 management after the game concludes as well. They know how big a deal a start to day number 3 is like that for Alpha 7. It has almost been written in the stars in the past that this team would eventually take a #1 spot. Right now, they're staring down the barrel of this championship. There is a world where some of these teams could catch up, but my, what a start.
It's the Neymar buff, man.
Oh.
Well, if we're talking about you know, teams adjusting,
Senna, the suits too. I mean, there's so much at stake for them.
There is. But we're talking about teams maybe adapting some styles. Taking a look at Sandhawk and taking a look at Tiamba, they didn't sit and wait forever. They went for an early rotation to get into the zone, so it seems like they have some changed some things up, but unfortunately for them, it's not going to net them really anything in this round.
Definitely so. Not only the fact that these teams were trying to get central much quicker than their previous Sandhawks, but also there was a heightened level of aggression from
bloody
some of these.
Sandhawk.
Yeah, very much so in those early stages. We had like 4 or 5 teams down and out before we'd even have that second circle really kind of find full fruition. So it really does feel like there's obviously a lot at stake for these teams. They understand the severity of the situation here. And on Sandhawk, when you kind of, I mean, we already had those hot drops going off so early, it gets very, very dicey.
Yeah, seeing Talon and Twisted Minds go head-to-head is a little bit awkward because Talon is one of those teams who's in contention for first place. Luckily for them, they actually eliminated 2 players in Twisted Minds, and I don't believe they lost anyone on their side. But there's just so much that these other teams need to do now. That one victory moves the goalpost so far that you almost have to be even more aggressive if you want to catch that. Though I will say right now, maybe it's a little bit early on or too early on the day to do that just yet.
Yeah, especially for those 3rd to 8th place teams. And with Talon, though, what actually surprised me is they decided to switch their landing spot. They could have ended up going to hot in and hot drop again with Power, but they decided not to do it. But they ended up in another hot drop. So for them, I'm kind of left wondering, what are they going to be doing here in Erangel? Are they going to continue to try to readjust? Or are they maybe just going to go back to playing their style, which has kind of worked out for them? Especially yesterday, their Erangel was just so strong for them.
Yeah, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. They have to go back to what is true, tried and tested for someone like Talon to be able to challenge those top spots, if at all, if it can even occur anyway. I think one thing that really does lend the favor is the fact that Reject just had a disaster of a start for them. And Reject, in the past day especially, really did feel like they rolled with the punches well. If you start off like this, it takes a little bit longer to really gather that speed.
For Talon, is it going to be Mystery, or is it going to be Actual, or is it going to be a new player? Because those has been the main 2 players in the main tournament.
Okay, well, we're going to find out soon, but not before reminding you guys once again about the Pmwc Violet Thunder set and S12K, which now thinking about it, maybe they should recolor this to black and orange in the Alpha 7 colors. We'll see, but I know 7 would get that in a heartbeat. Based off the design by Ailu in the PDPX Esports Outfit Design Contest. Of course, commemorates the Pmwc trophy. But speaking of commemorations, we're going to head back to our casters to bring us into our first angle of the 3 of the day. It's Blanky. Wow, Blanky. Blank and Jackie.
It's those guys.
It's those guys.
Yes! Alpha 7.
That's right, we wrap you up warm and make you feel nice and cozy, but the games are certainly not going to be comfortable for any one of these squads. Blanky here on the desk. Oh, Blank, it's been a treat already, mate. Alpha 7 breaking records, looking incredible.
Yeah, I mean, they've been breaking records this entire time, getting so close. In fact, the record that they've probably broken the most is how close can we get to a title without getting it? Yeah. But this time it feels like maybe that's not what they're gunning for. And I think that it does really feel like they've put a lot of work in preparing for this event to make sure they can show us the best performance possible for Alpha 7 to do Brazil proud, considering Team Liquid has done very bad.
Man,
they're going to have to take it home. There's no safety nets.
No, there's no, like, you know, you're not strapped in. You've not got the little carabiner holding you on to some sort of rope that's going to keep you safe. It is just you live and die by the sword. Yeah. And you could see how much it meant to them as well. You've got the support staff, you've got the family, everyone there on looking in the crowd. It must be incredible to see them taking chicken dinners like that, having huge games. The story isn't over for the other squads. There's still room, but that chance gets slimmer. And that's what Alpha 7 are going to want to focus on, right? Their own game, extending that lead each and every game, not letting anyone nip at their heels.
Well, that has been the difficulty, at least for Reject as well, is the fact that Alpha 7 has been very, very difficult to keep down.
Yeah.
They have consistently stayed on the trajectory towards that top side, despite Reject constantly outperforming them in eliminations, which is a good thing for Alpha 7, I would say, because Alpha 7, very heavy elim team, used to be the point where they get towards the end of a tournament like this and they would just start sending bullets all around the arena. This time around it feels more methodical, a more mature approach to the game. And I think that is very, very good for them, because we have seen far too many times in the past where they will go out, try and get heavy and higher limb games, but This time they're just putting up points every single time, every single game. And it's getting very difficult now for Reject to keep up with that pace.
It's going to have to be incredible game after incredible game for them. And with one match already played out, your opportunities for chicken dinners, your opportunities for eliminations get smaller and smaller. So you can't afford to come in slow. No yawning, Blank. You've got to be switched on. You've got to be in flow state. You've got to jolt up in your seat and be ready for these games.
If you're tired, man, don't be. It's time to be awake in this moment. It's time to come out from that slumber, because the dream is here. It is now to become the #1, to be the one here at the Pmwc at Esports World Cup. As we head into match 2, it is a wrangle on our screens.
You can take the title, be crowned champion of the first ever PUBG Mobile World Cup here at the Esports World Cup. And Game 2 is getting underway. Our squads on screen, ready for the action with the GT20 pros in their hands, trying to outplay the rest with the best phone in the business. And you're going to need that A-game, Blank.
Specifically for Alpha 7, they are bringing the A-game. They are the Alpha and not the Omega here. Taking things to the very top of the leaderboards. 136 points, a heavy chase to make for Reject. 109 points. 27 points behind. That would be a 17 elim game and a chicken dinner just for Reject to break even at this point. So Reject needs to have a good game here on our angle, and Alpha 7 need to go down early. So I think with that first game of the day, Alpha 7 has set themselves up in such good stead. This is going to be hard to break out from for Reject, and they are almost relying on Alpha 7 making mistakes now.
You have to play your best and hope that mistakes are made across Alpha 7. I don't think they're the sort of squad that are going to want to make concessions, though, with how good they've looked coming into today, and especially the triumphant performance they put on to close yesterday's games. Although, we talk about elims being the big piece of the puzzle for Reject, they still currently lead with most eliminations over this portion. They've been looking very mean. If you give them an opportunity to fight, oh, that's not nice. We join the game with Twisted Minds going down one man. It's Ratto Boy on his own. He's been bonneted.
Honestly, for Twisted Minds, they just cannot find a home, right, at this point in time. Not at all. Your Reject stuck in towards the mix there as well. With DXavier, Twisted Minds, DRX all surrounding them. Bit of an awkward location to be in with a southeast circle here. Leaning over towards Sosnovka. Alpha 7 has a long trip ahead of them. But in a sense, have a safer trip if they head over towards Severny, past Yaz, potentially take the Eastern Bridge. For Reject, this is actually a bit more of a tough game, in the sense that there's quite a few teams around them that might gatekeep them as they head into the circle. Looks like they are sending further up towards Rozhok. This is a really long drop from them. They're still in parachutes, Jackie.
Yeah, they're still soaring through the skies. I think they saw what was going down beneath them and how close the density was of the other squads that dropped around, and have changed pace on where they wanted to go. Coasting, using that power of the wind all the way up towards Rozhok to reposition themselves and think about getting looted a little bit later into this one.
That's a really, really long drop from them. Amusing to see. Ow. The ankle buster, we call that one.
Yeah, never nice. Never nice.
IDBNRX, you know, they've come out and they've performed pretty well. And I think that if you looked at the leaderboards right now, we talk a lot about Alpha 7 and Reject, because really they are the only two teams going to task one over towards the top side of the lobby. There's still a huge amount of movement underneath there, right? Third place at present is 88 points. That drops to 79 in fourth. If we go down to, let's say, 11th place and 12th, 61 points to 79, 12 to 4th place. That's a game. That's just a pretty standard game. So there's a lot that can still change up to 4th place right now, which would be a huge jump in prize pool. So although a lot of eyes are on Alpha 7 and Reject, because for both teams, there has been a Shakespeare story written out for us right now with PMGO and Alpha 7 not being able to secure that 1st place for so very long. There is also a huge amount of movement that can still happen.
We were saying that over the course of the event, really. It's looked so competitive amongst these teams. And there is a lot of room. The difference in prize money, the difference in bragging rights.
It's enormous.
Oh yeah, man. You really do want to give it your absolute all. Put the blood, sweat and tears into the final day here. Championship Sunday, Blank. You got to give it everything you've got. Ride by the seat of your pants, basically.
Do whatever works. Do whatever you can to make it. Oh, okay. It's the Peloton.
It's the BMX Bandits.
It is the BMX Bandits. Dude, what a play that was. You know, they all rocked up. They all put the mountain bikes in the backpack. They got on the boat. It's like, you can't take a car with you, but you can take the bikes. Smart moves from Alliance, and they get themselves over towards Nova Rep Neuer. Solid position. Not seen that before. That's one of my favorite moments from the tournament.
Yeah, that was actually kind of cool. Good catch from the replay team there on the observing squad.
Yeah, big thumbs up.
That one. That was nice.
Alpha 7 do actually instead just opt to go for a southern rotate because things really opened up around Gatka. And they just flew right in. There is Vampire, Power, and DRX, though I believe Alpha 7's feeling fairly confident coming into this game. They spot Newsy off in the distance. He's located. Information's passed back as they head towards the showrooms.
Now, McGrellin got eyes on to Newsy, but the rest of the squad was a bit further back. And with the geometry there, they were tucked in a little bit behind the hillside. Mafioso moves up with Revo in the passenger seat, and they're going to look for the info, see if they can get the wide berth round on the edge of things.
I like this.
That's where they are. Yeah, they spot them now.
Good distraction from the two players in behind, and now there. And a daisy chaining to one another. Tony K, though, spots. Actually has some good shots on, but very, very good spray control there from McGrellin to sit him back down again. That could have been very dangerous if it wasn't for the on-target spray there from McGrellin.
And that was their big gambit as well. Tony K on the late peak up with the rest of them moving out. You know, that's your reliance on him doing something pretty unthinkable with a weapon. And would there be anyone else better for it? Like, Tony K's actually proven he's damn good with the gun skill. But that's uncomfortable. He heals himself back up. Fair play to McGrellin on target, even factoring in the momentum as he's driving by.
Yeah.
IWNRX on screen here. Tong Jiabao. A bit slower from what we saw yesterday. They had some highlight moments. Got to say to them, you know, the nades that we were seeing, the way Flower was pulling out some big plays, it felt like it was all coming together yesterday, Blank.
Yeah, Flower has been pollinating the entirety of the lobby at the moment.
I like that one. Well done.
And honestly, he's done very well with it. And I think that he has had a big step up during this tournament, and Tong Jiabao has looked very, very strong. They weren't able to kind of carry across some of that strength from day 1 into day 2 and 3. Stagnated a little bit, I would say, but I think for a 5th place at the moment with the opportunity to potentially drop up into a 3rd, I still think that's a really big result for Tong Jiabao at the end of this one for China, when there just really wasn't a massive amount of stock placed in either of these teams of Tiamba and Tong Jiabao coming before into this event. And right now the two Chinese teams, like brothers in arms, are sat very close to one another in the leaderboards. It's nice. It is really nice. Second circle will shift on down, and it's an awkward one. Splits between both the mainland and the island itself down towards that south side. That's an interesting one to play. Alpha 7 now in a situation where this rotate they're going for down towards the south side no longer feels as impactful.
An awful lot of water fragmenting both the playable spaces. Hang on though, Boomer out to play. They swoop in onto Liquid and look to bring the hurt straight towards them. There's a bit of a reply, and it's uncomfortable in the jump out from the vehicle as well for Boom. So problems are rising. Oh, Cardozin taking shots back onto the fragmented players. Trying to get the lineup onto the man in the vehicle as well. For Boom, they thought they might have had the edge on this one. Now it's panic stations. It's all about, can I get the boys back up and actually withstand the might of Liquid that still have a split with Chief and Cardozin alive and kicking. He's closing the distance with the DPS. He's good for that cleanup.
Where's Chief?
Where is he? He's in the back line.
Taking so long to make his way over. You imagine some information's been passed through, but shots from Linux might just end the story here for Team Liquid. After a really valiant haul versus Boom, but they explode into nothingness during this match. As Talon might be the one to pick up the eliminations off the back of this one, currently sat in 3rd place.
They go charging in, looking to decimate what remains of the Boom squad down to 2. Quick peek, assess the overall move up. See if they can hold back Talon. Boom got nades to bring to the table. Linux might take that one on the chin. Nice tag there, you open it up. Fragmenting a lot of these potential peaks as well, but Boom struggling with one man down. Yummy also now gone. And Talon not doing it as cleanly as they would have liked to actually give themselves those elims and a fair firefight towards the end.
The Indonesian rivalry comes to a head here during this fight, and I mean, that's what makes it difficult. You play very similarly, Jackie, over in your respective PMSLs. So in a fight like that, it does get sloppy, it does get messy, because the reads into either team are kind of what they would expect in an international tournament like this. 2 players, Razy, left alive here for Boom as Talon just backs off. One of their players fully knocked and bleeding.
A lot of distance between them as well. So no potential. He's going to go down. So Boom with 2. Misery jumping in the back of the vehicle. Axel starting to make his move on foot. Luckily a vehicle nearby, so he can jump back into that, try and piece out. Ooh, a bit of a pathway on the rotate as well here for Boom as they're going down. Twisted Minds. Yeah, they lost Ratto Boy super early into the game, but the trio of them are still alive, and they're going to have to basically race their way across that bridge.
This is a really horrid circle, honestly, Jackie. Very difficult to play. You got the bridge over towards that northern side, which this circle can still center up on, by the way, at this point in time. And a massive amount of teams all trying to vie for that high ground on towards the south side on this island. Twisted Minds, they pick up some players from Boom as they rotate in together.
Oh, mate. Unload him with a shotty. Boom did not want any of that smoke. They just wanted to get themselves into the zone. They were focusing on just breezing ahead, but they're not only leaving behind their teammates, they might be leaving behind their chance to acclimate more points inside of this game.
Reject at the moment in the water. Slowly just making their way over, playing the submarine gameplay as they dive underneath. Swim on through towards the coastal side. Alliance are ready and waiting for them, though, as Talon have a similar approach here, and they rock up over towards the cliff, and I don't think Reject expected it. They waited as long as possible to make this move, but with Talon coming in so late, they might actually spot them making this cross, and if they take shots, then they alert a lot of teams to their presence. Alpha 7, on the other hand, nice little crossing that they made. Yes, it's awkward because there's teams around this area, but I wonder how many noticed the crash from the crossing. DRX should have eyes on. They should know of this position. There's scouting going on from McGrellan.
Power. Ooh, thought they had a nice bit of track and trace here. On Alula XIHC. Nade through the window. So low on Fadan. So that's going to take him down. Boom, now completely out of the running as well as GK first from Tongji Bao spots the last man that was barely limping his way into the new zone. And Power with a lot of pressure on them. They've got to get their teammate back up, see if they can revive Fadan and then focus on the fight that is yet to come. Godless, quick on his feet, with the backup of the rest of Alula XIHC, closing the distance and bringing the pain towards Power.
Power just dropping the minefields underneath the delay. Smoke goes up as well. Trying to remain as hidden as possible. Alula IHC throwing some interesting grenades through. Not really getting a whole lot done from these either. Godless underneath, the smoke just about to dissipate, but did get the full refresh. Decent nade, but not on target.
Meanwhile, we spoke about that water crossing for Reject. Talon were able to spot Divine, and he takes a hit. So Divine down. We'll see how that one pans out. And the battle between those two seems like it's getting worse for Reject as well, with Alliance being able to punish onto them and Misery shutting down Ocio. The clash between Power and Alula XIHC continuing in the meanwhile. Trades between either sides as the shotguns are roaring through the close competition. Divine goes down, problems arising all over the battlefield here. And Alula XIHC finally bringing out the mop and bucket to try and clean up against Power.
Very nicely done there. Again, I feel bad for Reject on this crossing because Talon has played a weird game this tournament. They played a very weird game in the way they get caught up in fights. They stay in these fights for so long. Reject tried to clear as much as possible before they made this rotation. And this is just where it's unlucky. Because as soon as these shots starts ringing through, Alliance immediately have a good idea of where that team is, where they're playing, and they take shots back. So that element of surprise is just gone. Talon's playing spoiler in this match.
Luckily for them, Misery does go down. He was out of meds, out of bandages, so the zone will be able to tuck him down to that knocked state. His teammate not really in a great spot to be able to do too much for him as well. It's going to be a long one for Axel, quite a distance between him and Reject, but then the problem comes the fact that they can get sponged up by Jimmy, who pushed down towards the coastal side for Alliance, and should have a good idea of how to tidy up the rest of Reject that remain.
Yeah, Alpha 7 might be able to just end the tournament right here now, though.
Yeah.
Because with the position they're in, where they can slide up on the coastal side, on this western edge, with so many other teams not having that safety net of having like the 180, having your back against the blue, knowing that that area has been cleared out and is safe, yeah, a lot of these other teams are going to start to go down. This can still move up towards the bridge. This is a very difficult circle to play. So much open ground. Derek's currently holding on to that high ground over towards that eastern side, which is going to be really, really important to continue controlling. Tiamba shots over towards 4MV. This is down on that south side. Alpha 7 might want to get involved.
They did take a first hit across. They got a tag out onto Tiamba and were able to knock one of the players. So Alpha 7 are starting to play their cards. Not fully committing into it, but realizing this is an opportunity potentially to get some more points on this one and still have a good bit of map control. Tongji about out again as they go down. Only 2 elimination points to their name. This is Alliance that were waiting for that cross, and Sara gets slain. He's knocked, not recoverable for Duello. Hard commits onto it as well, so he's taken out. Tiamba, it's really getting rough for him. For Miracle Vibes inflicting a ton of damage, and the chase begins for Alpha 7.
For Alpha 7, it's just been a very, very good match so far. And honestly, it's smart rotation. You can't fault them for the rotation they went for. You can't fault them for the fact that they were able to immediately spot onto Tony K's position and get a good shot back off towards him. It is Reefus, though, to pop Mafioso out. McGrellin immediately goes for the rotate, for the recovery on his teammate as well.
Reefus couldn't re-peek. He took so much damage, he barely gets himself out of the uncomfortable zone as well from the bullets that are being shot across by Revo.
Reject out. They go down. It looks like it is going over towards that bridge side. Vampire consistently are a conversation starter in these games, as they will pick up over towards that bridge. But a very hard shift away from Alpha 7 in this match. Not that it matters. If only they just profit a little bit on this game. Already into a top 7, they've done well. But I think with the way they've been playing, I don't even think a circle like this is going to stop them, really, Jackie. They've been fairly indomitable over the past few matches. Very difficult to deal with. 4MV got one shot off before they absolutely bullied them out of position. And now looking to clean them off from this high ground.
If If you take a fight with Alpha 7, you better hope you take down the whole squad, or else you're putting a huge X on your back, and they will want to swoop into you. McGrellin, he's the opening gambit, goes up close, hopping out the vehicle, but is slain. Not just a knock, a full elimination. So only a trio remains. Mafioso taking damage. Here comes the bonnet. The double rundown as Alpha 7 get mulled over.
Alpha 7 caught up in the wheels and caught up in their own confidence as perhaps they pushed into 4MV a little bit too lackadaisical there. A bit unfortunate. However, no real bad moments for either team there. I think for Alpha 7, Reject, they're in the exact same position they started off this game on. And Alpha 7's not unhappy with that. It's still a very difficult task for Reject to catch them up. Vampire, though, looking to climb the rankings even further.
Good center position so far. Decent cover as well from the water side, where Alula x IHC are slowly coming from, taking the odd pot shot here and there, but it's incredibly uncomfortable for them. You've got Alliance that have been down on the coast for so long. And for Miracle Vibes, have they got some newfound energy? As DRX might want to test how handy they are with their steel.
There's 7 limbs right now for 4MV. Very nicely done. This was this crazy buggy rundown. If you didn't go down to the shots going through from the gun, it would have gone down to the wheels either way. So a good performance there from 4MV. You need a miracle, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, they do. Potentially 4 of them to get them back into the game. 12th place currently. Looking to climb up a little bit, secure some more prize money. Gets a bit awkward in the engagement versus DRX. Fragmented with Baron trapped in the gulch towards the middle. QZZ battling bullets back as well. Fires off those warning shots.
Alula x IHC. Got Zol. I love the way Rogue and Zol's playing just over on this tiny little barren rock, which is actually giving them a position to take shots from, and they're doing work with it, actually. It's so funny. But sometimes you gotta take what you're given in these matches, and this is not a bad spot, honestly, all things considered. We finally move away from the water. Vampire have a very strong position to play around with, but DX Xavier can still take up that ridge, that high ground that 4MV and DRX are currently battling over.
And it wasn't looking great for quite some time here for Miracle Vibes. They were constantly getting knocked, getting each other back up, trying to top their HP pools up. But they do get a clean connection across now onto Hyunbin, and he's not recoverable, but it's a denied elimination point that will be snatched away by Alula x IHC. DX Xavier with the nades, casting them across. Looking to find where exactly everyone from Miracle Vibes is and see if they can pounce onto them. DRX move back down to give themselves a little bit of cover to play with, realizing their backs were so exposed to the water side where Alula x IHC were playing from. They're going to have to move eventually, though. Can't stay on that island anymore.
Not available. And I think that they'd managed to do quite a bit. To be honest with you, the time they spent there, Demo's in a really nasty little position. But there's so many shots going his way. Vampire, they take a knock right now, as Alliance have played this game pretty slow, but fairly smartly over towards that northeast side, taking advantage of that compound that was set up there for a long, long time to give them the space that they needed in this match to thrive. I think a team that has absolutely thrived and survived is Alula IHC from a position where, to be honest, they really shouldn't have done.
No, definitely not. Risky maneuvers as desperate times call for desperate measures for Demo. He jumps in the vehicle with a buggy, puts the pedal down, tries to close the gap, give himself some cover, but exposed to so many angles, they eventually get the knock onto him. The rest of his teammates barely trying to complete their pathway, that long swim to the island itself so they can fight and get involved here. Whilst Alliance, they're revving the engines, putting more pressure onto Vampire.
Alliance, this is an unfortunate way this tournament's panned out, from 1st to 16th place in the group stage to the finals. Sometimes the pressure does get to you, as Apex feels all too well as DX Xavier looks to crest this ridge side.
Lamborghini, shots down onto Baron. doesn't need to see him. He'll just take the vehicle out to blow him away. And for Miracle Vibes, might have caused issues over the course of this one, but they won't have much more room now. Down with 8 eliminations as their total tally there, trying to peel ahead towards the lower echelons of the overall standings. And this is so awkward for Alula XIHC. You're in a really horrible spot. Just Zol basically in the water waiting for nades.
Still, 5th place is not bad, and there's the nade that came through. He was waiting for it. The delivery's right on time from Vampire, who stake their claim over towards the northern edge of the map around this bridge. Alliance, though, have done a great job to stop them from taking too much advantage of that positioning. MG9 here for Shadows, to potentially take some shots through. Cluck on the low ground, supporting the rest of his teammates. The Xavier, though, with this side swipe, Jackie.
And for how many fights we've seen DRX thrown into, it's crazy they haven't even been able to secure themselves one elimination from other teams like the Xavier, like Alula XIHC, stealing those away at every opportunity. And that duo, yeah, they're really feeling the damage right now. Alliance lose one man. He's brought down to his knees. Ooh, hello. That's quite a nice little angle. Trying to see if he could get a clean shot across. Not going to work too well, but DRX do take pot shots from the other side as they're forced to peek into one of these two.
Just blasting the bullets out, as is Schweppes, who is very low on the ammo count now. Good explosion from Soe.
Pirate just down to Tony K. Tony K, can you slay and stay alive as a solo? I mean, he switched on for the fight for the Xavier. They fragment themselves, trying to get a better overall look at everyone. And that means they're a little bit more susceptible to these hits, but he's got to run a real gauntlet blank. The entirety of Alliance ahead of him. And they've got nades as well. Molotov's going to go in, should be on target. That's a lot of time, and you're burning.
Yeah.
Down and out. Goodbye, Vampire.
That was a nice molly to just remove that player from a very difficult position, because now Alliance are no longer stuck in some nasty spots down towards that north side, but in come the Xavier. They don't want to let Alliance get out and into position. With the boys from Vampires looking over towards
Is actually guaranteeing yourself this game.
Shadows out now. I don't know, man, it feels weird. Wow, he's alive. Paragin lives that one. Shrapnel sticking out from his side, but continues to limp forward. The Xavier, by backing off, might have just lost themselves the game here, rather than taking the initiative in that moment. Great nade from Paragin, though.
survived. So much damage from the nade that landed on top of him. And his nades are really worth their weight in gold, but they're going for the pick-me-up on Leon's. They sprint over. That one pretty damn close to Powergen. Follow-ups coming in. They're able to save the life of Leon's and then reinstigate the firefight, dealing with DXavier pretty cleanly now. Alliance want to shut this one down. They think mistakes were made for DXavier, but on the peak up, Lamborghini tries to clutch it. Not gonna happen. Chicken dinner goes the way of Alliance.
Alliance just played that game very, very well. And I think that even just from the start of that game, as soon as they hear Talon taking shots over towards Reject, they instantly turn, they clear out that side of the map. They play a slow game down towards the bridge, but DXavier not forcing the issue after they just finished their fight with Vampire felt a bit strange to me. We saw them try to get set up in that position, but by the time they were starting to come off from that high ground, it was already way, way too late, because they all had eyes on. They had 4 separate angles to peek up onto them. Shadows goes down immediately. You lose your big gun in the MG9, and yeah, life gets tough from that moment onwards.
And that's a game that was important for them as well. You know, they were doing pretty good on the old elimination points. If you got the extra 10 from taking the chicken dinner, then yeah, prize money becomes a real big topic of conversation for them. They would have been able to leapfrog their way up a bit.
Yep.
Instead, it's Alliance that were all the way down in 16th place, taking that chicken dinner and hoovering up the points.
Because they had the idea of it as well early on when we saw them start to just fly down, and then I think there must have been a call back from the team where they just told them to regroup, and whoever thought they were being the DX savior on the team to try and get this game back under control ends up dooming them in the process. But yeah, I think it's a great game from Alliance, and I think they were as shocked as we are in the casting booth when they all flew back. They were like, they're just gonna let us have our picnic and then get back on with the game, are they?
Yeah, they were given the cake and were allowed to eat it too. So Alliance going to be pretty happy with the outcome on that one, all things considered. It's felt like it's been so uncomfortable for them here over the course of the playoffs in the past 2 days. But at least the chicken dinner to give you a bit of energy and the good vibes. And really, you know, the topic of the top 1 and 2 teams in terms of that storyline as well, it's basically a mirror matchup with the way that Reject go down early. Alpha 7 could have had a fighting chance, but don't get too much to take home from that one.
Basically stalemate on the second match of the day. We're going to head to a stalemate with you guys, but only about 2 minutes on a little break. And we're back with the desk and then game soon.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة.
One tournament. Match number 2 for A7 was not necessarily the best in terms of their placement, but they still managed to get themselves a little bit in the game, and with the lead that they already had gathered in match 1, they're sitting pretty comfortably at the moment. However, Alliance are the ones who secure that chicken dinner because Xavier get a little bit too overzealous with that aggression that they throw their way. Elias stay cool, calm, and collected, and that is the chicken dinner in their bag for the match 2 of the day. Make sure you guys stick around to find out who wins PMWC.
Sometimes you just need to respect the AKM. Jimmy! Oh, man. We're going to bring this one down. Alliance. A very good win out of them. A win that they probably shouldn't have had unless Jimmy was able to pull off shots like that. I'm going to you, Colars, because you were talking heavily about this. Xavier played that perfectly, but Jimmy just had the AKM in pocket.
Technically, yes. If you stay up on that high ground as Xavier, there's really not much cover for you to go to if Alliance wants to assert some dominance and go into the middle of that circle. So what do? They beat them to the punch. They go to their ridgeline and say, hey, we're coming to you. We feel like we probably have more utility than you, so we can probably win that out if it does come to it. But Jimmy's off angle. That's the one thing Xavier was not paying attention to, and it was pivotal. If Jimmy doesn't have this off angle 7, they don't win this game.
Oh, 100% with you. I mean, the way DX, you were talking there about Jimmy, let me talk a little bit more about DX, because that whole gameplay out of them, the splits that we saw earlier in the match too, there in that South Military Island, it was impressive, man. The way they were able to take care of 4MB as well. They decided to regroup from that 2-2 split. They took care of 4MB, and then they went back to that split that they had. So impressive stuff out of them. Vampire Esports too, we saw them being able to get some points. This is a team that's currently trying to climb up on the rankings. I don't think they're going to be able to challenge where they're currently at. I don't think they'll be challenging them for that first place because of Alpha 7 and how big of a lead they currently have.
Yeah. But the important thing is you are not seeing Alpha 7 here on this front page. Alpha 7 was the only team in top 5 alive, but they got eliminated early enough on that they only got themselves the 2 points. So if Alpha 7 just somehow stayed alive, got into the late game, maybe pick up some eliminations, that goalpost would have moved to almost 40 points in their advantage. So really big for teams trying to chase that one down. Maybe a little bit too difficult for some of the teams like you mentioned before, 7, but nonetheless, it is very possible for teams to catch up. But let's maybe talk about this game a little bit, because we've had a very far military zone relatively early on, and we saw so many teams immediately send it to that South Island. We saw Alpha 7 do the boat-tate in, and it was very difficult for some teams to make their way through because of how many teams already crossed that bridge.
And for Alpha 7, they were almost about to get into a fight with Vampire Esports too, towards the north of Primorge. It's good to see them being able to boat-tate. Before, the previous Alpha 7 would try to just go and fight them. They would have waited there. They were like, okay, you know what? We're not going to prioritize the circle. We're going to take on this fight. But I'm glad to see a little bit of a change for them. It didn't end up working out. I think at one point I heard you, James, say that you would have liked Alpha 7 to take the compound where DX was. I feel like that would have been the winning gameplay for Alpha 7.
Yeah, I'm in two minds about it, right? Because as much as it probably would have been a bit of an easier approach to the circles, one thing with having to do a botation is that you don't have vehicles. So you're having to make that crash on foot. We're expecting many smokes to come out to try and block the lines of sights of DRX whilst you make that push. But I still do think maybe it would have been a better style. I understand what Alpha 7 was doing. If they win the fights on the south side, they take control of what that high ground would have been that Xavier was obviously playing from towards the late game. So I get it, but there was just too many teams up there. Too many teams.
It's good to see them rotate early, though. That's the difference that I wanted to see out of yesterday. Whenever a circle didn't favor them, it's good to see them being able to do that rotate. Like you mentioned, though, it didn't end up working out for them.
Well, I mean, 4MV taking out the most overrated team as well of Alpha 7. You saw running them over. Here's a quick comparison of Alliance on their best day in the group stage, considering their performance yesterday. And we did see a big drop-off. I think it was a big surprise. I think that's fair to say that Alliance ended up winning the group stage. But then we had a major fall-off going into the main event, whether the break was a little bit too long for them and they weren't warmed up coming into this. But this is definitely a team who hasn't been as successful, and obviously, as we have mentioned before, the splits they were doing aren't really viable now with the way the lobbies are being played.
That was the big factor. We were mentioning, too, about it. I don't think that we're going to be able to get away in the main tournament with what they were able to get during the group stage. And even towards the end of matches, whenever they were able to get those chicken dinners, they were getting away with some stuff that's they're currently not being able to get away. Jamie, though, to kind of give him some props, this is now multiple times that we've seen him being able to get the off angle, being able to help his squad secure that win. But for that team, I mean, if they even want to be able to climb out the leaderboard some more, they need to go back into the drawing board. They need to be able to adjust, and they need to work on those splits a little bit better if anything's going to happen for them today.
Yeah, as I say, they can't really take this much room. They did have a decent compound for a game like this and used it underneath the bridge to be able to get to where they were eventually, but yeah, it's a very different ball game here in the main tournament.
Yeah, Xavier, I mean, if you imagine they got the extra 4 or maybe potentially 8 points, right, because of eliminations as well, got to put them up to 88 points, which is still, it's doable. If anything, to rank up, because we know the money difference between some of these slots are insane. First to second is $200,000 of a difference. As we look down to the second page here, Vampire obviously trying to catch up here. Team Liquid as well, as Max pointed out at the start of the day, for the club championship. They need to get themselves top 8 to get some points for their club overall to potentially earn some extra money in this one. In the meantime now, we're going to head down to the stage with Barney, who has an interview with Talon, who's still on that chase for first place.
Welcome back to the STC Arena, where I'm joined by Misery from Talon Esports, currently sitting in 3rd place. Misery, couple of questions before I let you go. I just wanted to quickly ask you, you guys have been so consistent day in, day out for the whole duration of this competition, but you kind of need to do a little bit more. So tell me how you guys are feeling right now.
Mana perasaan kalian buat dimulai hari ini? Karena kan konsisten tapi agak kurang, perlu push sedikit lagi.
Ya buat hari ketiga ini we're feeling great, tapi ya emang lagi unlucky aja di 2 game awal.
As you can understand, we're feeling great, but we just unlucky in the first 2 games.
No, it's a fair point. I guess, like, luck is kind of thrown into the mix, isn't it, when the zone is pulling away from you. However, let's talk about adjusting, because, like I said, you're extremely consistent, but, day 1 and day 2, how have you changed things coming into day 3? What have you guys kind of communicated with each other that you want to change?
Ya, bagaimana kalian masuk ke hari ketiga ini, perubahan apa yang kalian bikin?
Kita nggak ada sih, kita main tetap kayak biasanya, cuman yang kayak gue mention awal-awal emang kita lagi ada momen-momen unlucky-nya lah di 2 game awal tadi.
We don't change anything, we just play our games, but just like I said, we got some unlucky moments for today, so yeah.
A lot of people are saying that. We just want to play our game. And you know what? I get it. So, Misery, you're actually the only one out of the team that has main stage experience. You were here at the mid-season championships in 2022. Have you been kind of giving some of that wisdom and helping out some of the other players who maybe don't have the experience of competing on a stage like this?
Ya, kalian kan dari tim ini yang punya pengalaman sebelumnya di Riyadh itu cuman kamu. Kira-kira ada yang kalian terapin nggak dari pengalaman kamu ke tim biar mereka bisa adjust, bisa nyesuaiin diri di turnamen ini?
Gue paling nge-brief anak-anak ya do and don't saja sih di sini, sama ya beberapa kayak mental talk gitu-gitu paling ya gue bilangin lah kayak ini sama aja sama yang lainnya. Jadi ya nggak ada yang gimana-gimana sih, paling gue ngasih beberapa masukan aja yang pernah gue dapat di 2022.
There's not much, but I just tell them about do's and don'ts, and then I also tell them about some mental pep talk so they can be really adjust and don't really get under pressure in this tournament, and I just try to give them everything that I learned from 2022.
Nice, and very smooth in interviews. I love this. You're a smooth talker. It's great. Talon Esports currently in 3rd position during the final day. We've got 4 more maps to go. Best of luck. I'm going to give you a spud, and I'm going to give you a spud as well.
Thank you.
Best of luck so far. But for now, we're going to go back to you guys to continue day 3 of our main tournament.
Thank you, Barney. So nice to hear from Misery there from Talon. And now we get strapped in for our final cast of the event. Blank. There's so many more games remaining, though, waiting in the wings after this, so do not go anywhere. Strap in, as today's champion will be crowned at the end of the day. Blank, it's been intense. What are we feeling for this one, homie?
I don't know, bro. I just hope that Reject and Alpha 7 just don't go down in first for the next 4 games.
Yeah, it would be a shame, wouldn't it?
It would also be funny if Alpha 7 just wins by just doing nothing for the rest of the tournament, which would be great. However, it would be even better to see them just take their destiny in their own hands and grab that first place spot. Right now, they are far ahead. It is going to be hard for any team underneath them, including Talon, to catch up at this point in time. They have so many more points than a lot of the squads here. Reject, on the other hand, struggling. Feels like some of that lightning in the bottle escaped yesterday. They just cannot close the bottle back on it. That's why the sad music's on.
Yeah, they would need a bolt from the heavens cast down from Zeus to reinvigorate the team and bring that electricity back. They need it, Blank. It was the communication that was flowing, that was never slowing. It was putting Reject in a position to dominate earlier in the event. But Alpha 7 in a good spot now. Like you say, there's a timeline where even if things aren't super clean for them, they could still lock it down and take the trophy.
Just rock on through. As we head into our third map of the day, will be Erangel, followed by one more Erangel and two Miramars, casted by John, Allen and Juke. We'll be closing out today. I'm just waiting to get into the game at our halfway point. This is where Reject need to have a bit of a resurgence. This is where Alpha 7 can leave them in the dust. It's where potentially another team can claim that.
First shot across. Alliance off the back of taking themselves an opening win with the chicken dinner in game 2. They get that shot over. Slow down the might of Tianba early. Tianba that have been looking like they've been trying to find a way to fan the flames. Of course, we were saying that grouping just above them is very tight. A few points of difference from to leapfrog up from 8th place potentially all the way towards 4th if you could have one clean game.
QXZ look to pick up their boy. NXC here on Tianba. A bit more calm here towards the start of the game. I say a bit more calm despite what's having already a knock, but if you were here for our last couple of games, you'll know it's been rowdy in these circles. It's been terrifying. It's been scary. And that's exactly what you want to see. You want to see teams just not sitting back, not lounging, not reclining. You want the full face forward here. You want the gamer leaning. Championship Sunday.
It's all to play for. And plays are already being made as the shotgun is going to slay, blow them away in the close quarters action. Instant attack from Vampire, twisting the screw towards Twisted Minds and taking down one of the squad mates early. They really have had a curse on the opening drops over the course of playoffs, Blank. It's never looked comfortable.
Yeah, Twisted Minds feels like they're phoning it in, honestly, during this last day, which is annoying, considering that they are a good team. They have great players. And it just feels like some very silly mistakes at the start of the game, which I think could have been easily rectified. So, Twisted Minds, I hope that they take this tournament and they absorb some of the knowledge from it and can move forward and have some better results. Because the thing is, there's 62 points, right? They're one good game away from the top 5.
Yeah.
Why are we throwing away matches at the very beginning? Doesn't make any sense to me.
It's a shame. Maybe the confidence has gone. They've lost their potential edge that they could have had. Really feels like those awkward encounters where it was them versus Reject yesterday, always neck and neck, but never really going the way of Twisted Minds other than one matchup, resulting in them barely limping away from the fight with 2 players. All ancient history now, though. It's all about the present. It's all about what's happening in the here and now. Reject, similar drop from last time, back over towards Rozok. Talon on the move. Power and Co. starting to head down towards the new zone as well. DRX on your screens here at a pretty good center location right now with some squads around them, of course. Vampire towards the coastline. Obscure and Twisted Minds, that trio off towards the left. Xavier, IWNRX, and Pubg about. Also, over that way, for Miracle Vibes on your screen here, locked in at 12th place. 1 point of difference between them and IWNRX.
IWNRX, great survival stage. You know what? Very, very well done. But it felt like a lot of the gas that was still in the tank was used up on that survival stage. Now they're running on fumes. And the pistons just not pumping as hard as before. Keep the engine groaning.
And I think they delivered for the fans. We saw a lot of excitement towards the Istanbul Wildcats next Ruya with how they were playing. But those Wildcats, they've lost that ability to pounce, to lay low and strike like an animal in beast mode. But you talk about the beasts on the server, Alpha 7, they are synonymous with that word. They have been so absurd with how they've played. Looking damn good on every engagement. Smart rotates. And at this point, with the stalemate between them and Reject over the course of today, outside of their opening chicken dinner, they haven't needed to give it that much extra gas.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just saving it up, Blank. They want their big finish.
I mean, realistically, if they can take it slow and just realize that Reject is just not getting anything done here during these matches, then yeah, those last games of the day, they're going to be real important. And I think Alpha 7 will need to save some of that energy, some of that prowess towards the end of the day, considering how well Reject seems to do when it comes to the Miramars. Some of their splits are fantastical. DRX suffering at the hands of TJB. They slide on up towards that high ground. They'll take a stand here. DRX looks like they're going to be going down to just the one player, so after a fairly decent try-in, getting towards the podium, immediately knocked back down a peg.
Feels like the story of Sisyphus for DRX today. They roll that boulder all the way towards the top of the hill, but it always comes crushing back down. Pubg about with those 2 elimination points. If you could keep on building from it, you could lap them, especially with it only being 1 man remaining for DRX. They're out of the runnings to climb themselves too many points. Hang on. They might actually find him as well, just up in the building on the top floor. Does have a nade?
Yeah, they're clearing right now. QXZ might be able to get a nade down the stairs, but the way they're pushing, I think they'll be more than likely up there. Should have heard the pin. The trade should come through. Should be very easy. Yeah. And that will be DRX out. And Pubg Bao, direct competitors at the moment. 5th place to that 4th. 80 points now, with 3 points accrued. Very nicely done.
Gets even better for them, really, then.
That's a really strong spot they've got. But after that, it becomes less so. Nice rotate from Reject, though. They managed to get themselves underneath, right, and swing past on the old jungle vines here. Through Alpha 7, compounds on that western side of Everest. Up towards their north side is Alula IHC, but that's not a bad spot considering this circle. There's still a chance for people to be playing up towards Everest, but with its location in this circle, It's more creating this awkward scenario where you're cutting out playable space.
We'll hone back in on that as the story develops, but as the saying goes, Team Liquid are down to a trio. It was the chief for the team, taking bullets from the back line. As for Miracle Vibes, found an opportunity to swipe onto them. They could take them down here. You've definitely got the edge. Ayala, oh, lays down, but gets hit by the bonnet. Run on over. Team Liquid really having a brutal day.
Yeah, it's been tough. I think they came out swinging on that Sandhawk, and then it's really not looked the same since then. Reject currently have a scout out in Duello. They're in the middle of the field, up towards that northern side. Alpha 7 seeing a little bit safer over towards Gatka. Again, feels like the safe route has been taken by Alpha 7 a lot today, reserving some of that aggression, some of that power towards the end of the games where they can just unleash it all at once with like a Alpha 7 beam, to be honest with you.
That's the one fight you don't want to be thrown into for Reject here. Your direct competitors. The team that you're hoping makes mistakes, that goes down early, gives you a pathway where if you have a glorious game, you could still climb and rise to the occasion to clash against them for the #1 spot. Focusing their attention instead on Tong Jiabao. Duello was the scout. Might be the linchpin for it, finding cheeky off-angle peaks to send out some shots across.
Yeah, this is actually a really strong spot. It's a spot that really shines if the circle comes up towards that northwest side. And again, it's very similar towards that Miramar that we saw from day 1, I believe it was, the last match of the day, purely because this is a spot that can give you a huge amount of eliminations if the circle comes over to you. And I like this from Reject because they do keep gambling on these spots. If the circle comes to them, then they just thrive in that moment. And I think they realize that they are far enough behind now where they need to start gambling for these big moment games. It's a good thing that Reject goes for time and time again, though they need their frontman Reiji to stop going down early. He has been really the guy that's been leading a lot of the charges for Reject.
Put perfectly into place here by the graphic that's on your screen. Look at the highest damage that he's been dealing. Ocio can be an absolute monster. Zone starting to move in as well. New circle to play with Reject still in a good position. Of course, Alpha 7, the team that's up on top. We hone back in on their POV. And it's McGrellin warring up against Talon. They crash into the compound. Nade's going across. That one could be a bit of a problem, actually. That's on target towards McGrellin. Look at the move through the back. The DBS coming in to try and hit you with a little bit of a sneaky play. Alpha 7 going down early. Clean-up crew required, but it's not going to be there. Uh-oh. The Talons have snuck their way in and snatch the lives of Alpha 7. They go out early. An opportunity is presented to Reject.
1v3 basically from Yoru in that situation. This lad just used to be on a community team with Yummy. And now here he is on Talon, battling versus the best in the biz right now. Kind of unreal, to be honest with you. But nice to see. But you're right. Circle moves in towards that location we were highlighting before, Jackie. High ground galore. Here's that replay. They just had nothing to do versus him. Saws the next coming through, and it's quick succession. And potentially, that succession is opened up now for Reject to take the #1 spot in the lobby, or at least get close to it. They're still 31 points behind. But this is the type of circle that potentially opens up the floodgates. That's also a game where Alpha 7's gone down early. Is that going to break the mental? Is that work that they've been doing behind the scenes, making sure they can keep on the straight and narrow during these matches, no matter what happens, no matter how bad things get?
And it's a crazy sequence. I mean, Alpha 7 take those 3 elimination points. It's better than it could have been with an early exit on this game. You still have those to add to your tally. For Reject, you've got to have a big elimination game and be gunning for the chicken dinner to be able to contend against them. Talon, meanwhile, 4 eliminations is great. You're getting close towards breaking into that 100 mark barrier. But as we saw, as heroic as the 1v4 was, it does mean there is only one man left. So the chance of him getting anything off of placement really comes down to being able to keep his nose clean and think about longevity more than anything. But yeah, potential storylines building on this one. This could be a great halfway point for the day.
Next circle, dropping soon. Reject, praying just for a friendly circle here. One that goes dead center. And as we go further into the game, there it is. Man, it feels like here at EWC, they want Reject to win.
Reject are certainly going to want to. You're given an opportunity after some bumpy games. Game 1 and Game 2 were not kind to them whatsoever. But here's Game 3, the start of something new. A chapter where they can build back in and prove how much fighting power Japan has here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup live from the Esports World Cup. Still room for the other teams beneath them, though, to duke it out amongst each other and lap one another.
Yeah.
We've been highlighting how close that is, man.
This is still difficult because this is one of the hardest spots to defend, but one of the best spots in this circle. And the reason it's so difficult to defend, as we get a nice little nade there coming through from IWNRX, is the fact that there are so many third parties and people realize how strong this position is. So as soon as teams get close to you and you let them get close to you, another team's going to swoop in afterwards because everyone wants that spot. So you need to be so resilient to hold on to this one. This is going to be a mega test for Reject. It really will be. TJB, on the other hand, 5th place. Feels like they've been stuck here for a while. There is a chance for them. Like you said, Talon down to 1 player.
Oh,
have that.
I mean, not bad, actually.
Not bad.
Like, fair play. He's got a good throwing arm on that.
Go on, do another.
He's thinking about it. I mean, he's got 7 of them in the backpack.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, he's got all of Alpha 7's grenades.
Oh, exactly 7. Lucky number 7 for him. I mean, he hit the jackpot on that one. For Miracle Vibes as well. Yeah, they lost Baron early. They can clean up at least versus the fragmented the Xavier as they'll find Shadow. Shots over on towards Paragon as well. A few bullets sent his way. Oh, mate, Paragon really getting bombarded onto now. And I think it's interesting as well, actually, that kind of like this really does play into the storyline of the way Reject like to play from distance, where the panic is when teams swoop on them, right? When they have to take close quarters combat. So, man, this is one of those. It's like a true test of everything we've seen.
Not only that, but Reject tends to like to be playing out in the open. They don't like compounded gameplay a lot. No. They like these open spaces, and it's something that Reject does really well, is just playing in positions that require you to have great communication. And I think that's something that Reject absolutely has. You can see it just in the body language on the stage. They're all great friends. They've all played together with one another on separate teams all over the place before they came together and created this super team in Japan. So yeah, that synergy is there. Alliance pick themselves up and knock over towards Al-Haji. This is on the south side. Next circle, heading into stage 5. This is the dangerous one. This is the midpoint of the game. A team start to get crunched out. There's no longer any places to be playing in.
You're being moved forward. If you don't want to, it doesn't matter. The zone will not argue. It will only usher you in, potentially moving you towards Reject's crosshairs. Attack down onto Alliance. The first bit of blood spilt from them. Looking for prime opportunities, nades being thrown out. He's got so many of them. I mean, he's down to 2 at this point, but if he can get one on target, could actually be a bit of a pain in the backside.
He's going to grab some more. He's got the refills, I'm sure of it. Thing is, Power's scared about pushing a single dude. I mean, the way he's playing, it does feel like he's a full squad. Like, there's at least 18 grenades going out. There's got to be 4 dudes in there. Luckily, a little cheeky spray from Frozen through the smoke will blow away Talon. I removed their clawed grip on this game for TJB to potentially chase here just a little bit. Reject reposition slightly, because they need those elims. Right now they haven't picked up too many of them, but teams will be crunched in soon.
when teams are on the move, distracted by potential fights, that's when Reject are going to want to strike. Power, it was awkward. Like you said, it felt like the confidence wasn't quite there for them on this swing out towards just the solo dolo for Talon. Now they move up. Kante in the buggy. Nades over the top. Tiamba unleashing a bucket of grenades, dumping them on the floor, trying to knock them over like a whole load of marbles, and they are falling down. There's the backstab. Kante with a run over for Dan, up close and personal, making it look easy. And Tiamba, they're really feeling the brunt of this one. Bit of a reply though. They get the shot back across. It looked like it was all said and done. It should have been cooked, but the chef for Tiamba saves the situation.
A little bit of seasoning thrown in there towards the end. Good stuff from them. Keep themselves in this one. I mean, for Tiamba, that looks real bad.
Yeah.
That looked real bad. There was like 8 nades inside the pan. Ready to just pop off. Throws it into the freezer, saves the day for Tiamba. Not before IWNRX lets the Wolves into the kitchen. Zed Wolf finds himself a nice little peek over towards them. Will take down one of their off angles, and then even more shots ringing out. Great control on the SKS, actually. That's not a fun weapon to be using.
A good reset on the recoil. Tactical taps with the gun. But it's about hitting those shots. Getting them on target. So everyone's going to have to start making that way in. Zone is nipping at the heels. The distance that you've got will be taken away from you. Can't sit on the direct edge for too much longer. It's still towards that center zone. It's the setup from Reject. But like you said, only one elimination point. They need to find more opportunities, be gifted those fights, as there is the odd clash erupting around the lip of the zone now.
Yeah, they need to throw all these teams into the blender because they need to juice this game for as much as possible. Alliance take a nasty nade over the top. Second one looks awesome. And Tiamba will clean out Alliance. The final few members on that team. Next circle popping soon. Twisted Minds might be given a bit more of a chance here. Circle switches back down towards that swamp edge.
This is the fight that you're thinking Reject are probably debating when they want to instigate a bit of a sideswipe onto, with Alula XIHC clashing versus Boom. Vampire late on the rotate down. You've had Paragin with his belly to the ground for so long. Godless throws the nade across, but there is a reply from Boom. Fighting, bobbing, weaving with the limited cover that's available. Barely any HP to play off of. That SMG has to be pristine on the peak. He's trying to play for the quick bandage, looks for the peak round the corner. Nade's going to be cooked to perfection. Ba-boom, as he's gone.
Roll comes through the assassination. 2 blades in hand. Cuts down the players from Boom, all on his lonesome. Now has to sneak his way through the field. Pombit has his location locked in. Nade goes over the top, far and long, looks pretty decent, but not quite far enough. Reject, though, playing scared, playing safe potentially, but we all know here they have to pump a lot more points out of these games. We don't want to see Reject fall back into those bad habits that we saw from group stage, with more of that aggression. Not to worry, not to let Alpha 7 get in their heads.
Fortune favors the brave. And with the chips being down, Alpha 7 being out in this game, it's the opportunity where they have to carve a path to victory themselves, be the human hatchets to cut an opportunity back towards that first place spot. OCO, scoped in, looking for chances. He's usually that man to instigate it. He's been a big piece of the puzzle for them. Paragin for so long has kept himself alive, trying to give Xavier some kind of point tally towards the end. Vampire swoop and finally find him.
Sort of an interesting spot they're playing in right now because they moved away from the pylons as well. Slight shift over towards that western side. And I actually think they've gone so undetected that players don't even know they're here right now. They might be able to use that to their advantage, Jackie. I believe Boom is now taking shots over towards them. A smoke starts to bloom around the map. Pombit stepping up in the buggy. But Vampire look like pretty easy targets. They got to worry about this third party, though, from Boom, because they could explode on the scene as soon as they start this engagement between them and Vampire.
They were only supposed to blow the doors off, but Boom want to bring down the whole lobby if they're given a chance. Up on that elevated angle. Vampire taking the vehicles out of commission, so there's no splash damage that could come back to haunt them. Still got points of rotation to contend with. Miracle Vibes down in the dirt with a duo set up from Apex and Refus, looking for an opportunity to strike from there. Good nade. Arc looked pretty clean. It's going to be a little bit shallow. Still does damage, but not enough to get the full knock across. But it does give you the information you wanted on towards the reject fight. Zone moving up, though. Going to force some issues here for the teams that are on the outer edge. IWNRX, Pubg about, Twisted Minds. All of them have to think about fighting their way through one another. Whereas Boom, they've got vehicles for the rotate. Are they feeling confident for a crash?
This is honestly the best circle shift for Reject, because it both puts Boom Esports in an awkward situation where they're just being pushed out into sightlines. It also pushes Vampire in slightly as well. And now Reject has set up this defense, understanding the entirety of their backline now is free and clear. They just need to take shots downwards through this fielded region. They're already set up. They have vehicles to create a compound with. This is great news for them. And Boom Esports getting harassed by Pmwc Bao now.
Okay, here we go then. This is the room. This is the opportunity. How did they contend with the fights? You get the peek up from the back line. Reject looking to try and scrap. GK first, taking hits from all over the shot. Boom, take damage on a few players, so they back off the pace. You get an attack from the side from Tiamba that will get one shot off. Good nade play from Reject as well, blowing away the hopes and dreams of Pmwc Bao. As those are on target, they're starting to finally find room to get elims in the game.
Shan last left alive here for Tiamba. Shortly will fall down, but a good game from them. 8 eliminations. Not bad at all. Boom. They lost one player in the process. Reject now up to 3 eliminations. They start to pump that damage in, Jackie. We saw them take a heavy hit there from Boom. No one knock went through just yet. Twisted Minds keeping IWNRX at bay. The Wildcats zipping through the trees.
Fast on their feet, but caught out of position as the shots are going to land. The claws need to come out for the Istanbul Wildcats, but it's the jump up from Obscure that hits that one on the fadeaway. The nade at least knocking him down and slowing down a rotate from Twisted Minds with a zone closing in on them. Reject, 1-for-1 trade. Ocio on the nade back.
Nice.
It's Boom. There's the follow-up as well, as Reject are beginning to feast into this game. For Miracle Vibes are removed from the equation. We're whittling down our remaining squads and throwing us into the final fight.
Vampire in the meantime slowly moving their way up. Tony K can smell the damage being done. And there's the first nade from him over towards Duello. Reject know they can't let this game slip out of their hands. Ray Giosio once again, 5 elims for the team. He's the one pumping in the numbers, but another massive nade from Tony K takes out so many members from Reject here. 2 go down, Ray Giosio's out. It's left now up to the 2 players from Reject to keep this game going.
That vampiric burst from Tony K, giving the energy back to Vampire, but this is only frustrated Reject. It's only frustrated Ocio, and he wants to fight fire with fire, bringing the hurt back down onto Vampires, slaying one of them, knocking another, and putting himself into a position where maybe him and the duo can get it done. Down to just 2, but looking to keep this game going for Reject.
Massive nade from Sarah, heads over the top, and Ray Giosio goes to the peak, calls back to Sarah now, understanding it must be quite low. Ray Giosio gets cleaned out by Obscure. Just Sarah remaining, finishes up with a beautiful Molotov. That'll be Boom out. Top 3 now acquired for the boys on Reject.
The solo of Sarah, slowing down the pace, changing his scope on the game. They wanted a high elimination matchup, but now they're just focusing on the main point game. If they can still take a chicken dinner, it's recoverable. It'll give them a good stead in this matchup with Alpha 7 going down so early into the flow of Game 3. Twisted Minds and Vampire are their opposition on this one. Twisted have played a backline the entire time. Vampire have been turning up the pressure when necessary. Scouting going on. Just trying to get a bit of a read on this from Guizhou.
Final zone here, stage 9. This will close all the way in. Twisted Minds and Vampires set the clash first. Sarah, completely out of the equation right now. That might just work to his benefit. Drops the backpack. Remains unseen. The vehicles coming through, though, might be clearing the outer edges. And they realize it. Vampire looking to clean out that final player from Reject. In comes Schweppes. Flows on through. Doesn't quite catch him, but is in now the sightlines of Twisted Minds.
Nades towards the smoke. They understand Sarah's location and are gaining information off the back of the use from the nades. But in this opportunity, they're trying to see if they want to start the fight versus Twisted themselves, as Vampires are cleaning up for the pushdown. P90 spray onto Schweppes. Sarah still staying alive somehow. There's the strike from Obscure. Doubles down onto Schweppes. Is able to clean up on that one and give Twisted an edge in the fight. Sarah peeks up, looks for a strike from the side, putting bullets down towards the back line of Stoned.
Looking to pick up some more eliminations here. Stoned has a good idea of where he is. Will finish him off. That's Vampires now up to second place. Look more towards Twisted Minds. He's not able to find it. Twisted Minds start the game in a bad stead. We're able to bring it back from the swamp. The beast rises from the waters. But it's Reject that we're all talking about. A top 3 there puts them back in contention for that first place spot, Jackie, versus Alpha 7.
A rough game for Alpha 7. 8 eliminations for Reject. And a good placement on the finish with only Sarah remaining alive. But Vampires were thinking about a chicken dinner. Twisted Minds put a bullet through where that fork gets processed. They don't even let it process. They take this one. A chicken dinner for them to give some confidence back to the squad. But a hell of a matchup here for the halfway point.
Massive. Vampires consistently in that top 5 over and over again cannot be understated. It is a really big deal, and they've been climbing out from what was the 16th place. Sort of insane. Reject, though, I think a little bit too late, realizes they need to get stuck into this game, though, Jackie. I think that's the biggest problem for them. As soon as that circle comes back up towards that north side, they think to themselves, right, we actually need to do something with this. And by that point, they're already being sandwiched. Although it was a good game from Reject, Ray Giosio once again shows his fangs in this game.
And it's mad, man. It's one of those where you're watching it, hoping they'd fight a little bit sooner. At least they found their footing and their confidence towards the end. The nades were clean, the shots were clean. So many near misses, but man, a hell of a game there.
Yeah, they're a game away now. That's the big deal, is they're a game away now. Before, it felt kind of out of sight, out of mind for Reject. There's 3 more matches to go here, Jackie, and there's a potential on any one of those matches that Reject can jump ahead. This was a very important game for them, not only in terms of just point scoring, but being in that situation to actually overtake Alpha 7 in one game, because it feels very bad where you're like, even if we do well here, it doesn't mean we're ahead.
Exactly, they were mirroring each other. So Alpha 7, with the extra buffer they had, they were always pulling further ahead, but Reject make it interesting. 3 games left to go, do not go anywhere. It's heating up here.
Bate aqui primeiro, não bate no skip não, bate aqui. O de pé do guarito, o de pé do guarito. Tá, só faz o que aí, Maglinho, só faz o que aí. Dentro do guarito, dentro do guarito.
Vai você.
Não dá عندي. تم تروح ها؟ اه عندي لا مدمج متى السيارة متى السيارة.
Aduh. Ya sudah. Di arah jamur. Ya sini Frank. Ya, arah jamur.
Dia lari di sini nih, pasti bisa di map.
Ada kapal nggak? Coba cek kapal lu deh. Ada speedboat nih, Sal. Lu
riskan nggak sih?
Mau gua cover nggak? Lu nggak bisa cover gua nggak?
out that way. Vampire, like you said, going to have a good time going up on that western side, and maybe TJB on that north could come through if Twisted Minds don't get there first. Tiamba and Alliance clashing on the southeast side. Alliance lose a player. As Reject now, they're moving past Sunken City. They're going north of the river.
They're going to be going down that little island there near Watertown, and that's going to be tough. They're probably going to try to wrap through, maybe catch a way towards Everest. I'm not sure. It's a very risky play. We'll see how they decide to play it out, though, as we look at some of these other teams looking to set up here. You got IWNRX looking to hold down Slaughterhouse right by good old Pachinki. I'm still looking at the map. You can already see there's practically no players on their feet. Everyone's in a vehicle right now on the move because they know what is at stake here. DRX getting a nice shot onto Ayala. Team Liquid losing a player on rotation. That's the hard part with these hard shifts. You know, you sometimes got to make a sacrifice, and Team Liquid are going to make a big one with Ayala.
TJB moving into the east side of Everest. Reject actually moving over on that north side. Were behind them. They've actually opted to go into South George, take control of crates, and actually stretch even further now. They've split through the middle of Alolex IHC, so there's 2 and 2 on either side of them. You can see Rogue taking these spray downs, that re-addition to the roster for Alola IHC. Hasn't really been able to launch them too far up. They're still in 15th place, but Reject managed to get through. The crossfire was not there because Alola IHC had to handle the high ground. A continued wide swing, and they might just find Vampires.
Man, I was looking at Regio's OCO's face on that rotation, and his face was like literally stone face, like not moving a muscle once that vehicle was getting shot at, because he knows just what is at stake here. You know that Team Reject is looking to steal that championship once away from Alpha 7, and the door is wide open for them to do so. But a good game from them right now is pretty much necessary at this point, because Alpha 7 have put themselves in a good, solid little lead here. So they do have that going for them, but if Team Reject pops off here, it's going to come down to the last 2 games for sure. Next zone.
Coming in pretty quickly. Teams making their way over those Gatka fields from the south. Past Pachinki.
Another one?
It's a yoink one way. It's a yank back the other way. We're going back towards Pachinki. Those fields out to the west side include just the edge of the Gatka trenches. You've got those hills on the south towards Pachinki that currently Alliance and Tiamba hold. It is going to be pretty devilish here on these final circles. DRX looking to be in a good spot. Team Liquid as well. I believe they might have lost a player, and we're about to see a replay of that as DRX were able to pull them out. Also in a pretty solid position on 3 players alive, but it's going to get challenged now by TJB.
TJB looking to challenge for this position, and they are getting punished wide out in the open. Losing almost their entire squad. Only 1 left up for them. That's a rough rotation right there. They had to know that that was taken, and they just got caught right in the middle of that spot. So a good job for Team Liquid being able to stave them off. Team Reject on the hunt for a spot, and unfortunately almost every single one is taken. They do find a position on the south side. So, man, this is a hard decision, right? Do you try to go for the win, or do you just hold this edge and hope for the best? And sometimes when you know that you gotta survive, you just play safe. And this may not be too safe because Vampire's on their way.
Yeah, Vampire just lost a player. They are going to be turning around and trying to rotate down south, following the path that Reject are taking, looking for their way in Hot Jukes. They want to try and push through, and Vampire are going to have to do that because of the fact that they're outside of this circle. It is closing, and they're going to be pushing past either Reject or 4MV. I know which fight I'd rather take, but do Vampire want to slow Reject down?
And yeah, they definitely do, that's for sure. But Team Reject want to avoid this fight almost at all costs here, because if this fight happens, they know that they might take some casualties or even get third-partied. But sometimes that's just the way it goes. You have no choice but to take these fights. They're very spread out right now. So just trying to make some noise. You got Regio OCO on that off angle just in case it does pop off. Newsy is looking that direction. He's going to be very careful not to get knocked in that position.
Newsy popping a shot or 2. Position known now on that southwestern edge. I'm looking over on the north side, Alolex IHC Talon. Talon, remember, a team that is going to chase close to one another, going to have to push south from Ruins across some very open ground against Twisted Minds as well. But the standoff continues on the south edge. Nuzi still with the pressure of the blue. This is the advantage that Reject have. They're on the low ground, but Vampire going to have to move first. However, that's not going to slow them down. Making his way across, the spray doesn't quite fully connect. 4 players to Reject, still alive.
You could cut the tension in the air with a Band-Aid right now. It is so insane. The next zone is about to pop. Will we see another hard shift again? It is just edge zone after edge zone. This is an excellent shift for Team Reject. They're gonna have a very, very short way to go, but unfortunately there's a lot of open fields here. It looks like we might have a good old chopsticks finish.
Vampires just took such a great opportunity there. Immediately, as soon as that circle popped, they sent straight up the middle, straight through that hold that Reject, 4MV, DX Xavier all were looking for. They've managed to get into a position, I believe, in one of the Gaka trenches, but that is going to be dangerous because our Lola XIHC are going to push in from that northern edge. Reject now making their approach.
You can see the crowd right now. I can see you IWNRX folks pretending that you can't hear me. I like to see that. They are right there. They're just staring at the screens because this is so close. DRX right there in 4th place. IWNRX in 13th. Gonna have to start making some moves. You can see Team Reject popping some shots here. And they're on that slow foot. I mean, Vampire made a huge risk by sending it all the way in the middle to get into one of those chopsticks. But it paid off big time for them. Team Reject are gonna have to find their way in.
The reason that Vampire were able to do that is because of the way this circle has gone hard shift, hard shift, hard shift, right? That means that that western side going to be a little bit more devoid of players. Teams started to catapult out to the east based on that hard shift.
That's right.
And there's a little bit of a vacuum. The read on that from the IGLing coming in from Vampire is excellent. That's exactly what you need. Stone has pulled out a blinder there.
And exactly what you need when you're down a player and you're in 5th place, right? You need a bold play to make it happen. Team Reject, I mean, if I'm in their shoes, I don't think I can make that call. I mean, it's just a huge risk to go center zone in a spot like that. And you could, and I don't blame them for not doing it. But now we're looking over here at Power Esports on the push, the hometown squad. Currently in 16th place, looking to climb their way up. They only have 3 more matches left to do so. And let's see if they can start making some moves here. You can see some nades starting to head towards Ratto Boy from Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds in 10th. I mean, the leaderboards are so close from 4th all the way down to 10th place.
That is some pretty huge jumps, potentially very close by. Tony K now starts to feel a little bit of pressure. The difficulty of being in those chopsticks, though, even if you are in central position, is that everybody can just chuck nades your way. They're all going to know that you're in that position really, really quickly. And it's very difficult to maneuver super strongly around it. So we'll see if they can get that res. Talon suffering. Twisted Minds taking shots. 4MV chucking nades in. Doc, the nade surgeon himself. Gonna pull out the M4. There go Talon. 3rd place team down and out now. And that gives Reject just that little bit more leg room, but they're still crunched up on that south edge.
Power go out, the zone is starting to close. All these teams on this edge need to get moving. I'm looking at you, IWNRX. They get a great nade on a Twisted Minds. Do they take that fight though? Looks like they opt not to. Guazao's gonna be able to get his teammate into the vehicle and into this next zone. They should be able to just edge their way on in. Oh, they actually go in this direction. That's a very bold decision.
Okay.
Because there's not any cover there.
Shan for Tiamba, trying to go toe-to-toe with Frozen, goes down for it, but ices his opponent back in response. They are just trying to get away from this fight, because the shift out to the east isn't going to go through again. And it's the circle just playing havoc with the minds of these IGLs. IWNRX are going to fall. Twisted Minds have been wreaking havoc, but they're falling as well. Tiamba picking up a lot of points as well. 3 eliminations now, and they want more over towards Boom.
Tiamba need more. They're currently sitting in 6th place. If they went out now, that's $80,000 in the bank. If they're able to move up just a few more positions,
Reject.
We're talking a big jump. And now here comes Team Reject
looking to clean this up. They heard this action here. That's the door open. They're looking to third party this. They're heading straight towards Tiampa.
Alliance don't do a thing about it. They're going straight up the hill. Tiampa trying to sideswipe, try and push off, and there they go, up and into the bug with the challenge. XC trying to cut straight through them. DBS good for 1, for 2. Alliance are chiming in now. Bond goes down in the meantime, but Reject now with 2 players active. The crash comes in. Down the hill is Divine and Duello, but only Divine that remains standing, and Reject are down. Alpha 7 breathe a sigh of relief.
Whew, that was a close one. Team Reject taking that big risk. They wanted that third party, and if they did get that position, they would have dominated, but it just didn't work out for them. Just a little slight mistiming, and Tianba was able to shut them down. So now we look at the leaderboards. 5th place, 6th place, 7th place, even all the way down. We could see some major jumps here.
The eliminations not stacking up super high on any team just yet, though. 4MV on 5, Team Liquid on 5. Those are the 2 leaders when it comes to elimination. Sorry, DRX as well on 5 on that northern edge. Vampire's play has still been such a great investment for them, and I will bring this up again. Stone played a blinder.
This is so close, folks. Let's be real here. Even a team all the way down. I'm looking at Alliance. I'm looking at Alula IHC. If they get a double-digit elimination chicken dinner here, one more good game, you could see them rocket launch themselves even as close to 3rd place. That would be an insane jump, but they need to finish this game strong. 4MV need to as well. You can see them starting to put the pressure onto Vampire, and they are getting the better of them.
Tony K last stand for Vampire. Doc up close and personal. 4MV are flagging a little bit, but it looks like they're enacting those reses. Doc gets the flush onto Stoned, 2 players alive. Nades coming in from LOLX IHC over on that northwest side in the meantime. Tony K going for the res. Over towards Newsy. No, he's launching a nade. He's spending his time, but there's another nade up and down, not quite tagging on. That's looking good, though. It's going to be difficult to get away from this. Tony K able to survive for just a moment longer, but not too much, as the burn comes down from Refus. And Vampire, their investment swept aside. They're in the red.
Uh-oh. And you know who's starting to get in the green? It's 4MV. 8 eliminations here. They are crushing it. They're tired of being the butt of all these jokes here. They do not want to be on the bottom of the leaderboards, and they are applying the pressure here. We're going to see them make a massive jump if they're able to finish this game strong. The aggression is at an all-time high. Apex up close and personal.
Oh, let's go.
They're dropping nades, and Alula IHC is out of there.
DRX crucially pick up 2 of those points as well. 7 eliminations from the off angle. They're going to need to leave their compound now, but they've got 4 players and a little bit of momentum. Miracles can happen when stuff like this occurs, and DRX are going to make it their target, their challenge now. Make the next move. Get into the circle, because it is open fields from here on out.
Open fields and big open dreams for a team like 4MV. They've been doing so rough this entire tournament, and on the last day looking to turn things around. 9 eliminations so far, and there's still a lot in this lobby. And when it comes to a squad like 4MV, you know they're going full-fledged aggression. The problem though is this zone is so far away. They have to cross such an open field. DRX aren't even looking in their direction right now, which is very fortunate for them. You can see the smoke wall starting to come out. Can they make it across?
Team Liquid with the hills at their right-hand side, their east, will have decent cover as well to control so much of this. 4MV, they are trying to cross that open ground now. You can see they are just getting torn apart. DX Xavier have got the sight lines down, but the smokes are there to allow them towards the shack. Alliance, they've just been harrying everybody in this lobby who's looking to try and make something different happen.
4MV just trying to make an opening, desperately trying to make something happen. DRX now starting to look in this direction, but Yummy shuts them down really quick. They're going to get an instant thirst there. It's a wide open field finish. Everybody is trying to cling to their shacks for dear life, and we're seeing knocks happen all over the place.
Team Liquid and Boom right now, the only teams that are fully safe. DX Xavier under pressure. This is a big rotation coming through from DRX. Hyunbin doesn't quite go down. Chief on the staircase, able to thread the needle. Is Mythic with the backup there. The third angle. Cardo's in, swings out wide, goes low, and goes down. Does get re-knocked, but that is devastating to DRX's push. Only the one player now left.
That was a bold play from Carlos, and it works out well because his teammate's going to be able to pick him up here. They know there's not anybody close. As long as he doesn't go into an open field, he'll be fine. Now you see Yummy with that mini 14 punishing 4MV as they cross into the open, but they actually made it that far. That is insane.
With 9 eliminations as well, 4MV have done bits so far. It's not going to move them too much further up in this lobby. They will go down. Boom, staying alive. With one player alive for DRX, outside of the circle as well. Going to have to crawl his way on his belly. Ooh, that is good news for Boom. Won't even get any too much further. That's great, actually, because Boom pick up the point. They take down the team that's ahead of them.
Wow.
The placement points are going to start to add up, and Boom could have a real shot into the top 3 here.
They can do it right here. They can break into that top 3 right here, right now. They are dead center. You can see them blowing up that buggy right there for cover, just in case. They know that they have a huge chance of winning this one. They just got to shoot at everything that moves completely 360 around them.
They started the match on 88 points with, I think they're on 5 eliminations now. They're up to 93. Obviously chasing Reject on 123 at this stage. With the 1 elimination they were able to get, would be huge if they can reach that tally, but I don't think that's going to be possible for them. Not this time around. They'll have to wait just a little bit longer. But these final 2 matches, Hot Jukes, are going to be incredible no matter what happens here.
Absolutely. Boom, prior to this game, were in 5th place, okay? That is a $90,000 prize if it ends up them being in 5th place. But that jump from 5th to 3rd is a difference of 50 grand. So you want to see them be able to do that. They're looking for any movement that can get up the leaderboards, because there's still 2 more matches left to go after this. If they're able to make that jump here and now, it'll be huge. And you can see they have perfect sight lines onto Xavier, and there's nothing they could do. They got to just hope for the best at this point. If they have smokes, throw them out and start moving.
You just got to go for a fast roll here. Cardozin could potentially steal some points away, as Alliance are going to give them a little bit of trouble on the back lines. Jimmy able to find Mythic as Alliance are pushing in from that south edge. They're trying to backfill onto Team Liquid. With Mythic down, Chief needs to hold his nerve. Launching a nade forwards to slow the approach now. Not going to invest the time for the res, and the nade is answered. Cardozin cannot help on this fight, but there's a nade over onto Cluck. Another shot onto the forward player, but Jimmy takes down the high ground for Team Liquid. Alliance are low, and it's Xavier rolling forwards in the meantime.
Xavier used all this commotion to be able to start inching their way towards Boom. I don't know how those smokes got on Boom. I'm hoping it was Xavier that threw them, because if Boom smoked themselves out right here, that was a huge mistake.
Nades now being primed, launched over towards Xavier's approach. Alliance are low, they're going to try and get those reses on, but the nades over to Xavier, landing good. Oh, it's going to hit Paragin. Doesn't quite find the second as well. And that's going to be an excellent pick up there. 6 eliminations now as they add Paragin to the tally. Nades going to try and answer, but it's not really going to find anything. Res is possible for Boom. They have the cover.
Yeah, you could see Boom had to start inching their way outside of those smokes to get any vision towards Xavier. That's why I was so critical on those smokes. Xavier are stuck at that rock, and they know for a fact they're not going to be able to move an inch past it. So at this point, it's hope for the best. Try to get some knocks and steal some points on your way in.
Jimmy gets the res. Cluck. A bit out of the way. He's next up on the menu.
It's all up to Nate. That angle right there, he hasn't been spotted. If he's able to get away with it, it'll be huge.
The question is, does he have any nades himself? Shadows goes down to Xavier with the pressure on the backlines. Oh, there's the shot from Cluck. These points not going to Boom is actually pretty important, though. That nade over to the backlines nearly finds another. They're putting more down range, and this is the time where you want to invest that utility. Spray from Lamborghini finds one onto Razy. And they will get a flush. There is Pogbit who's gone down already, and they are now actually putting a lot of pressure onto this position. Shadows taking swings up the hill as well. Alliance feeling the brunt of it.
Alliance should win this game in their position right here. Now we're going to start seeing Leon pushing on down. The only reason why they aren't able to fully send it onto Boom here is because of Xavier, but here comes Papa Blue, and there's not much they're going to be able to do from there. Now Alliance are on the move.
They have a chance. Shadows might just go down to the blue here. I think he will. That point, again, goes over to Boom. Now a full 3 versus 3. Descent has occurred for Alliance. They're up to the trees. They're up to the rocks. Boom kind of tucked in. This is where they need those smokes.
They need to start, they need to get some kind of angles going here. Does Alliance have any utility left? If they do, they should be throwing all those smokes onto Boom so they can push out into the open, throw some easy utility in. He has 5 nades and a smoke. Or actually, no smokes left. That's a stun. But you know, he's wanting to get in that nade range. But 12 seconds left on the clock, folks. This is the last circle. This zone's about to go all the way into the center.
Leon is just a touch closer to the middle. And with Boom all in the same building, his sightline's fully under control. I think they're waiting to use those smokes for the circle to close. I don't actually know if they have too many left. Nade starts to come on through.
No one's at that tree.
Razy down.
Huge shot. Jimmy throwing the long nade. It's going to be short, though. That bounce looks good, though. That's a high bounce. Yummy is down. 1 player left up for Boom.
In the building, they get the res. Razy is able to be risen, and now breaking out wide. Alliance make the approach, trying to slow Boom down. The nade is in. Now again, it's just the 1 player remaining. It's all up to him, and he's got 1, he's got 2. And Frenzy trying to hold on for Boom to push up towards those top 3 spots. Jimmy at the back lines, he can't get these reses. There's no time. And there is Razy getting picked back up. He's bringing 2v1 to the table.
Jimmy needs to be throwing every single bit of utility he has.
Big.
I mean, if he does not dump everything, he already did. He threw everything he had, and now he's gonna have to be able to do it with that gun.
Oh,
Frenzy,
no.
Almost got onto the roof there, but he's trying to finish this game strong with that BB zone.
Nades back and forth, still there. Frenzy up to the tree. Closer now, closer to Cluck. They're going to know exactly where he is. Does Jimmy have anything to do about it? Does he have a chance here? Back to the blue. A vehicle as cover. 2 players his challenge to ruin Boom's ascension. Towards the top. Dropping the nades towards the back. The stunner behind him. And Jimmy breaks out, goes left, puts the bullets down range, but it's not there. And Boom, take it down in a bombastic fashion from the center, in the shack. They hold that cliff, they hold the Xavier, and they hold their nerve when it matters most.
Oh, baby, Boom Esports are gonna move up the leaderboards right when they need to. You can see them excited. They know what's at stake here. 2 more big games from them, anything can happen.
Do they know what they've just done?
Right?
That is so important for them. It is not only a chance for them, it's a threat to Reject. And a threat to Alpha 7 if you want to go that far, but there's only 2 matches that remain. It is going to be a tall order. This is where nerves start to set in. We're done with Erangel for the PMWC. It is not going to be seen anymore. It's time for the heat. It's time for Miramar. The sand dunes beckon.
Well, we have been in the beautiful Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for quite a few days now. These players should be used to the heat by now because, oh man, it all comes down to this. And I love the fact that, you know, after talking to so many of these teams, all these high-level squads, adding that, you know, psychologists to their team, you know, to be able to try and help them deal with this type of pressure. But I'll tell you what, you can talk all you want. You don't know what it's like until you're feeling it. They are feeling it right now, that's for sure.
I'm feeling it too.
Me too.
It is getting real tense in here, and Alpha 7 going down early, Reject following suit. All of this is so, so important, right? That is going to be such a great run to watch, but we're going to have to get there first. A short break, but don't go anywhere, because only 2 matches remain.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia? By
could see the look on these faces right now. DRX leaning forward. The pressure is on because we can see a jump from 7th place all the way up to 3rd here. If DRX can have a solid finish.
They're playing a pretty difficult split though right now. They've already taken a knock on their roadside position. They're 3-1 with Soaz on the north edge. With Tiamba descending on that edge as well, that is so risky for DRX.
So risky indeed. We're looking at where this next circle's gonna go, folks. This is the calm before the storm. Oh, the pressure's on. The crowd is going nuts here. Oh, Frenzy from Boom was able to get a knock, but gets taken out. That's Boom Esports done for, and you can see DRX fans rubbing their heads together because this is looking mighty appetizing.
They just want to keep going for DRX. Tiamba, though, with Soaz on that north side, has got a monumental task. They want to turn things around. Twisted Mind still with the knock, and Tiamba looking to put more of a buffer between them and the teams below.
Yeah, all these teams below. I'm looking at pretty much Geek Xavier on down. Need to have a monster win here if we want to see them put themselves in the big money. Twisted Mind starting to go down this hill. They are able to make it across, and Guizal with a nice knock there onto Tiamba helps slow him down a little bit. Uh-oh. Guizal's got that pop shot. Peeks right back on down. This is definitely the calm before the storm. Oh, Tiamba trying to go for that res there, but I believe that is DRX from the other side applying pressure as well, so both these teams are in big trouble.
Let's take a look at Alpha 7 quickly. Their position on the high ground is excellent to not die, but descending from it is going to be tricky. They are slapped on that edge of the circle, right at the edge. They need to go back to those edge play routes and see what they can do. Reject, they're also on that western edge. The next circle is just about to close, but they've got a couple more options when it comes to rotating out. None of them too strong, it has to be said, but maybe better than taking a tumble off a cliff.
Speaking of a cliff, Alpha 7, right? The team that is looking to be our first PUBG Mobile World Cup champions are now outside of the circle. They're going to have to leave the cover for that hill, but they get a critical knock onto Team Reject. That's Duello knocked, and that could force them in a bad position. Mafioso, now you see them in the buggies. Where are they looking to go?
This is going to slow down Reject's rotation as well. With that knock, they have to spend the time to get the res. They can't start to establish those sight lines until they're back at full force. But IWNRX out here on the off angle. Mafioso goes down to Swain, and they've already sent Carrillo down. That's going to slow it out. McGrellin as well, looking to try and challenge. They're getting across the road, but Carrillo's going to roll straight up to IWNRX. This is a chance for IWNRX to stop Alpha 7 and lock in the 151 top spot.
Alpha 7 are in big trouble. They're in the worst position. So many teams are focusing right onto them. We talked about fate being in Alpha 7's favor. This is perfect for Team Reject. They didn't have to do a single thing, and Alpha 7 might just go out.
Reject are making their move now as well. They're swinging up north. They're going into open ground. And Apex with a challenge. McGrellin goes down. Revo and Mafioso on the outside. Nade up into the building. Apex goes low, but he's not out. The second one maybe. No, it goes long. Revo with another one. They're putting it towards the backside, and there's the knock onto Apex.
Huge!
3 players for Alpha 7 stay alive. Can they get this flush? Put a point on the board. They find it.
They got
Revo picks it up, and now it's 152, but Zedwolf's into the fight.
152 might just be enough. I don't know how anybody is in their seat right now. Get on your feet. This is the final moments of this tournament. IWNRX got their eyes locked onto Alpha 7.
There it is.
They are focused on the end. That's 2 down.
Carrillo now last to go. He's into the buggy. What is he doing? Are they going to take the spray? They have the team shots. It goes low. He takes one, but he's fine. Over towards Baron. He's not got his attention turned his way. A roll down for Carrillo. They get a second point. They get 2 points, but they're down. And there it is. 1-5-3. Reject. Are you up to it? What have you got?
1-5-3. That is the number to beat. Can Reject do it? They need to have a record-breaking game here. They are on the edge of the zone of Monte Nuevo. The problem is, though, all of these teams that are left, there's only so many eliminations. Team Reject, how could they be sitting still? At a certain point, you gotta start pushing squads.
With the tie-breaking rule, Reject lose. They need 20 eliminations and a chicken dinner. That is tough going for them.
That's almost this whole lobby.
Misery goes down, Talon out with them. Reiji also will fall. 34 players remain and 4 of them are rejects, which means there's only 30 points left in the lobby for them, and those will start to drain away. The longer they sit, the longer their task will seem. The shadow of it towers in front of them. And the longer this goes on, the safer Alpha 7 sit.
Alpha 7 are looking really good right now. They got to be very, very happy because Team Reject are in a dire position. But we got a bigger problem, John. Tianba. Tianba are right next to Team Reject, and they could look to steal away that second place position.
The open ground that sits beneath Tianba is where Reject are gonna need to go. If Reject go down now, they get 0 placement points. 14 points was the difference. It's now 10. Tianba, very capable of jumping that gap.
Absolutely. Tianba have a good feeling that this team across the road is one they need to take out. And they took out all of Team Reject's vehicles, so they're stuck on foot here. Gonna have to make something happen with the weapons on their back. If they want to be the new champions, they're gonna have to do something special here.
And it needs to be now. There is no time. There is no more waiting.
Oh!
Tianba spotted. So is Dawn to do it.
Devastating. Devastating play for Tianba. They got backdoored. They didn't even see DRX. They do end up getting that revenge, but they lose a critical player here. Now they are going to be able to get another elimination point that gets them a little bit closer to Team Reject. Team Reject stuck, just trying to play this safely. At this point, they know that to try to get this championship is going to be very difficult. But can we at least hold on to second place?
That's the challenge. But the nades are coming through. They are cooking them in response, but they are just pouring over towards Reject. Sara in the smoke on the roadside. Launches one towards QZ. Is that good? No, it's short. Spray over to Sara.
Down.
And Bond finds the knock. Will look for one. Reiji as well.
That's
just the next to go down, and Reject are starting to crumble. 2 players fall. Divine in the smoke has to push forwards now. You've got to do it. Duello's there.
One
Divine
more.
is down, and Duello might just be the last chance. He's out. Reject still with 1 player left, but it's in the blue zone, and down they go. Japan fall, and Brazil rise. Alpha 7.
They've done it! Alpha 7 are gonna be the first ever PUBG Mobile World Cup champions! Out comes the hugs, and Brazil are screaming at the top of their lungs!
And they know that they've done it! Alpha 7 elation! What a way to do it! Tianba, though, with the chase. 3 of their players still alive. Can Reject fall further than this?
Whoo! $400,000 in the bank, baby. What are they gonna buy first? That's gonna be the question. But the big question is, can Tianba steal some serious money away from Team Reject? They have 6 eliminations already.
6 teams remaining as well. Those placements are going to add up. They sit 6 points now behind where Reject are. With those 8 eliminations, they're on 118 to the 124 that Reject have.
By the way, DRX are in 7th place. They're still alive here. DRX have 103 total points. They could definitely make some moves up this leaderboards and make some big money. They could easily pass up Boom. There's only 5 more points they need to get to tie with them.
Absolutely, and those placements do start to rack up fast. You pick up a point, you pick up 2 elims, something like that. You stay in late because the circle keeps them on. Team Liquid, the opposing force on the northwest flank.
Let's see just how many points, how many placements these teams are going to move up. You can see even IWNRX have 7 eliminations here. We can see them put themselves in a really good spot if they're able to finish this game with a chicken dinner. Tianba, though, creeping closer to Team Reject. 8 eliminations. There's not much left to go for them.
Time is of the essence now. Tianba breaking out to the east. They want to establish control on the open ground. DRX not going to take shots their way just yet. The circle's going to close and it's going to push IWNRX in. closer to Team Liquid, and TJB are there. Over the road they go. The crash is incoming now. 4 players roll up. Swain goes low, gets knocked frozen as well. Kind, the third to fall, and IWNRX going straight into the fiery maw that sits before them. Down
DRX.
they go. DRX with a challenge now. Power wanting to surge up the tables.
DRX need to get this fight done. They can push themselves so high up the leaderboard. Here comes Tiamba. They need just a few more points. They're making a hard push, but Team Liquid stiff arms them. DRX, you can see them hoping and praying for this last player to make something magical happen.
They need 6 points from here on out, Jukes. That's all they need. But that's such a difficult task. DRX are falling too.
DRX cannot go out now. They have to take out Power. They need to get this done. The last player for Tiamba, it's gonna be Sean. He has a good open angle onto the side of the map. Let's see what happens as DRX starts up that push. Oh, here comes TJB in the mix on the third party.
And it is going to be DRX picking up that first point as well. They've added another to their tally. 2 players for them, holding out against Power. TJB with 3, pushing on in. There's the crash. 1 player down, and it's all up to the player upstairs now. Can he hold the staircase? Can he hold his nerve with 5 teams remaining?
DRX already sitting with 105 points. 1 more and they'll tie with Talon. The difference at this stage, folks, is $10,000. We could see 2 eliminations being $10,000 more in the blank for DRX, but they only have 1 player up. Can he do it? He gets a knock.
Vidan goes down, the Molotov is in the window, but he's got more still to deal with. And it is going to be pure steel in his heart right now. It needs to be for DRX if they want to jump up. Boom is their next ladder up. And over the top he goes. What is this guy doing? Oh my God. This is Pmwc. You can't do that.
The jump down. Oh, and he goes down at the last second. Was that enough, though, to push them up 2 more placements? That could have been a massive $20,000 plus swing from DRX in that one moment.
Here's the thing.
Tiamba.
Tiamba, exactly. 6 points is second place. They sit 6 points behind. They need 1 elimination here, or they fall in third. They need to find a point. 1 point from anywhere, but it is on the ropes for Tiamba.
It is all up to Sean. What can he do for Tiamba? Can we see a miracle happen? Tiamba push their way up and reject from their second place spot. We know he's gonna get some solid placement points here. Can he hunt down? Oh, he's got to be very, very careful here. A couple shots, and he is done for.
6 placements would draw them even, but they lose the tiebreaker. Tiamba lose the tiebreaker to reject in second place, which means second place is not good enough. He needs 1 point out of second place, or to get a couple more eliminations, but that would be such a tall order. Team Liquid are taking them away from him. Oh, a brutal point found. Is it going to him? No. I think that was taken by Team Liquid.
5 seconds on the clock. This zone is about to close, folks, and it's going down all the way to the middle. Team Liquid have their eyes on Sean. How many smokes does he have left? That is the question. Team Liquid are going to be looking to take this chicken dinner. They're going to push themselves up the leaderboards. That's right. How far? We're about to find out as TJB are playing on the edge. Can Sean outlast TJB to get a few more of those critical placement points? He is now in the blue zone. And this is gonna hurt. The nades screen on out, and that is Sean. Gone for. Did he do it?
TJB went down first. I think they might have gone down. I'm not entirely sure. It might be a dead heat. We'll have to go to the leaderboards, but the big story is the old legacy laid in the dust for Alpha 7. They have broken the curse. The shackles are broken. An international title has been claimed.
Put the belt.
Supporters of PUBG Mobile esports around the world, we have found your champions. Months of hard work, qualifiers and stages have brought them to this point. Congratulations.
But first, we welcome the Keymaster onto the stage to give the team their championship key.
Gentlemen, Carrillo, put your key onto your trophy.
the crownless are finally kings and rest on their throne. Ladies and gentlemen, PMWC champion.
A gente finalmente conseguiu ser campeões. Fazem 4 anos que a gente está tentando e bateu na trave, segundo lugar, terceiro lugar. E todo mundo zoando a gente. E não tinha outra equipe para ser campeão, tinha que ser a gente, porque a gente merece muito. E a gente está muito feliz.
It's a mixture of feelings. We've been trying for a long time. It's a lot of emotions. We've been trying second, third place. People making fun of us, but there was no other team. It had to be us.
Well, they're not making fun of you, any of you more now. This right here proves you are the best.
It's true, it is true. Carelio, I'm going to come to you one more time. We have a very important question to ask you. Which 3 teams' keys are you going to crush to place in the base of your trophy?
Quais são as 3 chaves que vocês querem esmagar para colocar na base do troféu de vocês?
Bom, nós decidimos juntos e nós vamos colocar a Vampire, a IHC e a Reject. Mas é porque a gente respeita muito esses times, eles são muito fortes.
We decided together we're going to do Vampire, Reject, and IHC, and that's because we respect them very much. They're very good teams.
I mean, they're taking a reigning world champion, the 2-time MSC champion, and the team that took away the PMGO from them. There's no sweeter revenge than that. And Carelio, I want to give you this opportunity. Anything that you want to say to the fans, family, supporters that have supported you this entire journey, all this way to becoming the PMWC champion?
Vamos te dar essa oportunidade agora. Alguma coisa que você queira dizer para a família, para os fãs, para quem quer que esteja apoiando vocês?
Bom, eu só tenho a agradecer a minha família.
We're here, we're very nervous, and I would like to say hi and send a big kiss for our families, and thank you very much.
Love to hear that. Once again, congratulations, Carelio, Alpha 7, incredible performance. You have proved time and time again that you deserve to be here and you deserve to be the champion, and you have also earned the right to immortalize Alpha 7 and yourselves in the history of the Esports World Cup by placing your key later on into the totem.
That is right, so we're going to give you that opportunity one more time to lift that trophy and cement yourselves as the champions. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Alpha 7 Esports!
Well, the tears are flowing, and the question is, can the wins keep going here for Alpha 7 as they finally break their curse and can officially make their stand, not only in the official power ranking as #1 team in the world, but now are PUBG Mobile World Cup champions, their first massive international title ever. And you heard in that interview, Korea saying, we finally get to prove all those people talk about us wrong, man. They finally get the victory, and you can see what it means to them.
For the people joking around saying second place, that we're going to be second place again, finally we get Alpha 7 being able to get a global championship, being able to be on top where this team has deserved to be for a very, very long time. And it's good to see that the hard work for many years for this team has finally paid off.
We've been saying it like event after event after event. It is eventually going to be Brazil's time to claim one of these trophies, and it's happened right now here at Pmwc. And what a great achievement for them, man. It's so many years of work to make it happen, and this was their time.
And Kalaris, I think you said it perfectly when we were watching the games about Alpha 7.
Honestly, it's it's actually hard to get the words out a little bit because, as you say, we've been waiting for it for so long. But it's not only the fact that they are the PUBG Mobile World Cup champions here. It's not only the fact that they do it in amazing style. If you think about second place after second place after second place, first place in the power rankings by a country mile, and now crowning themselves here. Honestly, for me right now, I imagine for a lot of you guys as well, they're the current era GOATs. They are undisputed the current era GOATs, and I don't see how anybody can contest with them just yet.
Yeah, we need to go back in our ranking that we did for top 10 GOATs of all time and put them at #1, man. This team, phenomenal out of them, and also to be able to settle on a fourth player. I mean, McGrell, we've talked about this a couple of times so far on the show. We're not sure if he's going to be staying with the team. I think from what we have been hearing, he won't be staying with the team, but that is a way to make your name for yourself and also basally have the pick of the litter of what team you want to join in Brazil after Alpha 7.
Good for your resume. I feel like, okay, shall we get the Pmwc champion on our team? Actually, you know what? Might be worth it, yeah.
This has been honestly amazing, and maybe we should also give some credit to some other teams out here. Reject,
Yes.
a lot of questions around them after PMGO. Like, can they replicate this kind of performance? Finishing second, but just barely close at the end.
And actually, that really came down to the wire, wasn't it? Tiamba, if Tiamba had gotten one more elimination, they would have been able to get themselves into second place. I think right now it's on a tiebreaker based on the winner chicken dinner. So that is insane, all things considered, but here it is.
You know what, Tiamba, looking at it, right, they've had an amazing third day. And this is going to give them a lot of really great experience for their next global event. I feel like Tiamba, the next time we see them at a PMGC, a PMGO, or Pmwc next year, this team can really compete for the very top because they have that experience under their belt. I'm really, really excited to see them play more.
Also, as a little side note here, Brazil's got to be happy in general because they get an extra slot for PMGC because of this, which is huge for the region considering the powerhouse teams we've had. Also, as a little side note here, Alpha 7 finally get to say, yeah, you might have won PMSL Team Liquid, but sit down when you get to global events because we're still going to be the #1. Fantastic to see, but any other teams that really stood out to you over the course of this? I mean, Vampire, we saw them finally have a run and start to get towards the top of the leaderboard. IHC maybe towards the end as well. What do you got, Max?
Oh, I mean, for me, I would have to look at DRX. I think they've shown some really significant improvements. Right, man, 4th position. They almost got to made it into the top 3, but DRX had some great moments. And just like Tiamba, I am excited to see them in their next global event.
The biggest question mark for Tiamba was those chicken dinners coming into the main tournament.
Yes.
Because of them not being able to get any chicken dinners, they end up being in 3rd place. But I'm with you. I'm excited to see what this Chinese team is going to be doing in the future. For the longest time, ever since we saw Nova, there really hasn't been a Chinese team that has been dominant or has been able to showcase their skills.
One with the opening.
Looking at how obviously there's been power shifts, power dynamics across the globe. How will PEL actually stack up against all of these other regions? Tiamba's shown that they can truly rival these top spots. Again, if one elimination had gone their way in this last game, if one elimination had gone their way in the other 17 games, they'd have been looking at second place here. But hey, PMGO champions, hold it on.
Y'all stole that one elimination we're looking at, thinking that Sean would be able to pull that one off. But I think DRX, as you guys brought up, a major surprise considering group stage, what we saw on this team. well, we didn't really see much of this team last night. It's unfortunate for them. And then they go to survival stage, they make it through, they get here into 4th place. I think that's been one of the biggest upsets so far in this event, minus Team Falcons not qualifying, obviously.
Yeah, I would have to agree for that one. But like at the end of the day, we keep saying it, the entirety of this main tournament, right? It was so close between so many teams in the middle of the pack, even towards the top, right? Like pushing up in top 3 for Chamba, tying up onto that 2nd place. This is one of the most entertaining global tournaments we've had in a long, long time, and gets me even more excited for what PMGC is going to have in store for us at the end of this year.
The skill is getting closer and closer. I think that we were saying, what, from 12th downwards all the way up to 4th place. It was like 14 points or so between those teams. So you could have had a situation where somebody in the last game alone went from winning, I don't know, 45 grand or something like that, to rocketing all the way up to trying to challenge for $100,000. That's how close it was in the middle pack at game 18. So it's been a blinder of a tournament.
It really has. You saw there the 2nd page how close it really was indeed. Only Power, unfortunately, kind of falling. Couldn't replicate that 4-game performance they had in the group stage. 4MV, though, even though, just 4MV, man. I think for me that's been one of the most disappointing results so far because, Max, we got to do the watch parties for CSA. We saw what they could do in their region, but something was massively lacking when we got to the
I mean, if we bring up 4MV, we have to bring up Falcons too, right? I feel like those are 2 teams that we expected to already for Falcons make into the main tournament, but just do better in general. But you know what? Sometimes it just doesn't quite work out for them, and hopefully they can go back to the drawing board in the full season of CSA, and if they make it into PMGC, try and perform over there.
I mean, that's the thing, right? We're actually only a few weeks away from PMSLs kicking off yet again. And we know PMGC is around the corner. We know how teams are going to be qualifying into PMGC. So yeah, you might get some wins here, you might get some good results, but their job's not done. You go home, maybe take a week off, and get straight back into that grind once again.
I'm intrigued to see what kind of roster changes we're going to be seeing due to the outcome of this event, right? You guys were talking about maybe McGrellin not continuing with Alpha 7, him being able to pick wherever he might want to go in Brazil, and now Brazil with being the champions out of PMWC, having that extra slot going into PMGC, that's going to be massive. If I'm McGrellin right now, oh man, I'm so excited to see.
I know he's going to get picked up by Alpha 7 though. Oh, Ratto boy!
Ratty, yes! Oh, I'd be so happy.
Well, let's move on here. We're talking about the greatest team we have here so far this event, taking home the championship. It's time to take a look at our MVP. I'm not going to give you predictions because we actually kind of already know who it is. Max is looking at his phone. He's like, all right, this guy's the MVP. Let's actually show it for you guys.
He didn't want to curse it.
Yeah, he didn't want to curse it, but not to mention a lot of extra money. I think it's $50K for being the MVP of the event, and it will go Reject's way with Reggio Seal.
Back-to-back global event MVP from PMGO at the start of the year in Brazil, now over here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. Man, this guy's been on point. The mini 14 god of this lobby. And man, his nades, not to be sniffed at either. No, he's been on point when it comes to his utility play. Like, clearly a standout player for Reject. And I'm excited to see how his career is going to continue for the rest of 2024.
One of the main reasons why Reject was even challenging to become the champion here at PMWC. And I'm with you. For him to be able to now get back-to-back MVPs at global tournaments, I'm trying to think back if that has not been done in the past. And I don't think it has. Really because when Nova was winning, it was always a different player. It was either Parabor, it was Order, or maybe it was Jimmy as well. You never knew who was going to win. But for him to be able to put up this performance back-to-back in global tournaments is so impressive.
So technically, Reiji can do the Grand Slam of Pubg Mobile Esport for 2024. If he does in PMGC, oh man, best player out there.
I mean, and he might have the chops to be able to do it. I mean, looking at a lot of the fights that they were able to take here, not only was the utility game strong from them as well, but even just the entry frags that they were actually being able to utilize, as well as defensive frags. If you think back to the island finish on Erangel, they were holding that compound down for a long time and held it strong against people in the compound to then transition over water situations. So, yeah. The world's his oyster.
I think the craziest thing about them actually as well is that the fact is they got in from this event because they won PMGO, not because they qualified from their own region. They placed, I think, 9th in their own region.
It was bad.
We almost didn't even get to see them play, and then they come into the event and they get 2nd place. It's really interesting that they're able to play so high in global, but so low in the region.
But this is what people have to, these teams have to truly understand and realize about PUBG Mobile. International competition is very different to regional competition. You can't just, I mean, let's take 4MV, for example, and Falcons in this scenario. They look great in their region, but come to international, it's a different ballgame. Not necessarily in terms of how you're going to execute an overall skill, just how the lobby feels, the flow of the lobby. You've really got to feel it out very fast because you have limited limited time to be able to do so on the international soil.
It takes a skill set that's so hard to really train as well because you're so used to your region.
Yes.
And you don't have to adapt so quickly. But during this event, we did have a couple of records broken.
Ooh.
One of them, at least, we didn't expect to be broken when it came to longest distance eliminations. Let's actually get a check in here with our results. And we do have Alpha 7, of course, with 5 chicken dinners over the course of this event, getting themselves an extra 25K to the 400K they just won, plus all the money they won in the group stage as well. Are they going to go to the Rolex store after this?
Maybe. I mean, that's why they didn't get 6 eliminations. They could have been like, oh no, we're not going to get 6 wins. We're going to make it easy for 2025 PMW.
To beat ourselves again.
We're going to beat ourselves again.
I can see Refus as well. At least 4MV gets an extra 10K for themselves with the longest elimination. This one we find going to be extremely hard to break in the future as well. Because that is it's a long shot.
I want to see that clip.
120.
Yeah, where's the clip? Give me the clip.
Get us the clip. Yes.
Dang. Yeah, nobody's breaking that.
421.
Even like Tony K, right? Most eliminations in an event, 53. I actually am curious, like, what did Reggie OCO get at the end of this? Because 53 is insane.
I don't think anyone's beating that ever.
Yeah. Are they going to slowly like reduce it by like a certain percentage every year until someone can break it again?
It slowly decays over time. Yeah, okay.
Or you add the total that you get from it every year.
I mean, beating a record from an invitation-based tournament into a qualification-based one is tough. Like the transition from those two events is really hard. So,
and then as time
it might
goes
take
on,
a few years to like beat that record set by Tony K.
As time goes on, the skill gets closer and closer between all the regions as well. So it gets harder and harder to be that absolute insane. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult.
We saw it perfectly with this tournament. I think it was Reggie also ended up with 33 elims, so not even close. 20 behind. That's ridiculous.
You'd have to absolutely stomp PMWC to be able to pull that one off, and that we don't see that happening anytime soon. And also, interesting thing here, our MrFENIX Dream Squad. I'm actually curious to see who this is going to be. It's our top 4 when it comes to our MVP. So we know Reggie OCO is going to be there. We know Mafioso is probably going to be there. I wonder, is it going to be 3 Alpha 7 members and Reggie OCO? Are we going to see the Enigma Galaxy for Alpha 7?
Juicy Z.
Okay.
I'm happy with this.
Me too.
Of course you're happy with that. Of course
Well, QCC performed so well for them during group stage. I feel like he didn't perform to the point that we kind of expected him to here in the main tournament, but for him to be able to kind of put up these performances, I am not surprised.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at this list, of course. You're like, sure, you have Mafioso and Revo. I do know as a fact, looking at the stats, that the other players, McGrellin, Carrillo, are not far behind. So could have been a full, it could have just been Alpha 7 team, almost.
Well, they show up that they are the best players here when it comes to PMWC, and they also win themselves an MrFENIX GT20 Pro World Cup Edition phone as well that they get to use for themselves and take home. So hey, some extra prizes going for themselves, man. I'm jealous.
We got one.
Yeah, we did, but is it World Cup Edition? Look,
I'm jealous, yeah. Okay.
I mean, they're jealous.
Be satisfied with what you have, boys, okay?
I want more!
Yeah.
Let's also take a look at our Arcadia play of the day as well here. I don't know what it's going to be, to be honest, because we've had... yeah, to be fair, it could be Yoru. Oh, we got some special words here, actually. Okay, so you got Gunslinger for Mafioso, Grenade Master for Revo, Frenzy for Field Medic. All right.
He rezzed his teammates in their win earlier today, like, so much. He was keeping, I think it was Yummy alive just the entirety of the time, then taking that win versus Alliance. So he was the real medic.
Not gonna lie, for Grenade Master, after what happened in group stages and after you got me so hyped on it, I was expecting 4MV Doc to end up being the leader in that. And by the way, Alpha 7 overrated, Doc? I don't know about that.
That's gonna chase him for years.
We're never letting that go. Oh, that's a bad take.
We're chewing that clip up for Team GC already, actually.
Yes.
Can we just get that clipped out for later on in the year? Well, now we can take a look here at Arcadia play of the day. I think Yoru is a good shout as well, because that kept Reject in reach. Up to Alpha 7.
Brilliant. It was such a good hold, and these plays don't happen too often. Also, if you're going up against players with S12Ks compared to the DBS, you've got that slight reload time between the 2 shots. So you've got to be so on point with the DBS to make that happen.
And actually, even after the clutch, right, he was using so much utility and smokes, he made it look like there were 3 players in that compound. And it slowed down power significantly, so it kept the hopes of Talent alive quite a bit longer in that Erangel game.
Of course, Yo coming in.
Oh, yeah.
This game was so important for Alpha 7.
Yeah.
I mean, as much as we're watching the Alula IHC POV from this one, the fact that Alpha 7 was able to solidify themselves in the top spots in that second last game meant there was almost no wiggle room for rejects towards the end.
The patterns, right? The patterns ended up showing for Alpha 7. Alpha 7 being able to be passive, control the game, slow it down if they needed to, and then for Reject fully sending it, making the wrong decision, it ended up costing in the tournament.
Hashtag mature team.
Yeah.
That's what it is. And actually,
Not
to
for
be
Reach.
fair, I mean, we
Ironically.
kind of meme about it a little bit. But Alpha 7 really have matured as a team over time and have definitely showed they've come willing to play a different style, a slower style. Hey, that's you, Coloris.
Hey, that's
and willing to adjust, because what was going on in the past wasn't allowing them to win titles, and finally they're able to do it here.
Yeah.
I want to take that trophy home.
I know,
man,
it
'cause
looks
that trophy
so
is
Looks
sick.
great.
At least they found their key again.
Yeah, they found it again. It dropped on the floor when they tried to lift it again.
But
Where are they going? Are they coming to?
Are they coming to us? I want to say, because I know this area.
Yeah.
And they're walking towards the
They're going to give it to you, Seven. Seven, as our #1 supporter.
I
Here's the
can't touch
trophy.
it. No. I'm good. I'm good. People are already saying that I was going to curse them. I saw all those Instagram posts.
Let's be real, though.
I'm not Max.
This image here, it feels like this should have happened 3 years,
yeah.
2 years, 1 year ago. Them carrying the major trophy through the halls, escorted by security. This is
Wait, they are coming in here.
For them.
No. They're going.
Oh, they
they're
go
gonna
one
go to
early?
the club championship.
Okay, well, that makes more sense, yeah.
The totem.
By the way, as we heard them say and Sandstorm say, I love the teams they chose.
Yes.
The keys they add to their trophy. That is hilarious to have the team who won PMGC over them, the team that won PMG over them, and the team that always wins these mid-season events. Honestly, I'm so happy they chose those 3 teams.
I mean,
Perfection.
we're thinking maybe they were going to end up picking Team Liquid, but
That's a mean pick.
Team Liquid, keep beating them in Brazil. It doesn't matter. You're still falling short when we get to global events.
I'd love to know your guys' opinions. Is there any dispute that they are the current era GOATs?
Oh, no, for sure.
No.
Like, they are. I think even before this event they were, but now they just solidified themselves. We won. This is the only thing they were missing, is winning a trophy at one of these global events, and it's finally happened.
There was so much memeing. We heard the players say it. We've been made fun of for being second place, but that it's crazy when you lose track of that for a team to be able to be so consistent, to be able to get second place so many times over and over again. Yes, it's unlucky. Yes, they haven't matured enough. Guess what? They are now mature enough. Now they are able to put their key in that tone.
Of course, join all the other champions here at the Esports World Cup. You can see on the board at the moment the likes of T1. That organization has a legacy behind them. Alpha 7 have a legacy behind them that's continuing to grow and continuing to improve as we continue through the growth and development of PUBG Mobile Esports. And man, they're almost crying. It's almost making me to tears, and I don't cry easily.
To be honest, I'm in shock that this is the first global trophy for Carrillo too. With how well he has been for so many years, I would put him up there as one of the GOATs now for PUBG Mobile 2. We're talking about how this team is one of the GOATs right now of our current era. Carrillo, with the way he's been able to play, with so many ups and downs that he has had, with the switching of teams as well, going from Loops now to being in Alpha 7 for such a long time, and being able to perform over and over again, pretty much silencing the doubters.
If this team doesn't get complacent, roll on next year, roll on the next PMWC. We're here once again in Riyadh. You're seeing this home. This is going to stand place in Riyadh from now until then. And then I don't know if anybody can contend with them. The people that are going to try and contend with them have to work extremely hard to try and catch up to what Alpha 7 currently is.
Like it's not a meme. They have matured. They have leveled up significantly over the years, and like they're going to go into PMGC. Like for me, there's no doubt in my mind they're going to qualify for that tournament. And I'm telling you, they could do the back-to-back global event here. PMWC into PMGC. It could be happening, and we could finally maybe call them the actual world champions of PUBG Mobile Esports.
I would call them the actual true all-time GOATs if that happened, considering.
Better than
Hands
Nova.
down.
I think it beats Nova's legacy.
Because the skill progresses from year to year to year. If you match up teams now compared to 4 years ago, 3 years ago, that's why I'm selling it.
I agree.
Well, that is the question, right? Will they get complacent? Will they fall off? We've seen teams do this in the past. Bigatron's going to be one team that comes to mind. Nova's going to be the other team that comes to mind. Can they maintain this level of play? And I think the fact that they finally got that taste of victory, that taste of the being a champion, I want to say it's going to make him work even harder. And obviously you talked a lot about Carrillo, but what about Revo and Mafioso, man? These two have been with Alpha 7 for as long as time's existed. And they've never given up on the team. They've never given up on the organization. They've never given up on each other, bringing in different people in the roster. I think that's a story all in itself.
We've seen the growth, right? Especially with Revo. When he started off, and then he started becoming the MVP of Americas, and now he was able to put up great performances in global events. But the biggest highlight for me, especially in the past year, in the past 24 months, has to be Mafioso. The way that player alone has been able to stand up for that team, it was always either Carrillo or Revo. Now for them to also kind of put their backs, be able to be carried by MrFioso, it's even more impressive. He's been able to put up performances. Now he has adjusted to a role that's currently working out wonders for them. And I can't wait to see what this team's going to be doing. And I really hope that this team does end up finding a fourth and they stay together for at least a year. Please, do it for us.
That's the question. How strong can they become if they're already this dominant with only a core of 3 players? For all of you at home, remember PMWC will be coming to an end shortly, which means the Violet Thunder set is going to be disappearing as well. So make sure you guys pick this one up as quick as possible. And obviously, it celebrates the PUBG Mobile World Cup. And also, why after you're done doing this, go fill out a survey about the show. Likes, dislikes, what you've been happy with, what you weren't happy with. But of course, you all should be extremely happy with how this event's turned out, especially if you're a Brazilian fan. But before we do end out the show here, gentlemen, I want to give you a chance each for some closing thoughts as we're coming to a close on the first half of the year. PMSLs, PMGCs are right around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this entire year has been fantastic so far. PMJ was great. PMWC, man, again, I feel like this is one of the most entertaining global tournaments we've had in a long time for PUBG Mobile Esport, and it's getting me just even more excited for the rest of the year. The full season, PMGC, who's going to be taking the trophy there? Can Alpha 7 make it happen again? I am ecstatic with how things have been going so far, and I'm really looking towards the future and how things are going to go down.
That's the main thing for me too, how competitive this tournament has been. For Alpha 7 to finally be able to break that curse makes me happy as an Alpha 7 fan, makes me happy as a fan of PUBG Mobile Esports to show that that hard work finally has paid off. And I'm with you. I can't wait to see what's going to be happening in the PMSLs coming up. I can't wait to see what's going to happen in PMGC.
Been here 3 years in a row doing this. I love that we get to see the trials and tribulations of a star-studded roster finally pay off, finally come to fruition.
अस्सलामुअलैकुम, क्या हाल चाल हैं सब लोगों के? Welcome to the live stream. Welcome back यार guys, come on, जिंदा हो जाओ जल्दी से, किधर हो सारे के सारे? स्टार्ट करते हैं लाइव स्ट्रीम, लेट्स गो। आग लगा देनी है आज लाइव स्ट्रीम पे। Wait. Welcome, energy, welcome. Thank you. क्या बात। क्या बात है भाई, क्या बात है, क्या बात है। आ जाओ भाई, सब जिंदा हो जाओ लाइव स्ट्रीम पे यारो। किधर हो, किधर हो सारे के सारे, लाइव स्ट्रीम पे आ जाओ। आग लगाते हैं लाइव स्ट्रीम पे, आ जाओ। थोड़ी बहुत आग हम घरों पे भी लगा देते हैं, टेंशन नहीं लेनी, घबराना नहीं है आपने। क्या बात है। हुई 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 हुई। हाँ जी, बस ऑन करो जाके आईडी, स्टार्ट करो भाई लाइव स्ट्रीम। आ जाओ भाई। ओके एनर्जी जान के टोटे, आ जाओ यार, थोड़ी देर तक आ जाओ, कोई नहीं, इट्स ओके। क्या सीन है भाई, एनर्जी खेल रहे हैं रूम? रूम खेलना है, आ जाओ मेरे साथ रूम करो यार, जब तक लोग भी आ जाएंगे, जब तक। वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम अयाज जट, क्या हाल चाल है? वेलकम वेलकम, आ जाओ अयाज जट, आ जाओ। जिसने आना है जल्दी से आ जाओ यार। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह यार, मैं ठीक हूँ, मज़े में, इंजॉइंग अ लाइफ। हुई 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 हुई। जल्दी से आ जाओ अयाज, जल्दी से आओ, जल्दी आओ, जल्दी 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 जल्दी। उड़ उड़ कर आ जाओ, उड़ उड़ कर। वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम मॉस, क्या हाल चाल है? जान का टोटा भी आ गया भाई, क्या बात है, क्या हाल चाल है मॉस भाई, क्या हाल चाल? उकड़ा भाई लेकिन समटाइम्स वो ग्लिच कर जाती है शायद क्योंकि अच्छा अबे यार लॉबी में आओ यार रिक्वेस्ट क्या भेजो रूम आईडी लिख कर आओ यार जल्दी आओ यार रूम आईडी लिखो और नोट करो जल्दी आओ एनर्जी ने ऊपर रूम आईडी दी है शेयर किए देख कर आओ जल्दी से
Match. Let's go.
क्या बात है भाई एनर्जी कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन यार 10 कंप्लीट कर लिए क्या बात है जान का छोटा क्या कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन मेरे जान के छोटे वेलकम बैक मुआस इधर है कहाँ गया पे मुआस आ गया बड़ा डांस कर रहा है भाई ये अगला तो इतना डांस करा करा के मार रहा है आए दिल पे लगती है भाई ऐसे ना किया करो ऐसे तो ना करो अरे भाई सब लोग किधर हैं? जल्दी जल्दी ऑनलाइन हो जाओ यार लाइव स्ट्रीम पे। रूम्स करना है, जल्दी जल्दी स्पीड ना लाओ, सबके सब किधर हो? आओ लाइव स्ट्रीम पे रोन के शोन के लगाओ यार। महफिल वहफिल सजाओ, ऐसे तो ना करो, ऐसे तो ना करो। क्या बात, अगले की कुटाई कैसी लग रही है? आए मजा आ रहा कि नहीं आ रहा? मजा आ रहा कि नहीं आ रहा?
team victory.
Things. Good game. It's okay. It's okay. Thanks, Farhan Vlog. गुड गेम यार, आ जाओ, किसी और ने करना है, जल्दी बताओ। फरहान दिला। एनर्जी तुम आ रहे हो? एनर्जी तुमने आना है। ओ एनर्जी, आवाज आ रही है? आ जाओ फरहान व्लॉग, तुम आ जाओ, चलो। आ जाओ, कम ऑन कम ऑन। हाँ, रैंडम के साथ भी खेलते हैं यार, इसको आने दो अभी, फरहान जानू को आने दो। फरहान आ भी जाओ जल्दी। लेट्स गो। ये भी ठीक है, ये भी सही है, आई लाइक इट। हाँ ठीक है, हो गया, सही है, ओके, गुड हो गया, वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड, वेरी वेरी रियलिस्टिक।
Team match, let's go.
Yup. Obito is a Farhan. Obito. Yeah, कसमें बातें छोड़ देंगे. हाय 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 हाय, क्या बात है, क्या बात। चसाई के नहीं आई, पहले से आराम है? पहले से आराम है कि नहीं? या पहले आराम था कि अब नहीं है, हैं? आई थिंक पहले आराम था लेकिन अब नहीं है, जिंदगी में पहले आराम था अब नहीं। आए हाय ओए होए, क्या बात है भाई, बाबा जी, बाबा सही।
Team victory.
बात है भाई, पहले से आराम है। पहले से आराम है। आना है किसी ने 1v1? माज तुम आ रहे हो? माज तुम आ रहे हो? तुमने आना है माज? माज, हेलो माज, तुमने आना है क्या? भाई जान आपने आना है गेम में? अरे भाई और कहीं नहीं, गेम में पूछ रहा हूँ यार। बाबा जी क्या बात है भाई, क्या बात है। वालेकुम सलाम गोपेश, वालेकुम सलाम। वेलकम टू द लाइव स्ट्रीम यार। आओ मिलकर दोस्ती का हाथ बढ़ाते हैं, आ जाओ। चैलेंज करते हैं जरा रैंडम के साथ थोड़ा। रैंडम्स के साथ जरा एक हाथ करते हैं ना जरा। रैंडम्स के साथ जरा एक हाथ सीधा करने दो यार, फिर करते हैं। आप और कासिम वर्सेस मी एंड गोपेश हैं। आई 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 आई। सारे तो पहले लाइव स्ट्रीम को लाइक करो, ठीक है? 2v2 नहीं हो रहा है, पहली बात तो सही है। 1v1 होगा, लेट्स सी नेक्स्ट मैं किसका लगवाता हूँ। वेट करो, स्ट्रीम को लाइक सब्सक्राइब करो, जल्दी से लाइक करो। सारों ने लाइक का बटन दबा देना है, मैं बता रहा हूँ पहले, वरना मैं आके पकड़ के दबाऊंगा। एक मिनट रुक जाओ यार, सबर करो सबर करो।
Blue team victory.
रैंडम को सदमे लग रहे हैं भाई, क्या बात है। रैंडम इट्स ऑन गोइंग फास्ट। नेवर माइंड नेवर माइंड नेवर माइंड। और छड्डो। कोई नहीं। अच्छा आ जाओ जोजो का और गोपेश का, आ जाओ। ठीक है आ जाओ। गोपेश और गोजो आओ। गोपेश और जोजो आ जाओ। गोजो गोजो आ जाओ। भाई आ जा यार, गोपेश क्या कर रहा है भाई, जल्दी आ जाया करो यार रूम में।
Match. Let's go.
किलर हो सारे के सारे। क्या सीन है? कितनी पब्लिक आ चुकी है? आसिम क्या करे? कहाँ हो भाई सब? भाई ऑनलाइन आओगे तो मैं कराऊंगा ना यार। इस तरह से ऑफलाइन बैठे रहोगे तो कैसे चलेगा ऐसे? ओके सब लाइव स्ट्रीम पे बैठो यार। क्या कर रहे हो? कासिम लाइव स्ट्रीम लाइव करके बैठो यार। जीरो भी वॉचिंग आ रही है, क्या हो रहा है? हाँ जी भाई, क्या सीन है भाई? क्या सीन फाट है भाई तुम लोगों के हैं? तुम लोग क्या चाहते हो? जान चाहते हो? क्या चाहते हो? जान मांगोगे तो जान दे देंगे हैं? प्यार मांगोगे तो प्यार भी दे देंगे। एक खूबसूरत सी बीवी बड़ा तरसावा लग रहा है मुझे लगता है। 15 साल की उम्र में तेरे को शादी का कितना ख्याल आ गया है? 15 साल की उम्र में कौन सी शादी करने का इरादा है तेरा? कमा तो ले पहले। DHA वाली बच्ची चाहिए? ये लो, इसको घर दामाद बनना है मेरे ख्याल से। अली हसन को घर दामाद बनने का शौक है? कह रहा है DHA वाली बच्ची चाहिए। मैं यहाँ पे जो बच्चियों की डिमांडें कर रहे हो हैं? क्या मैं तुम लोगों के लिए यहाँ बच्चे लेके बैठा हूँ? यहाँ तो लोग बच्चियों की डिमांडें कर रहे हैं। शर्म ना आई तुम लोगों को? हैं शर्म ना आई तुम लोगों को? लेकिन डूब मरने का मकाम है। मरने क्या रिक्वेस्ट है भाई? अर्ज करो। क्या कह रहे हो? मैं और कासिम को मैं उसको मार ही नहीं सकता, कासिम को। नहीं, मैं कासिम को नहीं मार सकता यार, जान का टोटा है वो, मेरी जान का टोटा है वो। कासिम मेरी जान का टोटा है।
Blue team
मेरे दिल
victory.
को कुछ होना शुरू हो जाएगा। आए, तकलीफ हो रही है अभी से दिल में। आए, कलेजा फट कर आ गया बाहर। वो कहते हैं ना लोग, कुछ भी कर लो लेकिन दोस्तों से बेवफाई नहीं करना। क्या बात है, क्या बात है। गोपेश, तुम्हें प्रॉब्लम है, तुम नेक्स्ट गेम नहीं खेलना, ठीक है? मैंने लाइव स्ट्रीम पे एक नया रूल रख दिया है कि अगर किसी को भी कोई प्रॉब्लम है तो वो मॉडरेटर से प्राइवेट चैट पे बात करे, ना कि लाइव चैट पर, ठीक है? किसी भी बंदे को अगर लाइव स्ट्रीम पे प्रॉब्लम है तो वो मॉडरेटर से, कासिम से या एनर्जी से लाइव चैट पर बात नहीं करेगा, वो प्राइवेटली बात करेगा, ठीक है? अगर ओपनली सबके सामने बात करोगे तो टॉपिक मेरे सामने खुलेगा और मैं बैन मार दूंगा, सीधा चैनल से हाइड मार दूंगा फौरन, ठीक है? इट्स अ लास्ट वार्निंग। जो भी मसला मसाइल है आप लोग मॉडरेटर से हल करवाओ अपने मसले। एनर्जी, अगर कासिम के साथ प्रॉब्लम है तो एनर्जी से कराओ, एनर्जी से मसला है तो कासिम से करवाओ। समझे कि नहीं समझे? नहीं, अभी किसी को नहीं दोगे। वालेकुम सलाम। 20 किल होना लाजमी है। 20 किल होना लाजमी है। बीस किल लाजमी है, 20 किल। बीस किल से फिर ऊपर जितने जिसके सबसे ज्यादा किल्स होंगे वो जीत जाएगा। नहीं, 2v2 नहीं करूंगा। 2v2 नहीं करूंगा। एनर्जी के साथ किसी ने करना है तो आ जाए वो लॉबी में। किसी ने एनर्जी के साथ मैच करना है तो वो आ सकता है। मुआज आ जाओ, मुआज तुम आ जाओ एनर्जी के साथ। मुआज आ जाओ, मुआज आ जाओ। मुआज को इनवाइट कर लो। एनर्जी, मुआज को इनवाइट कर लो। मुआज को बुलाया है। मुआज, मुआज आ जाता है तो गोपेश को हटवा देना, ठीक है? मुआज आना है कि नहीं आना है गेम में, जल्दी बताओ। मुआज गेम में आ रहे हो कि नहीं, जल्दी बताओ। स्टार्ट कर दो। अब दोबारा नहीं आने देना। अली हसन आ जाओ जल्दी से, को बुलाओ अली हसन का, कौन है? तुम यहाँ डिस्कॉर्ड से चले जाओ, सेव हो जाएगा। डिस्कॉर्ड पे जहाँ से कनेक्ट हो उसी से खेल लो। ठीक हो गया सर, आवाज जियो शरीको जियो। यार ये अजीब पता नहीं समस्या बात पर यहाँ पे पता नहीं क्या दिखा रहा है, अजीब चवल मर गया है यार। ये आग लगा दो, दिल चाहता है इसको। मैं लगता है आग लगा देनी चाहिए। जिंदगी मुझे नहीं पता था। एक तरफा प्यार लच्ची। क्या बात है भाई, क्या बात। एनर्जी क्या कर रहे हैं यार, नाम खराब कर रहे हैं यार। क्या कर रहे हैं? मारो उसको, चप्पल खींच के मारो, चप्पल मारो उसको उतार के, लगा उसके मुंह पे एक चप्पल। वो भी अपना क्या कहते हैं, चप्पल उतारने वाला भी वो होता है यार। खींच के चप्पल मारो बंदे को। पिस्टल की जगह ना चप्पल होनी चाहिए। बाथरूम की गंदी चप्पल है। आए 2 पट्टी वाली, खींच के मार साले के मुंह। होना चाहिए। लेवल हो गया भाई, लेवल। इतने सीरियस कमर में दर्द हो गया यार मेरी तो अभी से। बुढ़ापा लगता है जल्दी आ रहा है। क्या लिखा है ये? हैं? हैं? भाई मतलब क्या है तुम्हारी? एक तो अनोखी बातें होती हैं यार, कसम से तुम्हें ही समझ आती है सिर्फ तुम्हारी बात। क्यों ना तुम चैट अपने पास ही करके रखा करो यार, यहाँ ट्रांसफर करने की वजह तो बनती है कोई। हाय लड़खड़ा गई उसकी टांगे यार, अगले की टांगे ही लड़खड़ा गई। मैं तो कहता हूँ टांगे ही तोड़ दी है भाई। नेक्स्ट वेरी रियलिस्टिक। ओ कासिम भाई चैट पर भी आ जा यार, चैट पर भी आ जा। मैसेज भी करो थोड़ा, आपको पढ़ लेकर आओ, टॉप आर्स बढ़ाओ, अपने मैसेजेस करते रहो। टॉप आर्स कितने चल रहे हैं दिखाओ जरा टॉप आर्स।
Blue team victory.
क्या बात है भाई, क्या बात है, वेल प्लेड, वेल प्लेड, क्या बात। भाई रुको मैं जरा अपनी चार्जिंग तो फुल कर लूँ। किधर है मेरी चार्जिंग? मेरी चार्जिंग किधर गई? हाँ ये रही। हो गई भाई, मेरी चार्जिंग फुल हो गई। चलो भाई, किधर हो भाई सारे के सारे? हैं? हाँ लगाओ, फुट कैम लगाओ। हाँ दे दो उसको, प्यार से देना, प्यार से। मैं तो बोलता हूँ मुंह पे मार दो। थक गया मैं भाई, थक गया यार। आज जल्दी एंड कर देते हैं यार लाइव स्ट्रीम। क्या कहते हो, आज जल्दी एंड ना कर दे लाइव स्ट्रीम? थकन सी हो रही है यार, चक्कर आ रहे हैं, अभी से चक्कर आ रहे हैं। कौन सा महीना चल रहा है? तू समझा नहीं भाई, समझा नहीं तू, नहीं तू नहीं समझा, नहीं तू नहीं समझा। लगता तो नहीं है, मुझे लगता है 8वां है। आई 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 आई, जिंदगी और मौत तो अल्लाह के हाथ में है। गोजो बोजो, ओ मेरा गोजो बोजो, आ जाओ यार, कड़ा मड़ा सड़ा, आ जाओ मड़ा, आ जाओ ना यार, गोजो बोजो। बोजो बोजो को भी बुला लो। बोजो बोजो को भी बुला लो। कासिम किधर घूमो भाई? हाँ किसी से। अहम अहम सुन रहा है एनर्जी? एनर्जी सुन रहा है? किसी से, किसी किसी से। हाँ क्या कह रहे हो? किसी किसी से बात कर रहा था। हाय 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 जिंदगी। जिंदगी और मौत तो अल्लाह के हाथ में है यार, हम क्या करें? बताओ हम क्या करें? हाँ पबजी ये भी सही है। और बहन मोहब्बत बांटने से मिलती है, रखने से नहीं। स्पैम ना करो, मैसेज आपके आके मोड्स देख लेंगे, ठीक है? एक मैसेज कर दिया, रिपीट ना करो, ठीक है? कोई और टॉपिक बात करो। अगर लाइव स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो प्लस इंक्लूडिंग मी, ठीक है? एनर्जी तो कैम क्यों करता है मुझे ये बता। बाहर आके खेल यार, अंदर छुप जाता है। अच्छा चलो कोई नहीं, नेक्स्ट टाइम बता के आया करो ना। नेक्स्ट टाइम बता के आया करो, संकेत हो गया। आजो आजो, मैं यहाँ बैठा हूँ 1 HP के साथ सीढ़ियों पे, हील बढ़ा रहा हूँ। 1 HP था मैं वैसे। एक गोली का था, एक गोली ऑफ देयर। हाय हाय गोपेश के साथ मैंने क्या प्रैंक मारा है भाई। ओए तुमने मेरे दिल में गोली मार दी, शर्म नहीं आई तुम? से ज़्यादा आराम है? नहीं है तो कोई बात नहीं, ना हो आराम। हाय 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 हाय, क्या मैं जीत जाऊंगा? लगी लगी, कहाँ से पड़ी है बे? गोजो यार डीपी लेकर आ गए हो यार। अब ये करोगे यार, मतलब गोजो अपनी डीपी लेकर आओगे? ये तो गलत बात है ना यार। डीपी तो कोई कॉम्बिनेशन तो नहीं है, गलत बात है यार। दिल में गोली लगती, ऐसे तो ना करो। इसके काम चल करो जोजो के यार। गोजो है, पता नहीं जोजो है, जूजो है या जूजो है। मज़ा नहीं आ रहा यार। पीछे से मारने का भी अलग ही मजा है। हाय हाय, क्या पीक से मारा है मैंने गोपिश के बच्चे को। कान के नीचे लगी है उसके, जाके कान के नीचे, कान के नीचे। टप टपा टप। भाई साहब ये क्या कर रहे हो? अरे बाबा जी, रोना आ रहा है मुझे रोने दो मुझे रोना आ रहा है मुझे रोने दो मुझे रोना आ रहा है मुझे रोने दो मुझे रोना आ रहा है अब मुझे रोना आ रहा है मुझे रोने दो भाई देखो मेरी बात सुनो अब मॉडरेटर्स अपना एनर्जी ओ भाई साहब क्या बात है वेरी नाइस गेम वेरी गुड गेम ये कौन था बंदा भाई ये कौन था मिस्टर फोनी क्या बात है मेरा फैन है इसको बुलाओ जरा मेरी लाइव स्ट्रीम पे चैलेंज करना है मैंने इसके साथ गंदा बच्चा है बिल्कुल गंदा बच्चा मैं तो कहता हूँ उसको बैन कर देते हैं लाइव स्ट्रीम से क्या कहते हैं हाँ हाँ बैन कर देते हैं इसको लाइव स्ट्रीम से इसको लाइव स्ट्रीम से ही बैन कर देते हैं आ जाओ भाई और किसी ने आना है रूम में जल्दी आ जाओ यही रूम कंटिन्यू करते हैं जल्दी आ जाओ मैं रूम खराब करने बैठा हूँ तुम लोगों के आ जाओ मजा आएगा ना आएगा कोई चैलेंजिंग नहीं आ रहा यार कोई चैलेंजर बंदा नहीं आ रहा मजा नहीं आ रहा इसमें कोई सख्त लौंडा आना चाहिए गेम में है कोई है यहाँ पे सख्त लौंडा कोई है कि नहीं सख्त लौंडा है कि नहीं हाँ 4 बंदे शो हो रहे हैं मतलब रूम दोबारा बनाओ डिस्क्रिएट करके ओ खुदा बता दे क्या लकीरों में just invite me come on don't forget me please please invite me I'm your big fan bro यार मुझे तो इनवाइट कर लो यार मैं भी तुम्हारा फैन हूँ यार यार मुझे ना किक करना मुझे ना किक करना प्लीज रैंडम्स को आने दो आने दो आने दो खुशबू आ रही है आने दो कोई नहीं जिंदगी पड़ी है साथ खेलने की क्या क्या कह रहे हो तुम? क्यों? बंदे कितने? लगा लो। आज दर्द है दिल में, क्या करें हम, दिल टूटा है, क्या करें। कासिम, 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 जिंदा हो? बस यही पूछना था, बस यही पूछना था, जिंदा हो? ठीक है, अब जा सकते हो वापस। यार पता तो करना पड़ता है ना भाई, पता चला डिस्कॉर्ड पे बंदा मर गया, पता ही नहीं चला। समझा करो ना यार।
बाद में ले लेना, अभी मुझे बैटल।
हाय 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 हाय, क्या क्या बात है, पब्लिक ही पब्लिक है। हाय हाय, ओए होए, रैंडम्स को बुलाओ। अबे भाई नूसा लगाना था, ये क्या लगा दिया? सुकूना? क्या सुकूना? सुकूना क्या? अच्छा रुकूना, रुकूना, अच्छा नया वर्ड है रुकूना। सुनने में स्टाइलिश लग रहा है। चॉकलेट वाला? आए हाय हाय, हाँ भाई क्या बात है। ऐसे ऐसे टाइम पे तो चॉकलेट बड़ी पसंद आएगी मेरे, मेनू खिला दो चॉकलेट। एक काम करो, चॉकलेट, चॉकलेट का पैसा ट्रांसफर करो, मैं चॉकलेट खाऊंगा। क्या? चॉकलेट एनर्जी को? 8वां महीना चल रहा है। हाँ ये झूठ है, सॉरी सॉरी सॉरी, झूठ है। 7वां चल रहा है अभी, 7वां चल रहा है, 7वां चल रहा है। आओ मिलकर खान साहब से फाइट करें। ये खान साहब आए हैं हमारी लॉबी में, क्या बात है। इनका नाम चेक करें आप, आई एम बलोच। आए हाय, आए हाय, ओए होए, गोपिश, गोपिश तुम्हारा फ्यूचर मिल गया। गोपिश का, गोपिश का फ्यूचर बात है। गोपिश तुम्हारा फ्यूचर, तुम्हारा तुम्हारा फ्यूचर चेहरा। ये क्या है? उजैर, अच्छा भाई, ठीक है भाई, मान लिया भाई, आपने कह दिया सर तो हमने मान लिया भाई। अली हसन काबिजी को बताओ, बुलाओ, और रिपोर्टी ओबीटी पता नहीं कौन है, इसको भी बुलाओ। अबे तुम लोगों ने मुंह टेढ़े करने वाले नाम रखे हुए हैं, साला नाम पढ़ते हुए मुंह टेढ़ा हो जाता है पूरा। सुकूना, रीबाउंड सुकूना, वो भी तो पता नहीं किस चीज़ के फैन है, पता नहीं। मुझे लगता है ये वो बीटीएस लड़कियों के फैन है ना? कासिम, कासिम, हेलो, जिंदा हो? यही पूछना था बस। बस कंफर्म करना था, जिंदा हो ना, बस ठीक है। एनर्जी अब तू चिल्ला। ओए भाई नेक्स्ट। यार एनर्जी रिप्लाई तो बनता है यार, एनर्जी ऐसे कैसे यार? एनर्जी यार अगले ने देखो रिप्लाई तो बनता है, देखो एक अच्छा सा रिप्लाई सोच कर तो बनता है यार एनर्जी। यार एनर्जी यार, एनर्जी यार, एनर्जी यार, हाय 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 हाय। रूल्स वही है यार, रूल्स सेम, रूल्स आर ऑलवेज सेम, रूल्स आर ऑलवेज सेम। जो पहले थे वो अभी हैं, जो बाद में भी थे। बस इसमें हमें उतरना सेंटर वाली बिल्डिंग पे होता है, साइंस लैब जो भी है यार। हाँ साइंस सेंटर, मैनू तो नहीं पता ना यार, मैं तो शरीफ बंदा हूँ, मुझे बख्श दो। हाँ, टूर्नामेंट से पहले नहीं होंगे ठीक है, वो बताया तो आई हैव टोल्ड इट यू कि टूर्नामेंट से पहले रूम नहीं होंगे। हाँ मेरी जान, हाँ मेरी जान, कैसा लगा मेरा मजाक? उन्हें आराम है, पहले से आराम है भाइयों और बहनों, पहले से आराम है, दर्द तो नहीं हो रहा, तकलीफ तो नहीं हो रही ज़्यादा। वो मुझे कहना था ये कि तकलीफ तो नहीं हो रही पहले से। मुझे ज़रा सल ये कहना था कि पहले से तकलीफ तो नहीं हो रही। बच गया ही है वैसे, कौन था पता नहीं, नाम नहीं देखा मैंने। तुम लोगों ने चेक किया तुमने क्लच? मुझे सब छोड़ो, ये बताओ ये कैसा था? क्यों अच्छा नहीं था? ये बताओ ये कैसा लगा है? रिफ्लेक्स चेक किया भाई का तुमने? हैं गंदा वाला रिफ्लेक्स चेक किया तुम लोगों ने? डर्टी रिफ्लेक्स हैं, नोटी वाला। आए हाय 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 हाय, नोटी बिल्कुल हैं, बिल्कुल नोटी। अली हसन काजी था ना ये? आई थिंक जस्ट आ गई होगी इसमें, आई थिंक वही था। उसको बोलो पहले से आराम है, उससे पूछो जरा जाके। हाँ मेरी जान, एनर्जी एक बार बोल के दिखा दे, हाँ मेरी जान। अच्छा तू अभी भी गेम में एनर्जी? क्या बात, आए हाय आया, सबर कर मेरा मुन्ना। हाय हाय, इसकी मौत। ये कौन था? ये शायद गोपी था, गोपी बहन थी शायद। आज खाएंगा कल बैठ के खाएंगे हैं? इफ यू नो यू नो, इफ यू नो यू नो मी बेटर, बटर हैं? इफ यू नो मी बटर। आ जाऊंगा मैं तुम लोगों को नमूनो, आओ मेरे जरा सामने, खाकर दिखाओ मुझे। लाइव स्ट्रीम देख कर आ रहा है मुझे पता है, तू शर्म ना आई तुम्हें हैं? हालां मैं अपने आप को स्पेक्टेट से हटाऊं, बहुत निशाने लेके बैठा है ये। खबर कर, देख लिया बेटा। हाय 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 साले भाग गया, ऐसे दुम दबा के भागा है, चेक कर जरा कैसे भागा है, भागा कैसे है ये देख। अरे चीटर, गुस्सा आ गया मुझे यार, गुस्सा, मुझे बहुत गुस्सा आ रहा है। गुस्सा आ रहा है मुझे, गुस्सा, आई एम एंग्री। नमूने लड़की के बच्चे, तुमने गंदी बात की है, तुम्हें सजा जरूर मिलेगी, तुमको पनिशमेंट मिलेगी, बराबर मिलेगी, बराबर मिलेगी। हाँ मिल गई ना पनिशमेंट। किसके हाथ मरा तू? मरा किसके हाथ था? काजी? आए आए, काजी के हाथ ही मर गया तू भी कसम से। इनका क्या फायदा, इनके 4 किल तो होंगे नहीं। वड़ तो वड़ गया भाई, और कैंपिंग करके खेलें। इतनी कैंपिंग करके खेलोगे तो काहे से होंगे 4 किल हैं बबुआ? असल तो हमारे किल थे, हमें तो दुनिया से गुजार दिया इन लोगों ने। अजीब बंदे हैं यार, स्ट्रीम स्नैप करके आ रहे हैं यार। मेरी तरह खेलो, मैं स्ट्रीम स्नैप नहीं करता, परफेक्ट लोकेशन देख के आता हूँ, आके परफेक्ट लोकेशन पे रश करो, मैं स्ट्रीम स्नैप नहीं करता। और मुझे अगर पता होता ना कि कसम से, अगर मुझे पता होता, मैंने उस देखा नहीं था तुम्हें, मैं उधर नहीं आता कमरे में, पीछे से आता तुम्हारे शोज के, मैंने तुम्हें नहीं देखा। हाँ भाई, अपना एक लाइन हो गया एनर्जी। हाँ मेरी जान, एनर्जी हो जाए जल्दी से एक लाइन।
हाँ मेरी जान, सुना चॉकलेट।
अभी तो बड़ी लाइन
कल बैठ के खाएंगा। हाँ मेरी जान, सुना चॉकलेट।
क्या बात है, लाइव स्ट्रीम पे रिकॉर्ड हो गई, क्या बात। सुन जरा लाइव स्ट्रीम पे जाके, खट्टी मीठी चॉकलेट या अच्छी चॉकलेट? आए आए, मतलब 8वां है, 8वां बोलती पब्लिक। चॉकलेट मिलेगी फिर मुझे। वाह भाई वाह, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन अली हसन काजी, क्या बात है, आज के टॉप रूम विनर हमारे, क्या बात है भाई, क्या बात है। लेकिन बैड लक यार, बैड लक। जिंदगी हो लेकिन कोशिश के असरात ना आए किसी पे, क्या करें। तुम्हारा गेम तो बढ़ गया भाई, तुम्हारा किल तो 3 है, और करो कैंपिंग करके गेम हैं। तुम्हारा गेम तो बढ़ गया मेरे जान, क्या बात। मोहब्बत कर ली होती तो ये फायदा नहीं होता, इसलिए कहते हैं मोहब्बत करो पहले जाके। हाँ मेरी जान, चॉकलेट ला भाई, इनवाइट भेज यार, फटाफट इनवाइट भेज। उन बस बनाते जा रूम, बस रुकना नहीं है, बनाते जा रूम। तू मेरा पुत्र है, पुत्र है तू, रूम बस बनाते जा। मेरा पुत्र है तू, बस रूम बना जा पुत्र, रुकना नहीं है तूने, हैं? आज बस हम रूम ने तुमसे ही रहना है, हैं? रूम में आग लगा देनी है आज हमने जाके, जैसे घरों में आग लगती है ना, तो फुप्पियाँ लगाती हैं आके, वैसी आग लगानी है आज हम। ओ भाई इनवाइट कर दो, ये क्या था? ये क्या हो गई? नहीं आया, दोबारा करो। अबे ये क्या बना दिया? कौन सा 4v4 बना दिया भाई? किसने का? हु सेड दैट? वो बनाता ना नोसा। सही है भाई, ये भी ठीक है। महीने आपके। जोजो और ओबिटो आ जाओ। एनर्जी क्या कह देता है ये माइक खोल के? एनर्जी इसको जवाब दे दे यार, एनर्जी इसको चुप करा दे आज। एनर्जी क्या बोले जा रहा है? एनर्जी, एनर्जी मैं होता तो मैं सुन नहीं सकता था यार, मैं तो उसकी दुनिया हिला देता। एनर्जी कल का आया हुआ बच्चा तुम्हें बातें सुना रहा है यार, कल ही तो पैदा हुआ है ये। देख लो एनर्जी यार, यार देख ले के। यार ओए ओए ओए। ये भी गुड क्वेश्चन है, ये भी गुड क्वेश्चन है। ओ यार स्ट्रीम पे तो चलो अलग मजा ही मजा है भाई, यहाँ डिस्कॉर्ड पे भी अलग मजा आ रहा है। सो 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 मैंने नहीं निकाला, बाकी जो अल्लाह को मंजूर, हम तो हैं शरीफ बंदे यार। बस में वादे भूल जाएंगे। अरे मैं 1 सेकंड आया, अरे बाबा मैं आया 1 मिनट।
Let's go. Red team victory.
हाँ जी आपको ओके ओके हेलो आवाज़ आ रही है? आवाज़ आ रही है, आवाज़ आ रही है। भाईजान जब आपको पता है कि M4 का रूम है तो ये दूसरी गन क्या कर रही थी? हाँ मुझे ये बताओ, ये दूसरी गन क्या कर रही थी यहाँ रूम में? अभी सब्र करो, मैं मज़े लेता हूँ तुम्हारे साथ। अभी आएगा मज़ा तुम्हें बेटा। नहीं करवा रहा, जाओ, सारा रूम ख़राब कर दिया। खड़े रहो यहीं भाई। इसको हाइड मारो चैनल से, गोपिश को हाइड मारो चैनल से। दोबारा अनहाइड नहीं करना, दोबारा अनहाइड नहीं करना, हाइड मारो उसको चैनल से। पहले ही मूड ख़राब है सारा, एक और M4 की गन की जगह दूसरी गन ले आया है और फिर अपनी गलती मानने की जगह दूसरे को बोल रहा है। दूसरे से गेम हो नहीं रही है, बोल ब्लेम मुझ पे कर रहा है। बाढ़ में जाए ऐसा बंदा, आग लगाओ उसको जाके। इसके पुतले को ना, बल्कि नहीं, इसको खुद चौड़ाए पे खड़ोगे ना, आग लगा दो। बल्कि लड़कियों से चप्पल पड़वानी चाहिए, बल्कि लड़कियों से चप्पल पड़वानी चाहिए। नहीं अभी नहीं, नहीं अभी नहीं, लड़कियों से चप्पल पड़वानी चाहिए इसको। अस्सलाम वालेकुम, क्या हाल चाल है? महफिल जमा रखी है भाई यहाँ पे आप लोगों ने। नहीं यार हम आ जाते हैं यार, क्या हो गया? आप किधर आए? आप भी तो लाइव स्ट्रीम पे नहीं आए आप लोग। आके बताते लाइव स्ट्रीम पे आगे। क्या करें, छोटे लोग हैं ना हम, क्या कर सकते हैं। इसको यहाँ से भी हाइड मार दो, सिंपल इज डैट। यहाँ से भी हाइड मार दो, और अगर आपने कोई बात करनी है ना, जाके मॉडरेटर से बात करो, ठीक है? एनर्जी इससे प्राइवेटली बातें करो, जो बातें हैं प्राइवेटली सॉल्व करो। अगर इसको वापस लेकर आना है तो लेकर आ जाना, अदरवाइज इसको बैन रखो। इसको गोपिश को नहीं, गोपिश को। मुझे इस बंदे से बात नहीं करनी, जो करना है मसला सॉल्व कर लो, अगर सॉल्व हो जाए तो अनहाइड कर देना। चलो अल्लाह हाफिज। अबे इसको मैंने इतनी लीड दी और जाके P90 लेकर आ गया नूबड़ा, सही है? हाँ TDM में जाके P90 लेकर आ गया। उसके बाद जाके यहाँ अपना चैट पे आके हैकर हैकर बोलना शुरू हो गया। गेम हो नहीं रही थी इससे, नूबड़े से। बस अपने आप को ना ये कुछ ज्यादा ही एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी बंदा समझता है। मैं कर रहा हूँ यार, मैं कर रहा हूँ, मैं कर रही हूँ। अली हसन बल्कि तुम आओ। अली हसन काजी, काजी काजी किधर है? लियो, लियो। अच्छा नहीं नहीं, ये फुरकान, अगर मैं गलत नहीं हूँ ना फुरकान, ये मैं गलत नहीं हूँ ना, लियो वहां से हमारे साथ है। इफ यू नो यू नो। फुरकान समझ गया है ना? फुरकान ये वहीं से आया है, ये वहां से मुझे जानता था। मैं नाम थोड़ा जान पहचान आ रहा है थोड़ा ना, इसको जानता था मैं। लेकिन ये, हाँ लेकिन ये बड़े PKR खेलने के लिए आता था सिर्फ, उस वक्त भी भाग जाता था। क्यों, क्या हो गया? किधर है लियो? लियो किधर है? अभी ऑनलाइन आया? इसको बुलाओ ना, मैंने इसके साथ रूम करता हूँ मैं, इसको बुलाओ। किधर है? किधर है ये? रूम करना है मैंने इसके साथ, रूम करना है। कौन? चलो अली हसन के साथ करते। रुक जाओ ओए, सीरियस गेम चल रहा है ओए। नहीं रखना, नहीं रखना, अल्लाह हाफिज। नहीं रखना, अल्लाह हाफिज। मैंने कहा कि जो बात करनी है मॉडरेटर से करो, चैट पे कोई बात नहीं करेगा। इस टॉपिक पे कोई भी बात होगी तो हर आईडी को बैन करूंगा। चैट मॉडरेटर से मनाओ, जाके बात मनवाओ उनको बस।
Let's go.
मॉडरेटर हाथ होला रखेंगे तो बस से ठीक है। एनर्जी तुम इससे प्राइवेटली बात कर लो, जो भी मसला है ठीक है, जो भी बात है इससे प्राइवेटली बात करके ख़त्म करो ठीक है। अगर रखना है तो रख लो, नहीं रखना तो मेरी बला से मैं उसको नहीं जानता। एक मजाक एक हद तक होता है, बंदा मना कर रहा है, हर चीज़ का एक टाइम होता है। नहीं ठीक है, बस नहीं तो ना।
Team victory. Let's go.
इतना शोर मचा रहे हैं ये लोग आवाज ओए भाई भागो 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 अबे यार ओए हेड ओए 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 यार तू भी 1 HP था ना ओए 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 Oh, nice. Oh, nice one. ओए यार ओहे नाइस नाइस डैमेज ज़्यादा है मुझे। क्या मैसेज किया है? क्या मैसेज किया लिया सर? अगले उसको गोपिश को बोल दो, अब कोई फायदा नहीं ना। अब मैसेज करने का फायदा ही नहीं प्राइवेट में। जब अनसब्सक्राइब करके चला गया तो अब रास्ता तोड़ दिया ना, बस सही है। मैंने कहा सुकून से जाके मॉडरेटर से बात करें। ओए एनर्जी, अगर होम की बैटल किसी को भी मारी ना तुमने, पढ़ूंगा ही मैं तेरे को, पहले ही बता रहा हूँ। तेरा पूरा बैंक बैलेंस मेरा है वो। ओ भाई कैंप नहीं, आगे आके खेल ले, कैंप नहीं कर, कुछ आगे खेल। जीत क्या हो गया यार। नहीं आ गया, पुश कर। ओए नाइस सेट यार, नाइस। क्या फ़ायदा तुम लोगों को इतना खर्चा करने की, आज तक कुछ जीते बैटल ये बताओ। क्या जीते? एनर्जी, एनर्जी बैठे चैट पे किधर है? इसको 500 पॉइंट ट्रांसफर कर दो प्लीज। बस इतनी छोटी सोच, इतनी छोटी सोच है, इतनी छोटी सोच। मतलब बंदा 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 गिफ्ट मांग रहा है तो बस 1-2 लाख बस। बस छोड़ यार। हैं हाँ, जब होगी तो बताऊंगा यार एंट्री उसका। हाँ मैं खेलूंगा, और मैं खेलूंगा और मेरे साथ मेरे और तगड़े 4 दोस्त होंगे। कितने हैं चेक कर लो, टॉप लिख के आई उल्टा डाल के टॉप। तो भाई मेरा थोड़ी है, मेरा थोड़ी होगा। एनर्जी को डिवाइड हो जाएगा और कासिम को डिवाइड हो जाएगा। जिस तरह वो सपोर्ट करते हैं, आगे बैठो। क्या गलत है? एक बार साथ दे के तो देखो, फिर तो पता चलेगा तुम्हें कि मैं कितना साथ देता हूँ। पैसा बहुत है यार, पैसा बहुत है। कितना चाहिए? पैसा बहुत है। इतना है, पानी की तरह बह रहे हैं। ओए अबे पॉइंट्स नहीं होते भाई यहाँ पे, चुम्मियाँ होती हैं, खाला की चुम्मी। अच्छा फुरकान ये उसकी स्ट्रीम पे नहीं कभी आए हैं? वहाँ नहीं देखा था मैंने इनको, है ना फुरकान? उधर, इफ यू नो यू नो। नहीं नहीं, अपने पुरानी स्ट्रीम पे तुम थे, लेकिन ये तो नहीं थे ना। हाँ, कब आ रहे थे? ना मैं मानी। ओ भाई ये एक बार भी अगर ये जीतते हैं तो कोई नज़र भी आता है, जिनकी जो गेम है उस रूम में तो कभी नज़र नहीं आए। हाँ तो सुनता कहाँ था? मैंने मैंने उसको आखिर में दबा के लूटा रैंडम आईडी से। 2 रॉयल पास के पैसे निकाले और उसको वॉच आर भी नहीं मिला होगा उसका। फुरकान, फुरकान सुन रहा है? मैंने दबा के ना
Team match, let's go. to win. Team match, let's go.
पानी की बोतल दे देना मुझे। क्या बात है मोहसिन ने आ जाना जाना। सॉरी मैंने ये बात तुम लोगों को नहीं जा रही थी। सॉरी यार। तुम लोग कौन सी शॉटगन का लॉन्ग रेंज शॉट देख रहे हो? अबे तो शॉटगन आ रही है इसमें बैंड का मतलब क्या? इतना तू बड़ा ये मत मार मार मुझे मारने दे यार मेरा पेन आ जाएगा यार। पेन आ गया माउस को लो कर माउस को लो कर यार पेन से मार। भाई जल्दी इसको लो करके छोड़ दे बस। एनर्जी का ढक्कन खुल गया ऊपर का। आए आए एनर्जी का ढक्कन खुल गया, एनर्जी का ढक्कन खोला, एनर्जी का ढक्कन खोला। हाय हाय हाय। जा नूबड़े जा, किल ज्यादा है मेरे, जा नूबड़े, जा जा तुड़ जा तुड़ जा तुड़ जा। ओए 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 ओए। हाय हाय। आ जाओ अनीक, शायद तुम भी आ जाओ गेम में यार। फिलहाल ये खेलना है यार, लिविक नहीं, लिविक में बंदे पूरे नहीं है अभी फिलहाल। अभी इसी में आ जाओ, आ जाओ आ जाओ। इनवाइट करो एनर्जी इसको। नहीं, हैंगर 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 हंगर हैंगर हैंगर टीम गन गेम, हैंगर टीम गन गेम। अबे चुप तो हो जा। डाउनलोड करने गया होगा। अबे कैसे कैसे लोग हैं यार, इनको ये नहीं पता ये मैप किधर है। पबजी खेल रहे हैं, उठा के बाहर फेंको ऐसे लोगों को। बीच बीच चौराहे पे इनको चुतर मारने चाहिए, बीच चौराहे पे खड़ा करके ना लड़कियों से चुतर परवाने चाहिए। खाला की प्यारी प्यारी चुम्मी। और नहीं, हसन सही आया, रेडी कर दो, स्टार्ट कर दो, स्टार्ट कर दो। हसन जीतेगा मेरे साथ, हसन जीतेगा। मौस भी इधर आ गया। मौस भी इधर आ। नहीं, स्टार्ट कर दो, स्टार्ट कर दो, स्टार्ट कर दो। ओ यार कर दो क्या ऑफलाइन नहीं होना, मैं पहले बता रहा हूँ।
Team match, let's go.
चलो नो ब्रो चलो, अगर मैंने जो वाओ के मैप जो तुम टट्टी बोल रहे थे ना, मैंने अर्निंग दिखा दी ना लोगों के जमीनों से अल्लाह खैर करे, अल्लाह खैर करे, गरीबी लागत देगा। सबको लो करता है, सबको लो कर रहा है बस। किल कोई और ले रहा है, ऐसा लो करता जा रहा है सबको। ले भाई किल ले। मुक्के मार रहा है। कैंपर हमारी बेस पे जाके बैठा हुआ है। हाय हाय क्रॉसबो आ गया। क्रॉसबो किसके पास है? और नाइस नाइस, लगा 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 लगा। अबे लगा इसको यार। साला ये क्रॉस बोन अच्छा भी है और बहुत बुरा भी है। कोई लग गया उसको क्रॉस। ओ नाइस वन नाइस वन नाइस वन नाइस वन नाइस वन। जियो जियो जियो। हाँ अबे यार तो मैं तुम्हारे पर प्राइस ही नहीं था कोई। अबे यार ओए होए। ओए होए। आओ यार इसके साथ 1v1 करने हैं हसन के साथ। आ जाओ हसन आओ 1v1 आओ। आ रहे हो हसन आ रहे हो 1v1। हसन को पॉइंट्स मैंने डाल दिए हैं ठीक है। एनर्जी हसन को मैंने डाल दिए पॉइंट्स। एनर्जी मैंने हसन को डाल दिए हैं ठीक है। और बीस्ट को भी डाल रहा हूँ 1 सेकेंड। हाँ बना रहा हूँ 1 सेकेंड। एनर्जी रूम बनाना या मैं बना रहा हूँ छोड़। बीस्ट को भी ट्रांसफ़र कर दिए ठीक है। नहीं मैंने वो वहाँ ऑटो से ही है उस यहाँ मैसेज नहीं आया। ओ यार आ जाओ जल्दी से यार। मेरी गेम तो तुम्हें पता ही है ना नूबड़ा सा तो हूँ मैं। तो फिर क्यों बोल रहे हो कि हाथ होला रखो। नूबड़े से मर के फिर ज़्यादा बेइज्जती नहीं हो जाएगी थोड़ी। मतलब एक तो प्रो प्लेयर को मारूंगा वो अलग बात, मतलब वो एक अलग बात, लेकिन इतनी बेइज्जती नूबड़े से मरने की भी बेइज्जती। किस मोबाइल पे? नहीं यार मोबाइल की क्या कीमत। इतने बड़े बड़े प्लेयर मेरे सामने आए हैं भाई, कितने बड़े बड़े प्लेयर आए हैं आईफोन लेके। सस्ते मोबाइल पे खेल रहा हूँ यार बहुत। यूं ही बस अराउंड 5 की वर्थ का है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा नहीं, बहुत सस्ता। भाईजान आपके साथ भी रोल कर लेते हैं यार। मास्टर फैशन आपके साथ बना लेते हैं, वाओ का बना लेते हैं, इसके बाद बूट कैम्प बना लेते हैं, ठीक है? नेक्स्ट बूट कैम्प बना लेते हैं। ओके मेरे जान के ब्राउन गलती से नूबड़े से पिट रहे हो यार, क्या हो गया? खूब है ठीक है। अरे लच्छी क्या हो रहा है ये? मुआज गेम जरूर देखना, मुआज गेम जरूर देखना। ये वो बंदा है जो उड़ता फिरता रहता है। हम मैं तो नूबू ठहरा। मैं मोबाइल पे हूँ तो क्या हुआ, 20 तो बड़ा अच्छा फाइट लेता है। से तो मैं भी खेल चुका हूँ, मज़ा आता है 20 से खेलने, चैलेंजिंग बंदा है। आए बचाओ, जाओ यार, कसम से 1 HP था, 0 बिल्कुल 1 HP था। अबे जाओ यार, जाओ, पूरा हगा है भाई, तुमने पूरा हगा है, पूरा एम भी लगा और कसम से। ये तो क्लिप करके 20 को भी दिखाओ जरा, ये सीन माउस देखा तुमने? ये सीन क्लिप करके जरा 20 को दो जरा, ये इसने क्या हगा है। क्या कह रहे हो? पिस्टल, ओह MG, क्या जंप करके मारा है इसको यार, चेक करो यार, जंपिंग जपांग खेल रहा। अरे नाइस वन, क्या बात, कमबैक मार रहा है भाई लड़का कमबैक आ रहा है भाई, कमबैक आ रहा है। अबे नाइस, ये अच्छा था, गुरु अच्छा था। अरे ये कहाँ लगी, किधर गए पता नहीं, मोए हो गए। साला काफी नहीं खत्म होता है। पहले ऐसे किसी को धो के फिर उसके बाद किसी से पिट के, आए हाय जो मजा आता है ना गेम का। आए हाय कह रहा हूँ, पहले किसी को अच्छी तरह से रगड़ के धो, फिर किसी से मार खाओ। मैं पीसी पे भी खेलूंगा तो तुम्हें बहुत गंदा मारूं। 13 जनरेशन, बिल्कुल न्यू जनरेशन, न्यू मॉडल, लेटेस्ट ही नहीं। गेम पे डिपेंड करता है, इतना भी नहीं है कि पीसी पे होता है। नहीं ऐसी बात है ही नहीं, क्यों साथ दे देगा पीसी मेरा। अच्छा चलो सब तुम लोग बस पीसी और इन चीज़ों की बात करते हो ना, और मोबाइल की। चलो सब मैं एक दोस्त को बोलूँगा, अगर उसने गेम अभी तक नहीं छोड़ी ना तो उसको बुलाऊँगा। वो खेलता है 40 FPS। सही है। नहीं TDM प्लेयर नहीं है, TDM प्लेयर नहीं है, TDM प्लेयर नहीं है। तो बस देख लो ना, बात पीसी की नहीं है ना, इसका मतलब बात प्रोसेसर और पीसी की नहीं है, गेम की होनी चाहिए। बात गेम की होनी चाहिए भाई। हर जगह नहीं करता, हर जगह नहीं करता, बस आपको एक FPS नहीं, बिल्कुल भी नहीं। उस देखो नहीं, मेरी बात सुनो, उसका पीसी जितना अपग्रेड हो जाए, लेकिन उसकी जो गेम है ना, जो अभी उसने अपनी मेंटेन रखी हुई है वही रहेगी, कोई इसमें अपग्रेड नहीं होगा ये। और तुम्हारी जो गेम है ना, तुम अगर चाहो, तुम अपनी गेम ठीक करना चाहो तो तुम कर सकते हो। तुम अगर इसी के बिहाफ पे ये कह के छोड़ देते हो ना कि यार मेरे पास ये चीज़ें अच्छी नहीं है, ये तो कभी गेम नहीं कर पाओगे, याद रखना, कभी नहीं कर पाओगे। यूं ही बस चिल्लड़ जमा करते रह जाओगे पूरी जिंदगी। क्या? नहीं मैंने कहा यार, मैं तुम्हें बताऊं कि मैंने बीस्ट को वहाँ टक्कर दी जब मैं, तुम्हें सोच है, मैं OnePlus पे खेलता हूँ ना, तो OnePlus मोबाइल इतना हीट कर जाता है, इतना ओवर हीट कर जाता है कि तुम्हें सोच है तो नहीं काम करता, एक जगह पे आके हार मान जाता है। लेकिन वहाँ भी मैंने अपने आप को पूरा स्टैंड रखा था। खाली मैं स्क्रीनशॉट भेजूंगा, नेक्स्ट टाइम जब गेम खेलूंगा ना, वीडियो रिकॉर्ड करके भेजूंगा तो मेरे मोबाइल का टेम्परेचर कितना जाता है देखना। क्या फर्क पड़ता है तुम्हारे बोलने से, जो सच है वो है। हाँ देखो नहीं मेरी बात सुनो, ये जो मैटर है ना, देखो सुनो हाँ, ये देखो ये सिचुएशन अलग है, ये सिचुएशन अलग है। हाँ अलबत्ता तुमने जिस स्पीड से गन उठाई है, तो अगला तो इसके पीसी हाई फाई है, मोबाइल हाई फाई है ना, तो वो तुम्हारे से ज़्यादा स्पीड में उठा ले। सही है। हाँ ये बात मैं मानता हूँ, लेकिन बंदा होता है कि जब इसको पता है ना कि अगला इतने तो उसके हिसाब से भी बंदा खेलता है, परफॉर्मेंस उसी हिसाब से। क्योंकि मैंने आज तक अपने जितने भी रूम में खेला है ना, मैंने कभी किसी से आर्ग्यू नहीं किया कि यार पिंग हाई थी, मुझे कभी किसी को नहीं बोला पिंग हाई थी यार, छोड़ दे भाई जीत गया वो जीत गया, मैं अगले को जीत दे के चले जाता हूँ, खाऊ सिंपल से जाए। यू डोंट नो, मैं पीछे आओ, तुम्हारी बेस पे घुसा हुआ। टैप पैर दिया करो ना, टैप पैर दिया करो नुबड़े। लाइव स्ट्रीम नहीं देख रहा ना मैं। ओए होए होए आए साला, ये गम काहे नहीं खत्म होता है। अब ये देखो, अब मेरी बताओ, यहाँ पे देखो बीस्ट होता तो क्या करता, मैं तुम्हें ये बताता हूँ, तुम में और बीस्ट में क्या फ़र्क है। सुनो नहीं, हाँ वो यहाँ से पीक लेके मुझे डैमेज देता। हाँ तो बस वही तो गलती है सारा टाइम VPN में लगा दिया, तो यहाँ क्या फ़ायदा। हाँ पर देखो यहाँ दिमाग लगा लेते हो, गेम में नहीं दिमाग लगाना। यहाँ दिमाग लग गया है, गेम में नहीं लगता क्या? हाँ ठीक है, ठीक है, ओके, सही है, ओके। वो ये बच्चा आया चाइनीज वाला, क्या बात, चाइनीज का बच्चा है, चाइनीज आए, सो क्यूट। भाई आ जाओ भाई रूम में, किसने आना है? वाओ का बूट कैंप बना रहा हूँ, आ जाओ जल्दी आ जाओ, बढ़ जाओ गेम में आके। भाई किस किस के पॉइंट्स नहीं हुए, किस किस के पॉइंट्स नहीं हुए? अबे कौन कौन आ गया है बे? ये मौज आजा रूम में, रुबड़े। अबे हाँ ना, बूट कैंप है यार, आजा यार, क्यों रोता है यार? फ्रेंडली खेल ले भाई आके, हाँ ना फ्रेंडली खेल ले, कुछ नहीं होता यार, आ ना, आजा भाई, कुछ नहीं होता, आ जल्दी आ ना, कुछ नहीं होता, आजा। चार्ज छोड़ दे यार, चार्ज तो भाई बढ़ जाएंगे ना, जल्दी आओ ना, आओ। बच्चे हैं सारे, सारे बच्चे खेल रहे हैं यहाँ पे, मैं नहीं खेल रहा हूँ, मैं नहीं खेल रहा, अच्छा इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ। हाँ तो यही बोल रहा हूँ, बच्चे खेल रहे हैं सारे बूट कैंप, देख तो ले कौन कौन है। क्या यार डर रहा है बच्चों के बीच में? तो तुम टोपियां वहां पे ना करो जहाँ पे ना सकते, सब पता है मुझे, नो ब्रो। 20 FPS भाई, अलग अलग बैठो, मुझसे नीचे जाके बैठो यार, मुझसे नीचे बैठो, सोलो सोलो बैठो, या चलो स्टार्ट कर दो, एनर्जी ऐसी स्टार्ट कर दो, डुओ डुओ स्टार्ट कर दो। नहीं है, आ जाओ। भाई सोलो बैठो सारे के सारे यार, नीचे आओ, दीवाना नीचे बैठो, गोजो नीचे, गोकू नीचे आओ, आवाज़ नहीं आ रही तुम लोगों को, नीचे बैठो, कानपुर में हड़ताल है क्या? आ जाओ, एक की जगह है, जल्दी आना है, आना है। हसन, हसन आ रहे हो? हाँ बस ठीक है, इसको निंजा को निकाल के गेम स्टार्ट कर दो, ये अलग हो जाओ, हाँ ठीक है, स्टार्ट कर दो। तो बुलाओ ना फिर, अब उसको सिर्फ 60 सेकंड चला जाएगा यार। हाँ रूल सिंपल है यार, बस 30 किल करो और ख़त्म करो गेम को। बस शॉटगन नहीं यूज़ करना, बस नो शॉटगन। मोशन पॉइंट्स का रूम है, जान के टोटे। ओ भाई भाई भाईजान भाईजान भाईजान, अभी अभी हमें जिंदा रहने दो यार। अभी अभी यार शादी भी करनी है, क्या हो गया? हाँ ये चाहत फतेह अली खान पार्ट 2 आ गया है भाई ये। तेरा कोड आया होगा। हसन का भी कोड आता है। हसन को ये नहीं पता उसका कोड किधर आया। गेम में है। होए 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 होए। यार मजा नहीं आ रहा आज। साला बड़ी भाई तुम लोगों ने आना है तो आ जाओ, बड़ी तोगली आई है। पॉइंट है लियो, आ जाओ। पॉइंट्स का है। लिविक बाद में बनाएंगे, अभी फिलहाल ये है, आ जाओ। लिविक बाद में, क्योंकि ना टूर्नामेंट जल्दी स्टार्ट होने वाले हैं लियो। लियो इसी वीक में टूर्नामेंट स्टार्ट होंगे और जल्दी होंगे। और जिनके पास नहीं होंगे पॉइंट्स वो ऑन दी स्पॉट ख़रीदने पड़ेंगे, अदरवाइज़ वो हिस्सा नहीं ले पाएंगे, ठीक है? तो ये याद रखो, जो भी लाइव स्ट्रीम पे आता है मेरी, वो अप टू डेट रहे, ठीक है? डिस्कॉर्ड से अप टू डेट रहे, चेक करता रहे, टूर्नामेंट के डिटेल्स और रूल्स सेक्शन को चेक करता रहे। डिस्कॉर्ड पे टूर्नामेंट और टूर्नामेंट इन्फो के पेज को चेक करता रहे और लाइव स्ट्रीम को प्रॉपर चेक करें। नहीं 3 दिन का होगा लियो, 3 दिन का होगा टूर्नामेंट। लगा लेते हैं लियो, वो भी लगा लेते हैं फॉर व्यू पर। और टूर्नामेंट जो होगा 3 दिन का होगा। अभी नहीं काट रहा, जब मैं करूँगा सबको बुलाऊँगा काट लेना। लेकिन याद रखो ये 5 दिन की लाइव स्ट्रीम पे रेगुलर आ जाना, जिस टाइम मैं पॉइंट्स कटवाऊँगा उस वक्त आ जाना, वरना नहीं होगा। पैसे लेकिन फिर डिस्कॉर्ड पे कनेक्ट होना पड़ेगा मुझे, सही है? गेम में वॉइस नहीं खोलूंगा। किधर बताओ कौन सा रूम है? लाइव स्ट्रीम भी शेयर करो, कौन सी है लाइव स्ट्रीम? बताओ किसकी लाइव स्ट्रीम पे? यहाँ लिंक शेयर करो डिस्कॉर्ड पे। कर रहा हूँ, मुझे आईडी बताओ। एक सेकंड, एक सेकंड। हाँ बोलो। 7675480 बड़ा पी। आ रहा हूँ। बन गया है रूम या दूसरा बन रहा है? आ रहा हूँ, बस आ गया। देखो अच्छा। वो अपना क्या कहते हैं स्ट्रीम का बताओ। स्ट्रीमर का कहाँ है? जीजी गेमर पीजी। ये प्रो गेमिंग पीजी जो है नाम से, क्या है ये आ रहा है। लाइव तो कोई नहीं आ रहा अभी इस टाइम। मुझे वो दे दो ना, लिंक शेयर करो ना सीधा सीधा। यूट्यूब की लिंक शेयर कर दो। और कहीं एक बल्कि 20 तो अपनी स्क्रीन शेयर कर दे मुझे। कितने? अबे मैं स्क्रीन पे कैसे लेकर आऊं लेकिन? इन्होंने स्पेक्टेड खोला हुआ है, स्पेक्टेड बंद किया हुआ है। सारे बंद किए हुए हैं, देखो जरा। ओके डन करो। पैसे कितने हैं वैसे? मतलब 1000 पर बंदा मिलेगा? फिर टोटल 1000, टीम के 1000? अबे भाई यार मुझे तो ज़रूरत नहीं है इन चीज़ों की, मैं क्या करूँ। मेरा अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह बिजनेस है अपना। यार इसको मेरा जो प्राइस मुझे जो मिले ना, हमें प्राइस सही है, मेरा प्राइस मेरे मॉडरेटर को तकसीम करवा दें। सही है, मेरा प्राइस मेरे मॉडरेटर उसको दे दे। नहीं मॉडरेटर्स को नहीं नहीं नहीं, मॉडरेटर 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 मॉडरेटर। यार सपोर्ट करते हैं भाई, इतना टाइम लगाते हैं, क्या हो गया। क्या बात है, बड़ा पैसा है। नहीं नहीं, मॉडरेटर्स को देंगे, मॉडरेटर्स को, मॉडरेटर्स को। मास्टर अभी रुक जाओ यार, रूम थोड़ी देर में बनते हैं यार, अभी ज़रा गेम गेम खेल रहा हूँ। अबे मुझे रूल्स का क्या करना है, मैं तो बस ठोकूंगा, बस जो रूल टूटता है टूटने दो। मैनू मैनू रूल से कोई फ़र्क नहीं पैंदा। जहाँ जिसके माइक से शोर आ रहा है बंद करिए। नहीं ये इसको इसको एनर्जी म्यूट कर यार, तेरे माइक से आ रहा है एनर्जी। अरे लियो कहाँ से टपका हुआ है इधर, लियो भी है यहाँ पे। क्या क्या मैंने म्यूट किया हुआ वैसे भी। ये खुद भी खेल रहा है। फादी गया एल है। कौन इमोजी भेज रहा है भाई। इमोजी स्पैम ना करो। आय हाय लियो फिर गया, लियो का चेक करो जरा। मजा आया लियो। ये कौन सा लियो था, ये तो वो नहीं था। फुल गया एक और। अबे नहीं यार, जो जो इस तरह की हरकतें नहीं करो। क्या बात है जो जो। बच्चों को उल्लू बना रहा है अहमद, हैं? बच्चों को उल्लू बना रहा है तू। रुक जाओ यार, करते हैं, ख़त्म करते हैं, वेट करो, बस होने लगा है। हाँ जी, आवाज़ आ रही है? हेलो, जिंदा हो? आवाज़ आ रही है? किधर है सारे के सारे? हाँ भाई। ये क्या दे रहा है अपने रूम में है, और मतलब क्या कर रहा है? पॉइंट्स भी देता है? हाँ। बीस्ट किधर है? आ जाओ मोहसिन, मैं रूम बना रहा हूँ यार, आ जाओ। नूसा बना रहा हूँ, चलो आ जाओ। नूसा खेल लो कोई? नूसा खेल लें? क्या सीन है मॉस? बीस्ट किधर गया है? आओ सब आओ यार, रूम के अंदर आओ यार। कहाँ गए बाकी? जल्दी आओ। बस चिकन डिनर करो यार 4 किल के साथ। जल्दी आओ, रूम में आ जाओ। चिकन डिनर 4 किल। पॉइंट्स कहाँ? पॉइंट्स का है, आ जाओ। यार टीपी हसन 500 पॉइंट्स का रूम है, आना है तो आ जाओ जल्दी। आ जाओ भाई। तो वुल्फ फाइट भी इधर आ गया बी फॉर। वो है हसन, तू भी आ जा भाई। ये भी तुम्हारा भी वुल्फ फाइट इधर आ गया रूम में। तो नोबड़ा है, आ जाना रूम में। आना तफरी करते हैं। नूसा है यार, साइंस साइंस सेंटर उतरेंगे, मजा आएगा। अबे रैंक को छोड़ना, आना पहले यार, एक गेम खेल के जा। मैं भी लाइव स्ट्रीम एंड कर रहा हूँ, ये लास्ट रूम है। आ जा। अबे हाँ ना, साइंस सेंटर उतरेंगे सारे, बंद करेंगे ना, उसको भी यहाँ बुला ले। आ जा तो भाई, आ जाना एक रूम में। आ जा। बीस्ट किधर है? बीस्ट को तुमने नाराज कर दिया है। यार तूने इतना इतना गंदा हगा है तूने। मैं वही ना, इतना गंदा हगा है तूने। सही जा रहा है भाई, जल्दी करो यार डाउनलोड यार तुम लोग, एक तो मैप डाउनलोड नहीं हो रहा है। एनर्जी तो आ रहा है, एनर्जी आ रहा है, जल्दी आओ। रुक, ये ओबिटो किधर है? कासिम ओबिटो वगैरह किधर है? उनको बुलाओ। गोकू किधर है? जोजो किधर है? वतन, क्या बात है, वतन वतन नाम चेक करो बंदे का। भाई नूसा क्यों नहीं डाउनलोड तुम्हारे पास? सही जा रहा है भाई। और भाई किसी का आने का मूड नहीं है, मैं बंद कर रहा हूँ। तो छोड़ दे भाई। हाँ कोई नहीं यार, अब बैठा नहीं जा रहा मुझसे, बंद करूँगा बाद में खेल, फिलहाल बैठा नहीं जा रहा। हाँ यार मत, दिल बैठा भी नहीं जा रहा और दिल भी नहीं कर रहा है यार, मूड नहीं हो रहा। पता नहीं भाई। टॉप 500 की लिस्ट पे मेरा एक आउटफिट भी सिलेक्ट हो गया भाई। हाय 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 हाय, मैंने आउटफिट डिज़ाइन किया था ना, हाँ उसका भी कॉन्टेस्ट था ना, वो 500 की लिस्ट में सिलेक्ट हो गया। अब देखते हैं उसमें से विनर होता हूँ कि नहीं होता। वही इसमें नहीं है, मुझे दिखाना पड़ेगा वो दूसरी आईडी में। वही वही इतना पुराना है भाई, दिसंबर का किया हुआ है पता है, जाके उसकी रिपोर्ट आई थी। लेकिन मुझे नहीं लगता, बहुत ओपी ओपी आउटफिट्स आए हुए हैं यार उसमें कॉन्टेस्ट में, मुझे नहीं लगता आगे जाएगा। क्या करें समझ नहीं आ रहा। दर्द हो रहा है कमर में, टिकाट है। चलो यार इंशाल्लाह मिलते हैं कल की लाइव स्ट्रीम पे, ठीक है इजाज़त दो मुझे, सही है कल की लाइव स्ट्रीम पे मिलते हैं। और इंशाल्लाह 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 कल की लाइव स्ट्रीम पे तुम लोगों के लिए अपडेट्स आएंगी टूर्नामेंट से रिलेटेड, ठीक है। कल नहीं आई तो परसों कंफर्म आएगी, सही है। अरे मूसा खान भाई है, ये कहाँ से टपका? मूसा खान ये लाइव स्ट्रीम पे बैठा हुआ था, पता ही नहीं हमें कौन है भाई, है किधर से आया, कहाँ से आया है? फुरकान एनर्जी, अरे मूसा खान तुम किधर थे जानी, इतनी टाइम से गायब क्यों? बैठे हुए लाइव स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो सिर्फ हमारी, हैं एंजॉइंग? बंदा बता देता चैट पे बैठे हो यार, सलाम दुआ करवा लेता कम से कम, एटलीस्ट दुआ सलाम तो हो जाती है यार। दुआ सलाम नहीं किया, अल्लाह हाफिज कर दिया सीधा आपने। अबे साइम ये कौन है? अबे इतने चैट पे बैठे हुए, अच्छा यार एनर्जी के बच्चे, तू खामा खा मेरी सीधा सीधा बोल दे यार मुंह पे यार, लाइव स्ट्रीम से ना जाए यार अभी, इसके काम चेक कर। मूसा खान भी तेरी आईडी है ना यार? एनर्जी बाहर आ जाए, बाहर आ जाए यार, अरे यार बाज आ जा एनर्जी, बाज आ जा, बाज आ जा। तू मेरी एनर्जी बढ़ाने के लिए तू ऐसे काम कर रही है अबे। चलो अब आ ही गए हो तो लाइक भी कर दो अगर आप आ ही गए हैं लाइक भी कर दो। सब लोगों ने लाइक किया लाइव स्ट्रीम को, मुझे बताओ लाइव स्ट्रीम को लाइक किया? लाइक करो स्ट्रीम को, लाइक करो स्ट्रीम को, लाइक करो, लाइक 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 एंड सब्सक्राइब। हाँ मेरी जान चॉकलेट, ऐसा ही है ना? If you know, you know. If you know me, you know me better. क्या बात है। अच्छा अब आने नहीं देना उसको, गोपिश को। मैंने उसको बोला था कि जाके मॉडरेटर से बात कर ले, मसला सॉल्व कर ले जो भी है, लेकिन उसने बात करने की जगह अनसब्सक्राइब किया, ठीक है? तो अब आने नहीं देना, हाँ बस अब आने नहीं देना, ठीक है? मैंने फिर भी एक बात बोल दी थी कि चलो जाओ मॉडरेटर से बात कर लो। जब भी मैं किसी को कहूँ ना कि मॉडरेटर से बात कर दो, तो उसका मतलब मैं उसको एक चांस देना चाह रहा हूँ, लेकिन एक वार्निंग के तहत बस, वरना मैं ये भी नहीं कहूँ। और चैट पे देखो कोई भी प्रॉब्लम हो, कोई मसला हो ना, कोई बात हो, तो फ़ौरन उनको एक मैसेज छोड़ दिया करो कि इस तरह की बात चैट पे नहीं होगी, आप प्राइवेट डिस्कॉर्ड पे आ जाओ या उधर आ जाओ, उनका मैसेज डिलीट कर दो फ़ौरन। अरे भाई कितने अल्लाह हाफिज कर दिए, क्या बात है। हाँ मेरी जान चॉकलेट, अच्छा जी भाई, ओके, जज़ाक अल्लाह। सब लोगों का शुक्रिया। इसी के साथ इजाज़त दो मुझे, अल्लाह हाफिज़। कल की लाइव स्ट्रीम कोई नहीं छोड़ना, शार्प 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 6 बजे मैं आऊँगा, और हो सकता है टूर्नामेंट के हवाले से डिटेल्स आप लोगों को दे दूँ, ठीक है? ओके हो गया, इजाज़त दो, अल्लाह हाफिज़। हाँ मेरी जान चॉकलेट।